offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made.
Offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made.
Offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like,
with climate change,
people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made.
Women usually
Offices and roles that were being elected.
give care to the community. That community partner by drought, by
my attitude.
We have to include women in decision-making because they have the expertise on the ground. They know exactly how it affects them and the community, and they can bring the solution and another perspective. Friendship is an NGO from Bangladesh that Runa funded 20 years ago. I can see the direct impact it has on the most vulnerable in education, in health, in climate adaptation, in gender equality. It's amazing when you see that millions of people are impacted by the work she does.
The Friendship has been working with the most vulnerable climate impacted migrants or IDPs. Bangladesh is in the forefront of climate impact. And the people that we have been working with are those migratory communities. We have been working for healthcare because that's what you need to address when people are suffering. Climate action, so that with agriculture, with indigenous knowledge, so that as they migrate, they can stand back on their feet again. This was the most important thing to give to them. It was not a choice that we work with women, but when a cyclone strikes, when floods come in, it is the old, the women and children who are the left behind. Women are so often portrayed as victims. They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
If we open up the definition of what it means to be a leader, we can get rid of this victim label that gets put onto people and actually see that those people are also leaders.
When I look at the forest protection movement, when I look at community organizations, when I look at amazing projects that are helping protect forests, the vast majority are led by women. Let's start with having at least 50% of all climate negotiating teams be women, and that at least a portion of those women are indigenous.
Alipunja. Mi nombre es Verónica Imunda. Soy quichua de Ecuador. Represento a la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. El ser mujeres es muy complicado desde cada una de las cosmovisión de las nacionalidades. Para que una mujer esté al frente necesita luchar primeramente con su propia cosmovisión, porque en cada cultura las mujeres siempre hemos estado no visibles. Prácticamente desde las mujeres que han luchado desde diferentes espacios, es muy importante la inclusión, porque vemos mujeres lideresas desde algunas nacionalidades que han destacado, y sobre todo ahora tenemos también mujeres en espacios grandes como parlamentarias en mi país, Miriam Cisneros. Entonces nosotros solo estamos siguiendo ese sueño de las mujeres, como jóvenes, como mujeres, decir que no vamos a dejar así sola nuestra Pachamama. Vamos a seguir desde cualquier rincón de cuenca sagrada, vamos a estar acá como mujeres de lucha. Para mí es muy triste porque estamos tocando puertas ahora, pero puertas para salvar la misma humanidad. Y es muy triste porque el cambio climático nos afecta mucho a nosotros. No solo a nosotros, al mundo entero está afectando.
We look at the theme of biodiversity, for example. If we look at just where are all the species on planet Earth, what we find is that 80% of all of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous territories. And that half of the world's intact forests are on indigenous lands as well. And then so you ask, well, why is that? It's no coincidence. For example, I'm in a forest walking with an indigenous person, woman or man. Maybe that person is in their 40s. They know more than 500 species of plants, how to use it, where they grow, what it's good for, when they can hunt certain animals, when they can't, the patterns of the rain, the patterns of the weather. They are scientists.
One of the biggest themes in my research is redefining this distinction of what science is and what expertise is. And often, even when we're trying to be positive and say, you know, let's include local people, let's include different cultures, let's include traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, there's still an othering of that knowledge being separate to the science. Whereas what I'm trying to get across is that indigenous knowledge is science. It's a process. Science is a process. Expertise is a process. It's knowing, it's hypothesizing, it's creating solutions. And so they're not separate things, they're one and the same. Effective decision making is really having an understanding of who has expertise, and expertise not being seen as something that is institutionalized, you know, whether that's with the university or with a political party, but expertise through lived experience, expertise through understanding, through tradition, through culture.
Effective decision making for me means that, first of all, the people who are affected by a decision take part in making that decision. So nothing about us without us is a phrase that was coined by the disability movement activists, and it applies to everything. That's a mantra that I, start off as a lawyer thinking, well, who needs to make this decision? But if you don't have the right people, if others are in charge, in power terms, making decisions really for others without consulting, without acknowledging, without involving them, without their say-so, those are generally poor decisions. The latest statistics from the World Economic Forum are saying that actually it will be 136 years before we get to gender parity. It's actually got worse as a result of COVID, because the figure was 100 years and it's now 36 years more. We have to become even more savvy in terms of making sure that our political leaders understand the need for gender equality and act on it.
When more women are elected to parliament, stronger environmental bills are passed and they're enforced more strongly, more strictly. There is some clear correlation there, and without it, we're not going to make the critical changes and implement the critical solutions that we need to solve the climate crisis. I think the more we just see women owning what it is that they do, that's what changes the conversation, rather than these platitudes of people discussing, oh, so we're going to talk about female representation and academia or female representation in politics. I think having key women there who are ready to set an example, be role models, and open the door for others as they come through, that's what's motivating.
I would say focus on the 5 Fs. So food, fashion, finance, fuel, and friendships and community. So actually, if you look at all aspects of climate are covered in those categories, and we can relate to them a bit more than if we just talk about climate change in terms of the energy sector or the transport sector or the agriculture sector. Those are quite technical ways of looking at how climate impacts our lives every day. Women are completely at the forefront of climate solutions in everyday life. Our life is dominated by food, by finance, and finally fashion, which is almost always seen as a gendered issue affecting women disproportionately. A huge sector in terms of its global emissions, huge supply chains from cotton to lever to disposable fashion, which is now, being shipped off, mainly going to landfill. Most of our clothes end up in landfill after a handful of uses.
Fashion is very much about all of us. The majority, I think, the great majority of the population wears clothes. And this is an industry with huge ramifications, both socially and environmentally. This is an industry that is primarily bought by women. It is an industry that starts from female hand. When we look at its history, it's an industry that's been hijacked from us and turned from industriousness and dignity into growth for growth's sake and exploitation of us first. That we believe in a fashion industry that restores and conserves the environment and values people over profit and growth. So the importance that fashion has in redressing this balance, this imbalance, is vital, particularly for generations to come.
Women can also be solutions in these sectors. They can drive the demand, and as they take their positions, as designers, as titans of industry, as women in finance, they can become more conscious and instill change in their own sectors that they know from their own familiar life and their lived experiences matter a lot.
I don't think the connections have been made as strongly as they need to be in the minds of everyone that operates in the finance sector, that gender equality is really good for planetary health. The more we push gender equality in finance, the more we're going to get the kind of rapid acceleration of attention to ecological challenges and finance really doing its bit to restore planetary security. The way we're running things today just isn't sustainable. We really cannot fix those things without fixing finance. And part of the answer to that is actually having gender balanced decision making at every layer and in every part of the finance community. This isn't a fight that can only be fought by women. It absolutely needs to be men and women coming together, both to ensure we have gender balanced leadership across the world in all the key settings, particularly in the settings that matter for the climate.
In a word, it's JEDI, justice, equality, diversity and inclusion are the solutions to climate by acting on inequalities, by protecting the vulnerable, by protecting the planet, as well as communities who are currently not participating and not being heard. That's how you solve the climate crisis, which is basically a crisis of governance and of deficits in protecting and supporting the full range of people on the planet.
At COP26, we saw over 100 Amazonian indigenous leaders were there, and there were people from all over the world who were indigenous. The oil industry had over 500 lobbyists there. A lot of the indigenous women didn't actually have access to come inside the summit. They were in the streets, they were in the forums, outside. There were commitments made to indigenous people at COP. Several billions were pledged to support indigenous peoples. We haven't seen that money yet, and so we're going to be looking for that and holding those who made those commitments to task for delivering on those commitments. We're basically a few years, at most 10, but as little as 3 years away from what scientists call a tipping point of no return, where the forest can no longer recirculate enough rain to be a rainforest and starts to become a savanna. After that threshold is crossed over the next 50 to 70 years, we could see the loss of the majority of the Amazon rainforest. People aren't realizing that where we are, we're at the edge of the cliff. Once we go off the cliff, we cannot go back on the cliff. We're there now. We're basically at tipping point. So our actions need to commensurate with the scale of the problems we're facing.
Join a movement, pester politicians, demand accountability and action, because it's a huge systemic issue.
Of course, some people have more responsibility than others. Governments have a huge amount of responsibility. Major corporations and the wealthy have huge responsibility, as well as the media. We all share in this responsibility, but there are some of us who can do more than others.
What will happen if we don't achieve gender equality? You just have such a diminishing of the talents of everyone. And it is, at the end of the day, an abuse of human rights to not allow everyone to flourish to their full capacities based on gender differences.
We need to acknowledge that women absolutely have a vital role to play in leadership roles relating to the climate crisis.
When it is to be seated at the table of negotiation, when it really matters, well, they're still not there.
If you exclude or diminish or don't recognise the contribution of half of the planet, you know, you are not going to get the best solutions. You're not going to get them taken up at speed. You're not going to get them implemented fast enough.
Not all solutions are going to need the same people. And by having this sort of fluidity, we're much more able to make quicker change and actually more impactful change.
We see the solutions. We know what needs to be done. We need the political will. We need the capital. We need the urgency to know we're at the edge of the cliff. You know, I still have hope that we will wake up and see that, because they're really, the alternative is something.
Hi, how are you?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bianca Pitt, co-founder of She Changes Climate, and I'm going to start in a few minutes. I'd ask everybody to keep the microphones off, and for those who want to help protect our planet, also to keep their cameras off. Why? Because it uses less bandwidth and hence fewer emissions. We will be spotlighting the speakers throughout the day because we're on Zoom and there's a whole group of people logging on from around the world, which is incredibly excited. And I welcome Sharona Schneider and Elise Buckle, who are joining me for this opening session of our first She Changes Climate Ambition Leaders Summit. Sharona is speaking from Egypt. She's on the ground already for COP27. And I thank her in particular for coming on board to opening this first summit that we have designed especially to wrap around the African COP that this is supposed to be.
Yeah, well, I'm on the too, so it's great. It's great to see that both of us are there.
So I'm Bianca Pitt, said. I'm co-founder of She Changes Climate, and I'm delighted to open the first She Changes Climate Ambition Leaders Summit to raise ambition for climate action. Today, we will be presenting a new vision for 2030, together with the action that people are already taking on our planet to restore and heal our common home. Around the world, millions of people are dreaming of a better, fairer, more just society and a planet that is not suffering from climate breakdown, biodiversity collapse, and a pollution and waste crisis. We owe immediate action to our children and all generations that want to exist here after us. Our environmental, social, and economic systems are fundamentally interconnected. The global North owes the global South. We need to allow conversations about climate justice, colonialism, and racism. Center of the work of She Changes Climate is diversity and inclusion, and we're part of the wider diversity movement. We have been lucky to be supported by a wide range of expert partners who have been working on these issues for many years and whom we have to thank for their support and vision. Today, we're looking forward to showcasing the forgotten voices in the discussions, the women who make up 50% of the world's population, but are nowhere near equally represented in decision-making about the future of the planet. They look after the young and the elderly, lead communities around the world, lead action on the ground, and yet they are not at the table when it comes to defining climate policy and policy implementation. Despite 26 years of climate negotiations, emissions are still rising. Enough is enough now. We need to see women featured as central voices and decision makers, leading on climate action and policy work and implementation. We ask, would you sail the world with one eye firmly patched up if choppy waters lie ahead? Now that we're in a climate emergency, we need to activate millions of people to take action in the right direction and reform our operating systems, the finance, energy, transport, fashion, food systems, to become sustainable. Without this activation, we cannot succeed. It is thought that we could add $12 trillion to the world's economy if we get women equally represented. Without them, we cannot succeed as humanity. It is 50-50 vision, shared leadership between men and women that will allow us to move forward. Now is the moment for maximum participation and maximum ambition. We will be hearing from experts and leaders on topics ranging from a wide range of sectors and industries, grassroots leaders, cultural leaders, NGOs and movement leaders, as to what needs to be done to facilitate a just transition to a sustainable future for all. I, for one, am greatly looking forward to hearing from them and welcome you all to stay all day to listen to these inspiring voices. I now want to introduce my co-founder, Elise Buckle, founder and president of the NGO Climate and Sustainability, who have been powering the She Changes Climate campaign for the last 12 months.
Thank you so much, Bianca, and welcome everyone. I'm so happy to be with all of you and to see that you're joining from many countries around the world. As Bianca said, we co-founded Climate and Sustainability. Our DNA is radical collaboration, because we feel that we're facing a planetary emergency right now for climate, people, and nature. And so that's now the time for all of us to work as one team for one planet, to go beyond our egos and logos and to go beyond institutional boundaries to address this emergency. And this is why today we have chosen this day as women to declare the emergency and to really send a strong political signal to the COP leaders who are going to Sharm el-Sheikh on Monday and to the COP presidency. I'm not going to say too much because I actually want to hear from Sharona first and walk the talk and take some time and space for these voices that are not being heard enough. Over to you, Sharona, and then I will introduce the program of the day. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Elise. I apologize if you hear the prayer. I can't find a room that is not occupied currently in the Koi, but thank you all for having me. I'm Sharona. I'm a Nigerian Israeli environmental activist and founder of the global movement Tuesdays for Trash, which is something that I started during COVID as a way to get back outside and continue the activism I was doing while everyone was in lockdown, with the idea that small acts of change when multiplied can transform the world, because what started as just me and my friend picking up trash at our university has turned into a global movement with people in 32 countries now helping clean up and raising awareness for the waste management crisis we're facing. And the whole point of this movement is that even though companies are the ones that are creating this problem, we as individuals have to send a signal to them that it's not something that we will accept, having their plastic and litter trashing our environment, destroying our ecosystems, and having them peddle greenwashing campaigns to pretend like they're fixing the problem when really they're cleaning up the mess that they're creating. And so being here at Koi is really a unique opportunity because I'm getting to meet people from all around the world, different backgrounds. Some people agree with me, some people have disagreements. And I think that's really critical because being able to have these conversations is necessary in order to address the crisis for everyone. And so I think it's something that we need to be pushing to the world leaders that are going to COP27, in the sense that most of us here aren't actually able to go to COP27 because we didn't have the resources or the accommodation or the accreditation. And in a sense, I feel like this is on purpose because the world leaders often use these PR to actually using it to create the legislation that we need to see. So they're discussing the things that we already know. and things that can be done over Zoom, instead of using the opportunity to put things down on paper, create an actual plan, and then set implementation for these plans to go into effect after the conference. And the message I would like to send to them is we don't need discussions, we don't need empty promises, we want action, and we need action. And it's critical, especially for frontline communities, which I represent Nigeria and Israel. Both of these communities are facing some of the worst effects of the climate crisis, even though we contribute not nearly to the comparison of Western regions. And I really hope that in the future, these COPs allow more people like me to be in attendance.
Thank you so much for joining us from where you are. This is amazing, and sorry that the connection stopped, but this is exactly what we wanted, Sharona. Thank you so much. We wanted to basically provide a platform for women to make their voices heard, because we feel that there's not enough space in the COP27 setup for these voices. And we know it's been very difficult for youth leaders to have access to COP. You know, it's all kinds of issues with accreditation, travel costs, etc. So this COP in Egypt is going to be difficult. We actually had a debate with Bianca and our whole team. Should we go as she changes climate? Also, given the fact that the Egyptian presidency is not exactly always walking the talk on human rights. So it's been a difficult decision, but some of us will go, and we're going to meet the COP27 presidency, and also supporting people like you who are youth leaders in their countries. So we are also very, very happy that Mimansha, who's here helping us from Nepal, and others are joining, and we will support them for making their voices heard at COP. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
and
I see
apologies
you
for
back.
the internet connection.
Thank you
Yeah.
for bringing sunlight to our day, and I hope to see you and meet you in person very soon. What I wanted to add to what you were saying and what Bianca was saying, which is very, very important, is that indeed the climate crisis is also a leadership crisis. And it was also very interesting, if you heard the video, when you listened to our friend Farhana Yamin, that this is a systemic change. We need a systemic change, and inclusion and diversity are key to the transformation of society. There's a lot of research that has been done that shows that when you have 50% of women on boards of companies, you deliver better results. When you have also women who are part of governments and parliaments, we get better legislation for the future, for a more sustainable future. So this is not only an issue of equity and in terms of moral equity, but it's also about delivering results for the planet. And we also feel that actually when you have more young people who are part of these boards of companies, or also who have, if they have a voice in parliament, that can also totally change the conversation. I just want to share a more personal story now, because I've been working on climate change for about 20 years. And I started becoming involved in local politics about 4 years ago. And I was really surprised to see the difference between how people feel on the street, you know, and how young people feel on the street when they go and protest for urgent action for climate. And then, you know, in a local council where it's a different type of generation. And also, obviously, you have, you know, 70% of men, older generation, it's a totally different discourse. So in a way, there is a gap between the people who represent us in the political system and the society. And I think that's a key challenge. You know, how do you address this planetary emergency with the political system we have, with the institutions that we have that are not moving fast enough? And this is actually a question I have for all of you. I don't have the answer right now. Because now a lot of young people are really, really upset and want to break the system, which I kind of understand. And there's the same debate now with COP27. You know, do we actually get involved into the COP27 discussion, or do we say the UN is not useful anymore? I tend to believe that we still need the UN, because this is the only political forum where countries are together, where we can act together. And the world is so fragmented now as well with the war in Ukraine. This is the only place where we can get together. But of course, it's difficult because the UN system is not open enough to these new voices. You want to say something again, Sharona? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, one more thing before I have to leave is I think that what we need is we need leaders who aren't just running for re-election, but are actually running to create change and a system that can be carried on by the new leaders that come after them. And only when we have this are we going to be able to actually move and make progress towards a sustainable future. And honestly, I think that all the people in the youth, especially at COI, are the people that we need in power, because we are the ones who are doing the work, even though like we're sacrificing our childhood to fight for basic necessities that should be guaranteed to us. So I think that really it's about having better politicians and voting for people who are actually care, genuinely want to change things, as opposed to being elected and having the status and the power.
Thank you so much, Sharona. And indeed, this is a perfect transition to introduce the program of the day, because we actually decided to talk about that, to talk about political leadership. So just for you to know what's on the menu for today, we're going to talk about transforming political leadership to address the climate emergency. And I see that Janet Salisbury is online already. She's going to moderate the first session on this topic, joining from Australia. I think you know that in Australia, there has been elections. There's been a big change. A lot of women were elected to address the climate crisis. So we wanted to start the day to give you a sense of hope that political change is possible. And actually, when women run for elections with this idea of working for the common good and not just for power on the short term, that can also make a big change. So that will be the first panel of the day, political leadership. It will start in about 8 minutes. After that, we will have a session hosted by Charlotte Dufour, Listening Inspires. I don't say too much about this one. It's kind of a special session with a lot of connection to nature, to mindfulness. Then we have a session on finance. Obviously, finance is really, really important. Empowering women through finance is one of the drivers of this systemic transformation. And we have the honor and pleasure of hosting also Mrs. Bogolo Kenewendo, who is on the COP27 Climate Champions team, former Minister of Economy and Industry in Africa, in Botswana. So I don't want to say too much, you will see, but there will be a lot of really inspiring people on this session, hosted by Kare Bojanan from the Rallying Cry, and women who are making change happen on the ground in Zambia. After that, we're going to talk about energy. All these sessions are dialogues. And so what we also wanted was to connect women who are in a position of power with other women who are not in the spotlight yet. So it's really this idea of women rising by lifting each other. And for this session on energy, we will listen to leaders talking about the energy crisis. Obviously, this is a very hot topic right now. Everybody is talking about energy shortage, well, at least here in Europe with what's happening in Russia. So how do we phase out fossil fuels? How do we make a society more reliant in terms of energy for everyone around the world as well? After that, we have a press briefing. This is going to be an important moment at 1 o'clock Universal Time. We have the pleasure of hosting Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, co-president of Club of Rome, Julia Steinberger, very famous scientist who work with the IPCC and many other scientists around the world working on a society that can go beyond GDP growth. So this is also what we wanted with Bianca, talking about this systemic transformation. Hindu Ibrahim, maybe you know her, she's from Chad, and Zoe Cohen, who's been climate activist. Well, she doesn't want to say activist, but peaceful resistance in the UK. We have a dialogue on forest, food and nature, which I will have the honor of hosting with the World Economic Forum and many other speakers from around the world as well. And then a very important session on peace and law, hosted by Farhana Yamin again, who's one of the top She Changes Climate ambassadors. And then we'll talk about how we can scale up local solutions. And towards the end of the day, planetary health. I think all of you know Johan Rockstrom. We are very, very pleased that he's joining. We wanted men to join. not only women. We actually want to walk the talk and be inclusive. And he's one of the pioneers, obviously, on climate action, but also on women empowerment. Oceans and loss and damage, that's also something very important for COP27, because the small countries, islands and countries that are most vulnerable to climate impacts will make their voice heard at COP27 on this very important topic of loss and damage. What do we do for these people who are basically losing their country altogether because of climate change? And oceans, oceans are important. It's not just about sea level rise, but oceans are also making sure we have a stable planet by absorbing the carbon and keeping these ecosystems alive in the oceans. So this is the menu of the day. I hope it gives you some inspiration and the motivation to join some of the sessions. And we will close the sessions with Caroline Mayer, who has joined our team recently as Chief Empowerment Officer, and Maya Morsi from the COP27 presidency. She's the president of the Women's Congress in Egypt. So please do join us for the end of the day as well. That's going to be a very important moment. We will collect all the inputs from the dialogues in a shared document that the moderators are helping us. We want to use this day to co-create the future. And we will issue a Women Declare Emergency statement that we're going to share with the press, with the COP presidency, with some of our core asks. Just for you, I think you know that we have already sent a letter to the COP27 presidency. It was signed by more than 1,000 political leaders, economists, scientists, and change makers. We haven't heard a response from them yet. So some of these political asks, we are bringing them to COP. And we also want to hear from you, obviously, today, in terms of what you think are the most urgent actions to address this planetary emergency and to raise climate ambition. We only have 2 or 3 years left. We don't have any time to lose. So thank you so much. I'm going to stop now so that everybody can have a 2-minute break before we hand over to Janet for the session on political leadership, hosted from Australia and joined by amazing leaders from around the world. Thank you so much. So if you want to put your microphone on mute, and
thank you, Sharona.
And see you in 2 minutes.
Shall I get going? Am I okay to go?
Go ahead, Janet, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Elise and Bianca, for those introductions. And good day and welcome from down under here in Australia, where it's already 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm Janet Salisbury, the founder of the Women's Climate Congress, and I'm very excited about collaborating with She Changes Climate for this amazing event. The Women's Climate Congress was formed in January 2020 during the terrible Black Summer bushfires. Women came together in grief and with a vision to restore climate security by 2030 and to put nurture of life and care for the planet at the centre of all policies before we're overwhelmed by climate change and other environmental and social breakdown. I was particularly inspired by the International Congress of Women that was held in April 1915, when 1,300 women from warring and neutral countries came to The Hague for the only peace conference of World War I. They had no political power, but their far-sighted resolutions have reverberated down the past 100 years as an agenda for significant changes in international human rights law since then. It's a very inspiring case study for the insight of woman thought. I think that over 1,000 women have registered today for this International Congress with similar purpose and resolve to those 1,300 women in 1915. Together we can bring change. Online with me today is Lynn Stevens, one of the co-directors of the Women's Climate Congress. And Lynn's going to keep an eye on the chat for Q&A, which we'll come to later. And the theme for this session is policy dialogue, transforming power through political leadership. And I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm hosting this session from Aboriginal land. I'm in Canberra, in Australia's capital, which is Ngunnawal and Ngambri land. Sovereignty has never been ceded. I pay my heartfelt respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and thank them for their custodianship of the land over millennia. As we move into this conversation with some common purpose, I would like to invite you to take a few moments to deeply connect your spirit to Mother Earth, wherever you are today, drawing strength from this amazing chain of women around the world who are united in this moment. It has been said that the climate emergency today is a failure of global leadership. The latest IPCC reports point to ecosystem collapse, heat waves and floods that are already locked in by current levels of global warming. In Australia, we have experienced unprecedented bushfires and flooding. Part of our country, the Torres Strait Islands, the traditional lands and waters of Indigenous islanders are being washed away by sea level rise. Other places of immense spiritual importance to Aboriginal people are being daily destroyed by the relentless industrial machine. We know what the predominant leadership has been. We need a rebalance, and we need it fast to bring leadership that represents all people, leadership that is reconnected to Indigenous wisdom, that brings the nurture of life and stewardship of the earth and intergenerational long-term planning back into the centre of policies. Leadership that brings people together to turn things around. And we know that women, in all of our diversity, bring these qualities. In recent Australian elections, we saw a government topple when it did not get on board with either climate change or women. But there's much more to do. We need more governments and COP to catch up and remove the final barriers to full representation and participation. We have with us tonight 4 amazing guest conversationalists to help us with this theme. Kylie Tink is an independent federal member of the Australian Parliament representing North Sydney. Kylie is joining us from Sydney. Dr. Virginia Marshall is a First Nations Wiradjuri Nyamba woman, and she's a leading legal scholar on Indigenous Australian water rights and was recently appointed as a member of the Australian Government Climate Change Authority. She's joining us from Egypt, where she's already there for COP. Sharon Bagwin-Rolls is the regional representative of the Shifting the Power Coalition, working with partner organisations across 7 Pacific Island countries She represents the coalition in various UN boards and activities and to host the Pacific Islands Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice. Sharon was one of the 1,000 peace women nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2005 and has been recognised as a woman of distinction by the UN. Sharon is in Fiji. Delphine O is French Ambassador at Large for Gender Equality. As Secretary and as Secretary General for the Generation Equality Forum, also known as the Beijing Plus 25 Forum, she led the organisation of the largest international summit for women's rights since 1995, which was held in Paris in June 2021. She was previously a Member of Parliament representing a Paris electorate for La République En Marche, I think also known as the Renaissance Party, and Delphine's in Paris. As we're going along, we will be gathering key issues to put into the action manifesto that Elise told you about, to send to COP leadership after this summit. So put your thoughts and questions into the chat and Lynn will help me look at those later. So I'm first going to turn to Kylie. Hang on, just readjusting my screen slightly here for a moment. So Kylie, the recent government election, as we've already heard, alluded to, saw a big increase in the number and diversity of women elected to Parliament, including 6 women who are community independents. This community independence movement has been described as united by wanting genuine community representation and propelled by the urgency of the issues that face us. And it's also the launchpad for a new way of doing politics. What has particularly attracted women, do you think, to step up into this community independence movement? And what are the lessons for COP?
Well, firstly, Janet, thank you so much for hosting this forum today, and thank you to everyone for being here today, wherever you're joining this meeting from. It's quite extraordinary to be a part of this gathering, so thank you very much for inviting me to be here. I'm joining you from Gamaragal land in New South Wales in Australia, and I also pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and special respects to any First Nations people who may actually be on this call tonight. It's knowledge and history such as your communities hold that we need to tap into as a society globally. Janet, you asked the question about what was it that in this last federal election saw a record number of women put their hand up, and indeed a record number of women run as independents in the federal election. And I've given it a lot of thought, and I think it comes down to 3 core themes. I think the first one was frustration, like palpable frustration, and a sense that it was no longer there was no longer an opportunity to sit back and let the system reset itself. You know, I have to confess, I've been voting in Australia for over 30 years, and we have a democratic country that we can all be very proud of, but we had gotten ourselves into a political situation where arguably the 2-party structure we had become gridlocked, and we weren't getting significant social reform here in Australia, and Australia was falling further and further behind internationally on things as important as climate reform, participation in the economy by women, integrity in politics, and actually our basic human rights. So frustration's where it's began. I think it was then realising that there was the opportunity to take responsibility for the role. For me personally, I had this moment where I realised that if I was frustrated by the political system that I saw myself surrounded by, the most important thing I could do there was recognise the role that I'd played in creating it, and then in recognising that, accept the opportunity to say, well, if I built it, I can help recreate it. And so, and that was very true of a lot of the people who got behind me to turn this seat independent. And that was fundamentally driven by hope, because, the truth remains that there is every reason for us to be optimistic, particularly here in Australia, where, we have an amazing quality of life. boundless natural resources and generally a very stable community, but we need to do more. So I think frustration, responsibility and hope were the three things that kind of drove us to do it. And then that real sense that there was no more moments left. You know, we had to make every moment that we found ourselves in count, and the decision we made at that time and the conversation we had at that time had to be pushing for the change. So the seat I now hold in Sydney has only been held by an independent once before. Other than that, it's always been held by a member of the same political party here, the Liberal Party. So it's quite an extraordinary thing for this seat to have gone to an independent, but already, you know, we're making a significant impact in the Australian political landscape, and we saw that with the climate bills that were recently passed down here. You know, arguably it's the crossbench in Australian politics at the moment that is fundamentally holding the government to account and really pushing them to go harder and to do better. And I'm incredibly proud and grateful to be able to play a part in that.
Thank you. Thanks, Carly. We might come back to a couple of points from there a bit later, but I'm now going to turn to Virginia, Dr. Virginia Marshall. And Virginia, you're an expert on native title and traditional knowledge, protection, water and human rights, and you're a champion for action on climate change. And you're now one of 3 women who have been appointed to the Peak Australian Government Climate Change Advisory Group. Previously, this group had 4 men and 1 woman. Now it has an equal number of men and women, which is a good thing. What are your hopes for this expanded group and Australian climate policy? And also, I just wonder if you could touch on the recent UN ruling against the Australian government in relation to the Torres Strait Islands and what key message this sends to Australian government and other governments. Virginia.
Well, I think that, and welcome, I just have to say my introduction. So you and Nadi Virginia Marshall, Raju Nyemba, Nurambang, Marangur, to everybody. So thank you so much for coming on board and listening to the words we hope that you can hear today and carry in your hearts. And also welcome many of the Indigenous people who are here today, and we all also acknowledge that Australia is an unceded country. We have had such an incredible legacy for all peoples of the world, being the oldest surviving and such an amazing culture for this planet. So I guess to your first question, which was the Climate Change Authority, I won't speak on the Climate Change Authority business, but I will say that I was pleasantly surprised. In terms of being an Indigenous woman, it really is important to see that men, women, children, our families are the connectivity that we have to our identity. So it's not men and women and everybody else. So the connection that we have to our communities is really primary. And this is the way we look at issues to heal in domestic violence. It's not just women that we heal, but it's the whole family. And that's really an imperative for peace and peace in families. So if I take that a step further to the Climate Change Authority, it is a very effective and positive change to have a number of women and men together on such an important group. And I think also that it carries a heavy burden as well, being Indigenous and a woman on the Climate Change Authority. So I think that those perspectives are very important to provide, but I think it's actually we create climate change, not only she creates climate change. And I think that's really an important factor of all of this together. And I think that we'll make, very wise and tempered decisions. And I, as well, understand I've been an academic in both the science at the ANU, as well as the School of Regulation and Global Governance, and now move into a new role as a research fellow with the ANU for the next 4 years for my Australian Research Council grant on Aboriginal-led Indigenous medicine. So that's very exciting. So all of these opportunities really have a connection to climate change, because if we don't get these issues dealt with as a priority, as a crisis or as an emergency, we will not have Indigenous medicines. We will not have foods which are critical for Indigenous peoples across the world, and also to manage whole waters, because that's a connection that's imperative to Indigenous medicines and food sovereignty. I know more, as much as many people on this incredible panel today, is that without water security, we won't have a future. And without peace, we won't have a future. So this is integral to our way forward. It's not just about a number. It's not just about emissions and a number. It's much more than that. And to say it's a simplistic response to deal with climate change would be wrong. So I guess my contribution this year has been really interesting compared to last year, where I was chosen as a Pacific delegate for the local communities and Indigenous peoples meetings. And I've been attending those this week and a number of other meetings, and they're critical. Those Indigenous peoples meetings are critical from people around the world to come, knowing we have commonalities and knowing that we wish to have those outcomes, as I mentioned and as I've written about and spoken about over the years, that we really need to be more than observers in these particular meetings, and also that the meeting of the parties in the next couple of weeks. So I think that our voices need to be heard, and we have had a legacy of incredible land and water management, of social order, of practices over many, many generations. For us, as Indigenous peoples of Australia, it's over 60 to 80,000 years of peace. And that also must mean something in trying to find a way to meet these crises and also offer solutions. So I think with the Torres Strait Islander peoples, it is a critical situation where it is, if we turn our backs and if we also don't have and meet this crisis head on, that Torres Strait Islander peoples will have the unenviable decision made for them. And that's what I feel and heartfelt in my soul, that where do they go to? That's their home, their aka, their families, where their old people are buried. You know, that is just unspeakable. So, you know, the decision that was made was by a council's wise decision that Australia pay compensation. That is yet to be more broadly discussed, but it is a really important issue. But, you know, there are many examples where people are concerned where they will be moved off their islands and not willingly. So we have some really big decisions to make. But I really do believe in COP. I did hear Greta Thunberg's expression that, you know, not attending is the way to go forward. I don't believe that. I believe that we must attend and keep on attending. And that's why we've worked so hard as women, as Kylie's pointed out, you know, to be at the table, to make those decisions. And Sharon has worked so hard in peace to resolve conflict. And Delphine, you know, has also worked very hard to ensure that is really our legacy. So, you know, I really stand besides everybody today on the panel that, you know, peace is more important. Putting aside our differences is critical, and working together as you know, a community, a connected community. So I think that's where I see the decision, which are very difficult ones in the future. But, you know, we have to set aside, you know, that feeling that we can just relax, because we can't relax. So we need to really step up and work together in so many different ways. And I think that we can do this important work. And I'm a bit of an optimist that we can still really move forward on this together.
Thanks very much, Virginia. And yeah, I'm going to move now to Sharon, who's joining us from Fiji tonight. Hi, Sharon. So you've been working for a long time, many decades, across humanitarian development, peace and security issues. And you talk about sharing wisdom and knowledge passed down from your foremothers to strengthen women's voices and agency and leadership. And also in a recent UN article, you said women's involvement can't be about what happens after a cyclone or a flood strike. Women need to be shaping policy at all levels. So I'm just wondering what this looks like to you. And while women are spearheading the response locally, how come the men are the ones that are still sitting at the table?
Oh, that's the million-dollar question, or maybe the multi-million-dollar question that we all ask ourselves, particularly as a Pacific Island region where we still have the least, the lowest numbers in terms of women's political representation. And as my feminist sister Nolene Nambulibo always says, how can you call yourself a democracy if women aren't even present in parliaments? And I think that is so critical. So one of the things that we're talking about is really the structural and transformative change that is needed in order to enable the realization of gender equality and women's rights, as well as secure and protect biodiversity, climate justice, as well as resilience and disaster risk reduction. And this is really the time to hold our member states, our governments accountable, because they are the duty bearers as well as financial institutions, and they must all center the expertise and lived realities and solutions of frontline communities, including Indigenous people, informal workers, rural communities, persons with disabilities, non-binary, LGBTQ+ people, and young women. It's not been, I have to say 2022 has been a game changer. You've seen some changes in Australia, but if I can just step back to CSW 66, in terms of getting the language around gender responsive and inclusive disaster risk reduction and resilience, that really came about. We saw the results from CSW 66. Many of us
that's the Commission for the Status of Women.
That is the Commission on the Status of Women
yes.
At the UN, and many of us have referred to it as a Pacific Commission on the Status of Women because it broke new ground by really affirming the nexus of gender, climate, and disaster risk reduction. Quite often, policies are in so many different silos that we spend a lot of time and energy having to link it all together. In March as well, we also saw the launch of a research report on women-led early warning systems. And for me, this was really critical because it was an important reminder of how Pacific women-led innovation is actually combining traditional knowledge, appropriate and accessible technology in meeting early warning and resilience building. It's making sure that women are part of that conversation and not just the big tech companies, because this is about our peace and security. But we still have disasters and climate change that are widening inequalities and continuing to undermine poverty reduction in the region. COVID-19 is still around, even though, we might be traveling or not wearing masks. And what it's actually doing is continuing to exacerbate those inequalities and hardships faced by women and girls, including those with disabilities. And what we're seeing on the ground, particularly at the regional level, is the lack of coherence on political commitments. So everybody, once again, working in their silos. So it is frustrating when our leaders do make wonderful commitments to amplify climate security and climate change issues, but then there's this slow uptake on driving a gender transformative action, including in preparedness and early warning. What this does, why you still have the men at the table, is because the vulnerabilities or the drivers of inequalities are not being met. Women still remain siloed in the language of being vulnerable. And when you're siloed in vulnerability, it actually means that is where you're positioned when you have to negotiate through many different governance structures, including traditional and faith. But it's also one of the reasons that we do the work that we do. working across the nexus, and to bring the change that is needed, and to really demonstrate how multi-stakeholder processes can work. And I'm sure Delphine will talk about this as well from the learnings of generation equality. But really the importance of having greater inclusion of the women's rights and feminist movement as well. So what are we doing in our Pacific region? In 2016, a number of us got together as women leaders and formed the Shifting the Power Coalition. And this year we saw the formation of the Pacific Island Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice. I like to use the analogy of weaving, because we are weaving the different expertise and experiences, like the mats, like the baskets that we carry, like the walls in our traditional homes, because that is what's needed. We can't just have a one-size-fits-all solution. It requires all the different experts, and it's also showing us, or to the rest of the world, that this is what a feminist movement-led approach is about. The collective efforts of building women's local and traditional knowledge, bringing our technical expertise, and continuing to address the underlying causes of inequality and violence. For us, we're seeing these as 4 key areas: the increased burden of unpaid care work because of the ripple effects from COVID-19, the persistent inequalities in access and affordability of sexual reproductive health rights and services, and the continuous rapid loss of our biodiversity on our islands and in our ocean. So we are working to ensure that national and multilateral efforts are inclusive, accountable, and transformative, and showing the modalities of how feminist coalition and movement building is working. At the same time, Janet, one of the things we are doing is also being accountable to each other, because even within spaces of power, we can sometimes be exclusionary. So it's important that we keep each other in check, looking at our personal power, making sure that when we're talking to our governments and other agencies, we're bringing the evidence from that diversity, being bold to say to member states and the UN, come and look at our frameworks, look at the work that we're doing, because these are grounded in the local realities as well as those global policy commitments. And when taking a seat at the table, ensuring we're there with our allies. So also being able to be ready to withdraw and redefine political processes to protect our movement. I just want to come to, the importance of appropriate and accessible technology, because I think it is so important when we talk about our local, traditional, and Indigenous knowledge that, yes, we do need, multi-hazard early warning systems that work for communities, but at the same time, these don't have to be fancy or high-tech. These can be affordable, low cost, and appropriate for our communities. And particularly when we're island communities, we don't have the landmass like Australia or even Europe or even the US, where you could literally run, a broadband connection from one end of your country to the other. So making sure that Pacific Island women are in that space of determination. So our 5 key points of moving ahead: structural change is important, tackling the drivers of inequalities, making sure we're decolonizing political processes as well to ensure we have that equitable participation, then localization can be more effective. We need to address the intersectionality of climate disasters and the women, peace and security agendas. And ultimately, any financing talk, whether it's the loss and damage financing or the bigger climate financing allocations, minimum 30% has got to get to women where they are in their local communities. Thanks, Janet.
Thanks very much, Sharon. That's a lot in there to unpackage and and to inspire, hopefully, the rest of the day too. Now, just finally coming to Delphine and thinking about the international women's movement leading up to 1995, in Beijing, and since then. And I often think about all the millions of women hours spent on gender equality issues, speaking out on oppression, improving women's lives, and including the voices of women in governance. But notwithstanding all the dedication and achievements of generations of women are still, to some extent, well, to a large extent, trapped in a patriarchal worldview, and we're running out of time in a very real sense for planet Earth. How can we break through the final barriers and speed things up before it gets too late?
Thank you, Janet. And thank you very much, Sharon, because I want to build on your comments that provided a perfect segue to what I would like to be my contribution to this policy dialogue. So as you mentioned, Janet, I had the honor to lead the organization of the Generation Equality Forum. For those of you who don't know about the forum, it was the largest international conference on gender equality and women's rights that took place since the Beijing conference in 1995. And as we know that the COP is almost starting now in Egypt, I like to say that it's as if we didn't have any COP on climate change for the past 25 years. Well, that's what happened for gender equality and women's rights. We didn't have an international conference convened by the UN since 1995. Some of those who attended the Generation Equality Forum were not even born in 1995. So what we set out to do, and when I say we, I mean by we, the UN, UN Women, together with the two co-hosts, two co-chairs of this conference, France and Mexico, is two things. The first one, to answer your question about how do we transform political leadership, precisely fighting against what Sharon describes as everybody working in their own silos. If we set out to tackle the climate change challenge, as well as the gender equality challenge, then we need to radically change the way that we work. And then when I say we, I mean specifically governments, public institutions, international institutions, and of course the UN. We used to be working in a diplomatic world that is kind of closed off, talking from one government to another government, or talking from one government to the UN. And what we try to do very differently, and Sharon knows that because she was part of the civil society participants and co-builders of this conference, is to work in a very completely multi-stakeholder format. So we brought on board not only, of course, the governments, because we need new laws and new regulations, not only the international institutions, such as, of course, the UN, but also the World Bank and the financial institutions, but of course also the civil society organizations, and also the private sector. And I want to say here that it's a real challenge to be working across the board. On one side, having the civil society, radical feminist organizations pushing us to go further and further, and the other side, the private sector. But what we thought is that we need all goodwills and all potential contributions to the gender equality challenge. So that's what we did. And we managed last year, the forum in Paris, to raise $40 billion to advance gender equality in the next 5 years. And one of our action coalition, because we had 6 of them, was specifically targeting gender equality and climate justice. The second contribution I would like to make is how do we transform the way us governments, us institutions work towards gender equality and climate change? Well, there's been a late, slow, but still welcome realization on the part of some governments that we need to do more to support feminist grassroots organizations, such as ones that are represented here today. And that was also one of the focus of the Generation Equality Forum, is really how to support grassroots feminist organizations, because we can vote and pass and enact new laws and new regulations, but those working on the grounds and doing the work and doing the real change often are the very local organizations, as you know. So some governments, like the Canadian government, the Dutch government, and most recently the French government, have decided to create specific funds to fund only feminist organizations, not big development NGOs, but really only feminist organizations. And many of them, of course, are working on climate change. So this was 2 pieces of advice or 2 remarks or comments on how we transform the way to do politics and policy, and how we transform political leadership on the parts of government institutions to be advancing the gender agenda, the gender equality agenda, but also the climate agenda.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Delphine. So these sessions are very short. We've got 10 minutes now, to, I've got a few comments and things in the chat. Now, I was going to bring Lynn Stevens back in now, but I actually can't find, I think she must have lost her connection or something has happened because I've lost Lynn. So I've been looking at the chat myself. There's a couple of questions in the chat about the issue of peace and security and the huge sort of migration of people that will occur when we have more climate change and shortages of food, water, and so on, and how can governments prepare for that? And maybe you can answer that a little bit, but at the same time, I'd also like you to maybe tell us a little bit what really good message would you like to send to COP from women from this? So would somebody like to start? Have a go at that.
I'll quickly jump in because we work with the Pacific Conference of Churches and a number of other organizations that are actually working with island communities that are looking at relocation. We're about to launch a film also that talks to two elders from the Vunidogoloa community, two women. It's the first village that's had to relocate in Fiji. And one of the messages that is really coming strongly from that conversation around loss and damage is obviously around the political nature of loss and damage, but to recognize that loss and damage is not simply the loss of the geopolitical loss. It's the loss of your place of being, your place of birth, your cultural identity, your place where you were born, your children are born, where your elders are buried, your gardens, etc. And so it is so critical that when anything to do with relocation or anything to do with the loss and damage, we're not just looking at political negotiations, but we're looking at socio-economic and cultural issues that bring the whole community into a process of really understanding and being, and that's why I talk about self-determination, that they determine the process through which they will go through in that relocation. So I think those are critical in any matter. And that comes back to the peace and security, to the human security agenda as well. Thanks, Janet.
And I think I'll just go on and really continue from what Sharon said. It's really critical to look at education for our young people and for youth, because at the moment we are really reaping the benefits by having young graduate students from the Australian National University. We conceived it through bringing Asia Pacific and Australia together, and honestly, their ability to be here at COP and to go to meetings and to attend various issues such as loss and damage, Sharon's pointed out, is so important for them, because we know what's happening at home, but for reasons that young people can't get together, and it's not the same over the internet as it is in person to person. We know that from COVID and being locked down. It's really been wonderful. So that is in itself a great opportunity to really have a camaraderie again, and we've always had one, but we need to reassert that together, that we can really find commonalities, but we also work together on finding solutions, whether that's nature-based solutions, but in all of this framework, it's decolonising. Decolonisation is critical. We can have a lot of great policies out there, but unless we actually speak through our voices and our experience, which is tens of thousands of years, thousands of years, that we can really provide those solutions for others. And, Indigenous peoples can and do lead the way on bioindicators, for example, the science that's there that we're actually sharing. In the bushfires, and Kylie would know this, in 2019, Indigenous people led the way by just really showing the world about cool fire farming practices. That was so critical and continues to be critical in providing that knowledge overseas and here. And I think that that's what we need to see, is that we have so much to offer, but we also need to offer that in peace and friendship, and it needs to be reciprocal. because we can only really advance if we have what we say in Wiradjuri Yinyamarra, which is those layers of respect for each other to go forward, not with being exploited, but being respected.
And I'd like to build on what both Sharon and Virginia have said there, in that I think there is a real moment at this point in time where it's no longer appropriate to not be having really active discussions about adaptation and mitigation, and to have discussions that are actually pulling all of the nations together around a table, because we share responsibility in this space and place. You know, Sharon, my heart breaks to hear about the community that has just had to relocate in Fiji. That's not okay. And, you know, that really should be front page news here in Australia, because we share the same region, and arguably Australia is responsible for that migration, because we are, you know, the second largest exporter of coal in the world and the fifth largest exporter of gas still in the world. So we need to move. I had the pleasure recently of meeting with two trade delegations, actually, from large economies globally. And at the end of each conversation, we came back to a final point, which is now is the time to be building all of our relations on the shared ambition, which is to keep our world at 1.5 degrees. Like, we literally need to move onto a war footing. And, you know, I live in hope that we actually can choose to take that position prior to any more extreme crises than what we're already seeing. You know, as Virginia said, we've had the fires, the floods in Australia. It can't get any more sort of real down here, I don't think. And yet still people seem to, as soon as the smoke clears, want to just move on and pretend like it didn't happen. Our governments need to be held to account. We do need women taking seats at the table. We need to take them for ourselves and not wait to ask for permission or engagement with parties, and, you know, be the change we want to see in the world. We do need to change our refugee policy. Yes, Kirsten, something I'm fighting very hard for in the House at the moment.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Delphine? And incidentally, I'm really sorry, Lynn, my colleague, Lynn, I realised that you have been there all along, and I just misplaced you for a moment there. But well, Delphine, would you?
Yeah, just a last word from someone who's no expert on climate, so I'm not going to dare provide any technical advice to the COP, but I do have a little bit of expertise over the past 3 years of how, once again, to work across the board to bring together very different stakeholders who might hold very different, if not diverging views, and who maybe from the starting point don't want to talk to each other. And so if the COP somehow could take a page from the Generation Equality Forum in really bringing to the table civil society and the private sector and all kind of actors who are working towards climate justice, but not just to bring them to the table, but actually to work with them. I think that would be great. And that's sort of a general advice to the United Nations. I think Elise in her introduction mentioned the UN. And do we still need the UN? Yes, we do need the UN, but we also need to push the UN to work somehow differently and to push the international community to work somehow differently. And so I do hope that the COP this year or next year's will be also heeding the way of doing things differently by working across the board with different stakeholders.
Yes, so that's a wonderful bringing together of what we've been hearing about well, transforming the COP to be inclusive of women, but beyond that, to be inclusive of more different parts of civil society, as the Gender Equality Forum has done, to broaden their agenda to take in more voices. And yeah, that seems like a really important sort of message to send. Not to, well, this COP is already happening now, but in preparation for the next COP and the next COP up. And I think Australia is sort of putting up a bid to host a COP in a couple of years' time. So that's certainly
that'll be fantastic.
That can be taken on board in developing towards that time. So we're just about at time. And Lynn and I are going to sort of afterwards, we'll have a look and pull together some of the key points that have been raised. I mean, we've heard about inclusive, well, we've heard about the need for real structural and transformative change, I suppose, which is what we've women have come into this summit.
That's right. I think we've got to not make it so theoretical. I think we need to go back to human rights being human. I think we really got to understand that connection and really celebrate and walk together. I think that's really going to be empowering. It's like so much we take for granted in life. So let's do it.
Yeah. And, you know, we've had very encouraging news from Australia about, from Kylie, about women coming forward to stand as independents and the difference that they can make in the parliament. And I can only hope that there's going to be more of that and more of that around the world. And about inclusive and being inclusive, accountable and transformative. And from Sharon, being bold. I think that's one of the things going forward out of the summit, to be bold in what we're really asking for, the change, and to stand up and ask for it, to say it's time. So I really would like to thank all of our panel tonight for all of their wonderful contributions. And yes, and I hope you're going to stay on and listen to the next panel that's coming up after this, and the next after that. Or for us in Australia, that'll be staying up all night. And for you in other parts of the world, getting into the rest
Egypt.
of your day. So, yes, so thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much to our wonderful conversationalists, I like to call
Thank you.
Take care. Managu.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
And I do want to invite you to stay on for in the next 10 minutes, we'll be starting a beautiful session on the power of words, which I hope will be a good moment of recharging amidst a fascinating and dense summit. So stay tuned in the next 10 minutes.
And it was because I was utterly frustrated and voicing on behalf of so many women in the UN meetings in Marrakesh, the huge frustration about being excluded from decision making and it being excluded from major positions of power, major offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made. I'm a first-year PhD student at Cambridge University, looking at the application of AI to climate change issues. Specifically, I'm using acoustics, machine learning, and Indigenous knowledge in regards to forest conservation. Women's experiences with climate change are so different because women usually uphold the community and they give care to the community. So if that community is harmed by drought, by hurricanes, by flooding, they are the ones at the forefront, piecing the logistics together and supporting the whole community from the effects of climate change.
We have to include women in decision making because they have the expertise on the ground. They know exactly how it affects them and the community, and they can bring the solution and another perspective. Friendship is an NGO from Bangladesh that Runa funded 20 years ago. I can see the direct impact it has on the most vulnerable in education, in health, in climate adaptation, in gender equality. It's amazing when you see that millions of people are impacted by the work she does.
The Friendship has been working with the most vulnerable climate impacted migrants or IDPs. Bangladesh is in the forefront of climate impact, and the people that we have been working with are those migratory communities. We have been working for healthcare because that's what you need to address when people are suffering. Climate action, so that, with agriculture, with indigenous knowledge, so that as they migrate, they can stand back on their feet again. This was the most important thing to give to them. It was not a choice that we work with women, but when a cyclone strikes, when floods come in, it is the old, the women and children who are the left behind. Women are so often portrayed as victims. They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
If we open up the definition of what it means to be a leader, we can get rid of this victim label that gets put onto people and actually see that those people are also leaders.
When I look at the forest protection movement, when I look at community organizations, when I look at amazing projects that are helping protect forests, the vast majority are led by women. Let's start with having at least 50% of all negotiations, climate negotiating teams be women, and that at least a portion of those women are Indigenous.
Alipunja. Mi nombre es Verónica Imunda. Soy quichua de Ecuador. Represento a la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. El ser mujeres es muy complicado desde cada una de las cosmovisión de las nacionalidades. Para que una mujer esté al frente necesita luchar primeramente con su propia cosmovisión, porque en cada cultura las mujeres siempre hemos estado no visibles. Prácticamente desde las mujeres que han luchado desde diferentes espacios, es muy importante la inclusión, porque vemos mujeres lideresas desde algunas nacionalidades que han destacado, y sobre todo ahora tenemos también mujeres en espacios grandes como parlamentarias en mi país, Miriam Cisneros. Entonces nosotros solo estamos siguiendo ese sueño de las mujeres, como jóvenes, como mujeres, decir que no vamos a dejar así sola nuestra Pachamama. Vamos a seguir desde cualquier rincón de cuenca sagrada vamos a estar acá como mujeres de lucha. Para mí es muy triste porque estamos tocando puertas ahora, pero puertas para salvar la misma humanidad. Y es muy triste porque el cambio climático nos afecta mucho a nosotros. No solo a nosotros, al mundo entero está afectando.
You look at the theme of biodiversity, for example, if you look at just where are all the species on planet Earth, what we find is that 80% of all of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous territories. And that half of the world's intact forests are on indigenous lands as well. And then so you ask, well, why is that? It's no coincidence. For example, I'm in a forest walking with an indigenous person, woman or man. Maybe that person is in their 40s. They know more than 500 species of plants, how to use it, where they grow, what it's good for, when they can.
Greetings. It's a shame to interrupt this movie, but as Francis mentioned, you can find it on the She Changes Climate YouTube channel. My name is Charlotte Dufour. I'm a co-founder of the NGO Listening Inspires, which encourages listening to oneself, to others, and nature for inspiration and power in the challenges we face today. I have the pleasure of moderating a particularly inspiring session this morning on the power of words. Now, the words, and we've just felt this through these videos, words have the power to recognize, to honor, to witness what is. They have the power to inspire, the power to share, to give. Words have the power to create, to generate and regenerate. They have the power to heal. It is with our words that we can change the way women participate in decision-making, change climate on this planet. And not just our words, but also the words of the big she, Mother Earth, who is the one regulating climate on this planet. I'm very honored to be joined today in experiencing this power with thank you, Mimansha. So greetings and welcome to this session on the power of words, in which I am very honored to be joined by powerful, inspiring women, namely Kosha Joubert, who is the CEO of the Pocket Project, a movement dedicated to global healing. And she will introduce us to the practice of global social witnessing. We will start our session by witnessing young climate leaders from communities on the front lines of climate change. And after her, we will be hearing poetry readings from Sarah, who's from the Philippines, here with us today. She's the founding director of the Green Relief Initiative and Living Story Landscapes Project. We'll be joined by video by Sharon Gaki, who's a young climate activist from Kenya, an Arctic angel also from the campaign by Global Choices. Sharon wanted to be with us today this morning, but she had the last minute opportunity to go to Sharm el-Sheikh, so she's in the plane, and we recorded her poem yesterday as she was in the airport. The wonders of technology made that possible. And we'll also have the honor of hearing a beautiful poem written by Meera Dasgupta, who's from the United States. She's also an Arctic angel, and she was the 2020 Youth Poet Laureate from the United States. So we will be enjoying the power of words, but to savor that power even more, we will be taking moments of powerful silence. After each of these interventions, or rather sharings, these offerings, I will invite you to just stay with them a moment, to close your eyes and let those words seep in your mind, in your heart, in your whole being. Really give them the space that they deserve. We'd love to hear your words, or rather read your words. Please use the chat if there's a particular poem or quote or phrase or word in your native language or in English that you'd like to share with us. Please put it in the chat. Let's have a harvest of words from around the world as we go through this session together. And finally, before we start, I'd like us to tune in to another language, which is also very powerful, that of the earth. Now, the way I'd like to offer us to do it is through what we call in Listening Inspires a moment of mindful connection to the earth, a moment where we can connect to the nature within us, around us, as a way of inviting Mother Earth with us in this session, also as a sort of source of comfort. I'll be using a card in doing so. I was hoping that this is also something you might want to use again at a later stage. So let me share my desktop and post this card. Okay. So I'm going to invite you to close your eyes for a moment. And you might be sitting or standing maybe. Feel the presence of the earth under your feet. Take a moment to breathe in deeply. Really breathe in with your full concentration, very mindful breathing. As you breathe in, draw the power and stability of mountains into your feet and legs. Breathe in. Feel the spaciousness of air in the forests of your lungs. Breathe in. Sense the liveliness of the soil, of your organs and tissues. Breathe in. Let yourself be tickled by the vibrant biodiversity of your microbiome. Breathe in. Feel the flow of life in the rivers of your arteries, veins, and lymph. Breathe in. Connect to the sunshine of wisdom in your mind's eye. Open your heart to the ocean of love that heals and regenerates. Take one last deep breath, feeling the nature within and around and with us. And with this beautiful presence among us, I would like to invite Kusha to take us on a little world tour of powerful words and faces.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Charlotte. And yeah, I want to thank all of you who are behind this powerful movement of bringing 50% women into the forefront of leadership also around climate change. But really it's a leadership around expressing our love for the world, our love for each other, our love for communities. So thank you to all of you for being here. Yeah, and as we just heard, women are often at the front lines of protecting life in communities around the world. And actually, before I stepped into leadership in the Pocket Project, I was leading the Global Eco-Village Network, a global network of over 6,000 communities on all continents dedicated to regenerating life, regenerating ecosystems. And while doing the work with each other, the real question that became stronger and stronger for me, also while attending decades of UN COP climate change conferences, why is it that our agreements, our intentions, our knowledge doesn't translate into real change? And starting to look more and more deeply what lies at the heart of the sand in the systems that disrupts the implementations of our love, our best intention, and the climate agreements that we forge. And that is really what allowed my intentions, our knowledge, to shift to the theme of the pain of the past, the pain of separation, the collective trauma that is inhibiting our seeing each other, and being able to express fully. And the practice that I would like to share with you today, global social witnessing, is a practice that invites us to come home to our own bodies, to our own hearts. We will work with the power of words of young women climate leaders from communities around the planets, really simplifying those words into just one image of a woman, one phrase. And the invitation to you is to settle deeply and watch not your, or maybe how your mind tends to respond quickly. And from that, take your attention into your body and your heart and watch the response of your body, the embodied response that we have to the information that lies within the words. So move from the surface of the words to the information that comes through the words and allow it to inform our bodies. And I believe that is also the space of interbeing with the earth, with each other, with all living systems that Charlotte has just invited. So I will also share my screen. Just give me one moment. And here we go. Yeah, so just take a moment to allow this beautiful photograph, also of a climate leader, Camille Seaman, photographer, who's on her way to the Arctic region now to portray the beauty and the terror of our changing poles. Daria Yemets from Ukraine, who shares her pain that environmental work has collapsed in Ukraine in the face of the war. And the village that she grew up in as a child, the woods that she used to pick mushrooms in, are now inhabited by a mass grave. Just take a moment to allow that to land. And maybe also notice the edges where it's hard sometimes to watch environmental work collapse in the face of wars. Sarah, who will be bringing a poem to us in a moment, having worked in the Philippines, having witnessed seasons of typhoons being followed by seasons of typhoons, being followed by seasons of typhoons, trying to work with the concepts of climate ambition, resilience, and watching the community struggle to get back up on their feet after each new cycle of destruction. Yeah, and maybe you notice how it stretches your heart to make space for this. To stay related. Sunita Mba from Cameroon, young climate leader who built regenerative communities, who supported young people to reconnect to nature, to become climate aware, to restore forests, soils, regenerative agriculture. And then watching the complete and utter destruction of all of these projects as the civil war swept the Anglophone part of Cameroon, and who's continuing to have to live far away from her country to stay safe. Catherine Polko-Enders from California, watching over the years how fires and drought are ravaging the sacred lands, threatening communities, burning down some of the largest trees, the oldest trees on earth. And finally, a glimpse of hope. Margarita Tzatelius, working with communities across Colombia and Latin America. And Colombia being a place where after 58 years of civil war, there's a reprieve. And finally, a Ministry of Environment that is embracing positive change, regenerative approaches, supporting young climate leaders to come forward. And just the deep breath of possibility that a whole country is taking at the moment. The hope that this may lead to more support for protection, for climate action. And lastly, Linda Cabera from Zimbabwe, who has been working for decades teaching young people in schools, young mothers, how to grow their own food in schoolyards, in scraps of land, in the townships, in communities around Zimbabwe, and is watching how the increasing irregularity of rainfalls, the floods, the drought, is making it harder and harder to keep going. And as we welcome these voices from Europe, from Asia, from Africa, from Latin America, from North America, allow these women to take place in our hearts as speakers for communities, for landscapes, for cultures. Yeah, I want to invite us to open our hearts to the interbeing that lies between us as we feel the earth, as we feel each other, and each of us finds our way in the complexity of climate action, expressing our love and our care as women wholeheartedly, whole-handedly, whole-mindedly at this time. Yeah, and also this young woman will be offering deeper insights into their work, and we'll be offering a whole framework event that you can visit, and I'll put a link and an email in the chat for you to reach out to if you want to know more. And with that, I would love to hand over to you, Sarah, to lead us deeper as we maybe really stay with this embodied presence, to share your poem with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Kosha. And thank you, everyone, for the meaningful invitation to share a poem. And it's a poem that could inspire women here, especially mothers, or those who mother the world in many ways. And I think I've asked to share a photo while I'm sharing. It's an image of a baby in a basin that we often see here in the Philippines during every typhoons that we experience. And I don't know if you will be sharing the screen while I read, or someone is gonna. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll first read it in Tagalog, and which also means Taga-ilog of the river, which is our language, national language in the Philippines. Narinig ko na ang ilang mga sanggol ay pinangangalanan sa mga bagyo na kanilang naligtasan. Sendong, Yolanda, Pablo, Nina, Lawin, Ompong, Ulysses, Rolly, Odette, Agaton, Carding, Paeng. Sa mga pangalang ito ng mga bagyong nakatulong ako, may mga kwento ng mga sanggol na natagpuang lumulutang sa isang palanggana. Baka dahil sila'y natagpuang buhay pagkatapos ng kaguluhan, pagkatapos ng nagaslas ng tubig sa ibaba ng bilog na bangka. Ang pagbuhos ng ulan sa itaas, ang palanggana na tumatanggap sa ilalim, ay isang binyag ng tubig sa palibot. Parang nasa sinapupunan tulad ng paghina ng mga alon, nagligtas sa kanila sa gitna ng tunog ng mga hiyawan at helikopterong tagapagligtas. Maraming mga mito ng paglikha ang nagsisimula sa tubig at malalaking baha. Ang iba ay tungkol sa pagbabago. Marahil ang sanggol sa palanggana ay ang bagong kwento ng paglikha. Lumulutang sa parehong ilog ni Moises at dinala pababa sa Nile, ligtas sa takuyang ng tambo upang matupad ang isang pangako ng pag-asa. In English, I heard some babies were named after the typhoons they survived in. Sendong, Yolanda, Pablo, Nina, Lawin, Ompong, Ulysses, Rolly, Odette, Agaton, Carding, Paeng. Somewhere across these names of typhoons I've assisted in, there are stories of babies found floating in a basin. It must be because there is a meaning to be found, alive after the chaos, after the rush of water below the circle boat, the rain pouring above, the basin receiving below, a baptism with water, water all around it, like a womb. As the lull of the waves saved them amidst the sounds of screams and rescue choppers. Many creation myths begin with water and great floods. Some are about renewal. Perhaps the baby in the basin is our new creation story, floating on the same river as Moses as he was carried down the Nile, safe in a reed basket to fulfill a promise of hope. And I end with that poem inspiring you, people in Egypt, with the Nile River and the story of Moses and the baby in the basket. with gratitude and hopefully hope from us in the Philippines after we've just experienced another round of typhoons, and we will continue facing them as the more COPs happen. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Kosha. And yes, I invite you, like Kosha did, to really breathe in and take it all in, even if it might be painful, if it might be moving. It is also healing, the power of words to witness, the power of words to heal, the power of words to generate. I'd now like to share with you another beautiful poem. And thank you to those of you who are sharing them in the chat. Please continue. We're continuing a beautiful harvest. This next poem is by Sharon Gaki. It is in Swahili, so I will put the video of her reciting her poem in Swahili together with the text in English. And I hope the sound will work well. So bear with me as I just do a little text setup, but we should be rolling very soon. I just put up her poem. Oh, sorry, this is not ideal, I know. Thank you for bearing with me.
Change on women. So my poem is about impacts of climate change on women. Sauti yake inaita kutoka vilindi vya dunia. Sauti yake inaita kutoka kwa kuamka kwa upepo wa asubuhi. Sauti yake inaita kutoka kwa kijani kibichi hadi majano ya majani ya uvuli. Sauti yake inaita kutoka milimani na kuyeyuka kwa mizinga ya barafu. Sauti yake inaita kutoka kwa maisha ya bahari kuu hadi bahari ya buluu. Sauti yake inaita. Unaona yuko kimya, yuko macho, lakini halali. Hana moyo wa kibinadamu, anasikiliza lakini hana hubutu. Anakuwezesha kufanya uchaguzi, lakini hata kuruhusu kuchagua matokeo. Yeye ni asili ya mama. Hata piga kelele, hata lalamika, lakini atachukua hatua. Mikono yake imenyoshwa, anatoa bure. Wangari Maathai alijua vyema zaidi. Asili ya mama yetu ni mkarimu, lakini hana msamaha. Hangali hewa zetu zimejaa gesi zenye sumu. Mazingira yetu yaliyoharibika yanaleta matatizo ya kifua kwa watoto wetu. Maji yangu machafu yamepoteza nafasi yake. Watu wangu hawawezi kuogelea, hawawezi kuvua samaki au kuyanywa. Sasa ninajua kiwango kamili cha mvua, mafuriko na moto wa misitu. Watu wangu wanakufa kwa njaa na bei kubwa ya chakula. Ninahofia wanawake wangu huko Turkana. Mifugo yao ufa kila siku. Maisha yao yaligeukia jua chini. Wanakabiliwa na viwango vya juu vya ukosefu wa usalama na umbali mrefu kutafuta maji. Ni uharibifu kiasi gani hadi tuseme inatosha? Mateso kiasi gani mpaka tuseme inatosha? Hasara kiasi gani mpaka tuseme inatosha? Lini tutaweka mguu chini na kusema imetosha? Mazingira yangu ni muhimu. My environment, it's better when it's taken care of. I am taking the action of protecting my environment. Thank you.
letting the words of Sharon seep in. I also invite in this space her enthusiasm as she was boarding the plane yesterday in Nairobi. So happy to be representing her peoples in Sharm el-Sheikh. She must be landing as I speak, so let us wish her a beautiful stay and a promising, exciting, generative moment. And our last poetry reading is a short but powerful poem by Meera Dasgupta. It will bring us close to our conclusion. And I will, of course, I'll just say a few words. I have a little suggestions for a way of closing the session, something that you might do to also draw on the power of words. But for now, let's hear Meera. So let me share my screen one last time, sharing sound. And here we go. Enjoy.
When you enter a forest, there is no absence of sound. You may hear a bird whittling strange songs on the boughs of blooming trees, the whisper of zephyrs passing by, the crunch of browning leaves. So when you speak, you are adding to the histories of ecosystems resisting storms and corporate greed. You are leaving parts of you behind in this intergenerational, intersectional legacy where women have led and left footprints on this edifice in our collective memories. Mother Earth harnessing past melodies into movements amongst the climate changing, catastrophe raging, individuals disproportionately facing the consequences of countries exploiting the land for far more than we would ever need. Still, as the mic usurps the sword, and a pen draws roses amidst the weeds, with the power of words, we too may challenge our greatest enemies, our worldly foe, this increased rate of warming, which will surely leave with the meaningful engagement of communities into solutions. For there is a beauty in how special each narrative could be if we just listen to and find our common ground, this unified humanity.
This unified humanity. Thank you all. I see we've just gone past the hour. We'll make sure to share those texts with you, maybe on the She Changes Climate website or somewhere, but so beautiful. And as we close, I'd like to invite you to maybe, not just now or when you want, to create an affirmation for yourself. Words have power. They generate grooves in our minds. It can be something like, I am creative and I am strong, or I heal and I regenerate. Something that you feel can drive you, can nourish you as you go through these challenging days ahead in the COPs and beyond, in all aspects of our lives. And I'm sure you are already, but can continue to grow in being a source of inspiration for many women and men, children, youth of all ages, all countries. Thank you for the quality of your listening. Thank you for your presence, and wishing you beautiful continued exchanges in this space. Have a beautiful day. Thank you, Kosha. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mimansha, and all the She Changes Climate team. Have a beautiful day.
That women absolutely have a vital role to play in leadership roles relating to the climate crisis.
They have the expertise on the ground and they can bring the solution and another perspective.
Expertise through lived experience, expertise through understanding, through tradition, through culture.
They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
So the importance that fashion has in redressing this balance, this imbalance, is vital.
The way we're running things today just isn't sustainable. We really cannot fix those things without fixing finance.
The latest statistics are saying that actually it will be 136 years before we get to gender parity.
We see the solutions, we know what needs to be done. We need the urgency to know we're at the edge of the cliff.
Am I closing or I'll just go? Thank you.
We can go. Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, Kosha.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charlotte. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
I decided to introduce gender in 2001. And it was because I was utterly frustrated and voicing on behalf of so many women in the UN meetings in Marrakesh the huge frustration about being excluded from decision making and it being excluded from major positions of power, major offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made. I'm a first-year PhD student at Cambridge University, looking at the application of AI to climate change issues. Specifically, I'm using acoustics, machine learning, and Indigenous knowledge in regards to forest conservation. Women's experiences with climate change are so different because women usually uphold the community and they give care to the community. So if that community is harmed by drought, by hurricanes, by flooding, they are the ones at the forefront, piecing the logistics together and supporting the whole community from the effects of climate change.
We have to include women in decision making because they have the expertise on the ground. They know exactly how it affects them and the community, and they can bring the solution and another perspective. Friendship is an NGO from Bangladesh that Runa funded 20 years ago. I can see the direct impact it has on the most vulnerable in education, in health, in climate adaptation, in gender equality. It's amazing when you see that millions of people are impacted by the work she does.
The Friendship has been working with the most vulnerable climate impacted migrants or IDPs. Bangladesh is in the forefront of climate impact, and the people that we have been working with are those migratory communities. We have been working for healthcare because that's what you need to address when people are suffering. Climate action, so that, with agriculture, with indigenous knowledge, so that as they migrate, they can stand back on their feet again. This was the most important thing to give to them. It was not a choice that we work with women, but when a cyclone strikes, when floods come in, it is the old, the women and children who are the left behind. Women are so often portrayed as victims. They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
If we open up the definition of what it means to be a leader, we can get rid of this victim label that gets put onto people and actually see that those people are also leaders.
When I look at the forest protection movement, when I look at community organizations, when I look at amazing projects that are helping protect forests, the vast majority are led by women. Let's start with having at least 50% of all climate negotiating teams be women, and that at least a portion of those women are Indigenous.
Alipunja. Mi nombre es Verónica Imunda. Soy quichua de Ecuador. Represento a la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. El ser mujeres es muy complicado desde cada una de las cosmovisión de las nacionalidades. Para que una mujer esté al frente necesita luchar primeramente con su propia cosmovisión, porque en cada cultura las mujeres siempre hemos estado no visibles. Prácticamente desde las mujeres que han luchado desde diferentes espacios, es muy importante la inclusión, porque vemos mujeres lideresas desde algunas nacionalidades que han destacado, y sobre todo ahora tenemos también mujeres en espacios grandes como parlamentarias en mi país, Miriam Cisneros. Entonces nosotros solo estamos siguiendo ese sueño de las mujeres, como jóvenes, como mujeres, decir que no vamos a dejar así sola nuestra Pachamama. Vamos a seguir desde cualquier rincón de Cuenca Sagrada, vamos a estar acá como mujeres de lucha. Para mí es muy triste porque estamos tocando puertas ahora, pero puertas para salvar la misma humanidad. Y es muy triste porque el cambio climático nos afecta mucho a nosotros. No solo a nosotros, al mundo entero está afectando.
You look at the theme of biodiversity, for example, if you look at just where are all the species on planet Earth, what we find is that 80% of all of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous territories. And that half of the world's intact forests are on indigenous lands as well. And then so you ask, well, why is that? It's no coincidence. For example, I'm in a forest walking with an indigenous person, woman or man. Maybe that person is in their 40s. They know more than 500 species of plants, how to use it, where they grow, what it's good for, when they can hunt certain animals, when they can't, the patterns of the rain, the patterns of the weather. They are scientists.
One of the biggest themes in my research is redefining this distinction of what science is and what expertise is. And often, even when we're trying to be positive and say, let's include local people, let's include different cultures, let's include traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, there's still an othering of that knowledge being separate to the science. Whereas what I'm trying to get across is that indigenous knowledge is science. It's a process. Science is a process. Expertise is a process. It's knowing, it's hypothesizing, it's creating solutions. And so they're not separate things, they're one and the same. Effective decision making is really having an understanding of who has expertise, and expertise not being seen as something that is institutionalized, whether that's with the university or with a political party, but expertise through lived experience, expertise through understanding, through tradition, through culture.
Effective decision making for me means that, first of all, the people who are affected by a decision take part in making that decision. So nothing about us without us is a phrase that was coined by the disability movement activists, and it applies to everything. That's a mantra that I, start off as a lawyer thinking, well, who needs to make this decision? But if you don't have the right people, if others are in charge, in power terms, making decisions really for others without consulting, without acknowledging, without involving them, without their say-so, those are generally poor decisions. The latest statistics from the World Economic Forum are saying that actually it will be 136 years before we get to gender parity. It's actually got worse as a result of COVID, because the figure was 100 years and it's now 36 years more. We have to become even more savvy in terms of making sure that our political leaders understand the need for gender equality and act on it.
When more women are elected to parliament, stronger environmental bills are passed and they're enforced more strongly, more strictly. There is some clear correlation there, and without it, we're not going to make the critical changes and implement the critical solutions that we need to solve the climate crisis. I think the more we just see women owning what it is that they do, that's what changes the conversation, rather than these platitudes of people discussing, so we're going to talk about female representation in academia or female representation in politics. I think having key women there who are ready to set an example, be role models, and open the door for others as they come through, that's what's motivating.
I would say focus on the 5 Fs. So food, fashion, finance, fuel, and friendships and community. So actually, if you look at all aspects of climate are covered in those categories, and we can relate to them a bit more than if we just talk about climate change in terms of the energy sector or the transport sector or the agriculture sector. Those are quite technical ways of looking at how climate impacts our lives every day. Women are completely at the forefront of climate solutions in everyday life. Our life is dominated by food, by finance, and finally fashion, which is almost always seen as a gendered issue affecting women disproportionately. A huge sector in terms of its global emissions, huge supply chains from cotton to leather to disposable fashion, which is now being shipped off, mainly going to landfill. Most of our clothes end up in landfill after a handful of uses.
Fashion is very much about all of us. The majority, I think, the great majority of the population wears clothes. And this is an industry with huge ramifications, both socially and environmentally. This is an industry that is primarily bought by women. It is an industry that starts from female hand. When we look at its history, it's an industry that's been hijacked from us and turned from industriousness and dignity into growth for growth's sake and exploitation of us first, that we believe in a fashion industry that restores and conserves the environment and values people over profit and growth. So the importance that fashion has in redressing this balance, this imbalance, is vital, particularly for generations to come.
Women can also be solutions in these sectors. They can drive the demand, and as they take their positions, as designers, as titans of industry, as women in finance, they can become more conscious and instill change in their own sectors that they know from their own familiar life and their lived experiences matter a lot.
I don't think the connections have been made as strongly as they need to be in the minds of everyone that operates in the finance sector, that gender equality is really good for planetary health. The more we push gender equality in finance, the more we're going to get the kind of rapid acceleration of attention to ecological challenges and finance really doing its bit to restore planetary security. The way we're running things today just isn't sustainable. We really cannot fix those things without fixing finance. And part of the answer to that is actually having gender balanced decision making at every layer and in every part of the finance community. This isn't a fight that can only be fought by women. It absolutely needs to be men and women coming together, both to ensure we have gender balanced leadership across the world in all the key settings, particularly in the settings that matter for the climate.
In a word, it's JEDI, justice, equality, diversity and inclusion are the solutions to climate by acting on inequalities, by protecting the vulnerable, by protecting the planet, as well as communities who are currently not participating and not being heard. That's how you solve the climate crisis, which is basically a crisis of governance and of deficits in protecting and supporting the full range of people on the planet.
At COP26, we saw over 100 Amazonian indigenous leaders were there, and there were people from all over the world who were indigenous. The oil industry had over 500 lobbyists there. A lot of the indigenous women didn't actually have access to come inside the summit. They were in the streets, they were in the forums, outside. So there were commitments made to indigenous people at COP. Several billions were pledged to support indigenous peoples. We haven't seen that money yet, and so we're going to be looking for that and holding those who made those commitments to task for delivering on those commitments. We're basically a few years, at most 10, but as little as 3 years away from what scientists call a tipping point of no return, where the forest can no longer recirculate enough rain to be a rainforest and starts to become a savanna. After that threshold is crossed, over the next 50 to 70 years, we could see the loss of the majority of the Amazon rainforest. People aren't realizing that where we are, we're at the edge of the cliff. Once we go off the cliff, we cannot go back on the cliff. We're there now. We're basically at tipping point. So our actions need to commensurate with the scale of the problems we're facing.
Join a movement, pester politicians, demand accountability and action, because it's a huge systemic issue.
Of course, some people have more responsibility than others. Governments have a huge amount of responsibility. Major corporations and the wealthy have huge responsibility, as well as the media. We all share this responsibility, but there are some of us who can do more than others.
What will happen if we don't achieve gender equality? You just have such a diminishing of the talents of everyone. And it is, at the end of the day, an abuse of human rights to not allow everyone to flourish to their full capacities based on gender differences.
We need to acknowledge that women absolutely have a vital role to play in leadership roles relating to the climate crisis.
When it is to be seated at the table of negotiation, when it really matters, well, they're still not there.
If you exclude or diminish or don't recognize the contribution of half of the planet, you are not going to get the best solutions. You're not going to get them taken up at speed. You're not going to get them implemented fast enough.
Not all solutions are going to need the same people. And by having this sort of fluidity, we're much more able to make quicker change and actually more impactful change.
We see the solutions. We know what needs to be done. We need the political will. We need the capital. We need the urgency to know we're at the edge of the cliff. You know, I still have hope that we will wake up and see that, because they're really, the alternative is unthinkable.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. She Changes Climate Team. Do we have a go to get started, or do you want us to wait another minute until everyone arrives?
Hello, Carrie. Great to see you. I would suggest let's start on the hour as advertised. Great to see everybody here, and so delighted that you made it today. I'm Bianca Pitt, one of the co-founders of She Changes Climate, and watching the sessions with great interest. Thank you for taking the time today, and really look forward to hearing your vision for 2030 and the action you are taking already on the ground.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Hi, Carrie.
Bianca and the She Changes Climate team. Hi, Bajolo. Hi, everyone. Just seeing if we can get all of our speakers assembled, but no worries. Let me just start off by introducing everyone to this session. For all of you who are on the line, and hopefully more will be arriving, this is a session on finance. We are catalyzing finance for women entrepreneurs. Women raise their climate ambition in Africa is the topic for discussion for this session. We have about 45 minutes together, and I see my team of speakers are slowly making their way onto the screen and into the window, and looking very sharp, I might add. Everyone's looking fantastic. I see Chanda has also arrived. Hopefully we can get you spotlighted momentarily, and I understand Lelemba, there she is on her way as well. It is the top of the hour, so I will get us started. Hello, everybody. My name is Carrie Bojanin, and I am the founder of the Rallying Cry. I'll tell you a little bit more about the Rallying Cry in a moment, but I'm just going to start with me, which is kind of a strange thing to do because who cares about me? But I am going to tell you about me because it's important, and I'll tell you why. First of all, I'm half Finnish, I'm half Chinese, I grew up in the US, I'm married to a Dutch guy, I'm living in the Middle East, and I'm working in Africa. I have a law degree, an MBA, I'm a rescue diver, and a certified yoga instructor and executive coach. So why do I tell you all this? Because we often forget in finance that people actually are what matter most. We need to show up as our whole selves with every single tool in our toolboxes if we want to address gender and climate challenges together. So the invitation today to our speakers assembled here and our audience is to show up for the world as your whole, fullest self, using it every tool that you have acquired along the way in your professional and personal journeys to say, how are we going to look at climate change through a lens of finance in a different way? So I have been working in the financial sector for just about 20 years at the intersection of business, society, and our planet. Before we jump in though, and this has been happening throughout the day and will be happening throughout the day, I want to take a moment to not only invite ourselves to show up in our fullest form, but to invite our most important stakeholder in every climate conversation we will ever have, our planet. I'd like to invite us to just take a small pause and breathe. If any of my speakers are feeling a little bit nervous, if people are running around like crazy, I'm pretty sure everybody could use just a moment of calm in this day on a Friday. So the team from Listening to the Earth have set up a beautiful COP meeting opener for us. And because I'm a yoga teacher, I'm of course going to ask you to breathe. So I'll tell you when to breathe in and when to breathe out. And just close your eyes, everybody, and just take a moment. Sitting or standing, feel the presence of the earth under your feet. Now breathe in. Draw the power and stability of mountains into your feet and legs. Now breathe out. Feel the spaciousness of air in the forests of your lungs. Now breathe in, inhale, sense the liveliness of the soil in your organs and tissues. And then breathe out. Let yourself be tickled by the vibrant biodiversity of your own microbiome. Breathe in. Feel the flow of life in the rivers of your arteries, veins, and lymph. And now breathe out. Connect to the sunshine of wisdom in your mind's eye. Last breath, breathe in. Open your heart to the ocean of love that heals and regenerates. And exhale, breathe out, and be together in this community, in this here, and this now. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. And it's from this place that we begin. So really pleased as the rallying cry to be here hosting this session. This rallying cry is an ecosystem initiative developed in partnership with FMO and a whole range of stakeholders to do two things: shift capital to, and secondly, shift narratives about women climate entrepreneurs. We're starting in Africa, and we're mostly starting in the agribusiness sector. So I have here assembled an amazing team of women from the African continent to share their climate ambitions and what they're doing from their respective roles. So to get us started, we have Boholo Kenewendo, who is the UN High-Level Climate Champion and the Africa Director. Boholo, let's hand it over to you to get us started on what you see as the role of finance in unlocking potential of women climate entrepreneurs in Africa. And tell us a little bit about yourself and how you're showing up today.
Thanks, Carrie. Good to see everyone on this call. And I might add, I am at the airport because I'm already on my way to Sharm el-Sheikh. And the breathing was such a really nice calming factor and a really nice way to get started, especially after so much up and down. And I've already had my first flight, so I'm in between flights. So I am very, very pleased to be joining you today and to share a little bit about the work that we're doing at the Champions and outside the Champions. I'm very passionate about not just economic empowerment of women, but agency. Creating agency for women and having them show up and participate fully and to their best abilities in our economies. And when I say in our economies, I like to reference both modern economy and indigenous economies, because I see those as very key for where it is that we want to go. And very key for delivering the planet that we want. So today I must admit, Carrie, it's very difficult to get back into my normal zone of speaking. I'm feeling very, very relaxed. It's very good, but thank you. So I need to just come back to myself as we speak about the role of unlocking potential of women climate entrepreneurs in Africa. I want to start off by thanking, of course, yourselves, Carrie, and your team at the Rallying Cry and She Changes Climate, who got us together and got us thinking about women before we are in Sharm. There will be a lot that happens at Sharm, and in our mandate of driving non-state actor participation in the climate action space, we will have, we've built such a strong momentum this year in addressing what we see as main challenges for the continent. And what we hope will resonate with a lot of people is that there has been such a very strong focus on adaptation and resilience, which we believe are key issues for the continent. And we are seeing so much non-state actor participation in that space. And it is for this reason alone that I wanted to start off by commending yourselves and the She Changes Climate team for coming together to discuss this issue around financing for women, because adaptation and resilience truly do need a focus of women, because we know women are disproportionately affected by climate shock and their vulnerabilities due to them being in most societies the most poor, the least employed, and the inequalities usually have a female face. So if we're going to have a strong focus on adaptation and resilience, we must certainly think about how financing adaptation and resilience will have a very special focus on financing for women. So finding solutions for this very complex and of course very multidimensional climate and sustainability challenges by women requires us to unlock finance and have some very serious radical collaboration and systems change. And I'm smiling at radical collaboration because I believe this is what we're seeing in particular with this event, because different organizations and women are coming together to ensure that we are speaking about this, but also not just speaking to the challenges, but pointing to the solutions, which is very key. And one other thing I want to speak to about COP, we are going to COP27 on the back of a lot of issues and challenges, least of them all, and not least of them all being that we are right in the middle of a geopolitical instability. And though that very big point will, of course, be right at the center of COP27, but we feel that, you know, over and above all of this, the radical collaboration that we've seen around non-state actors is one to be commended, and there should be a much stronger spotlight on what everybody else is doing. And hopefully non-state actors will be able to push member states to have higher ambitions and higher action and delivery. So in coming back to finance and policy, you know, in the continent at the moment, we estimate that we need about $2.8 trillion between 2020 and 2030 in order to implement the NDCs. And this cost of the continent's contribution to limiting warming to 1.5 degrees and addressing the biggest impact of climate change. While we state this figure, it's very important that we continuously, and I know some people say, well, you know, we all have to do something, but we have contributed to the least amounts of emissions as we stand. And what is worrying is that we are the least prepared continent when it comes to adaptation, and yet we are the most vulnerable to climate shock. And so we need to be able to unlock that $2.8 trillion as quickly as possible in order to address these challenges, lest we have to pay a lot more in specifically in tackling issues of adaptation and resilience. However, annual climate finance flows to the continent at the moment only stand at about 30 billion, which roughly is about 3% of the total climate finance around the world. And we've seen climate finance growing by multiples, 15 times growth in climate finance, and very little of it coming to the continent. We still see FDI being more driven towards dirtier industries and less being towards cleaner industries. And by comparison and ratio, we're looking at about a 9 times gap between FDI flow to dirty industries versus cleaner industries and adaptation and resilience. And obviously this gap is one that needs to be dealt with quite quickly. There are many other issues around finance that I don't really want to spend a lot of time in, and some of you might have joined us at the Africa Regional Forum in August. We had a session that specifically focused on gender lens investing in the continent with a focus on our adaptation and resilience. And I want to highlight about 3 points that came out of there. One was while we focus on gender lens investing, we should make sure that we are speaking to issues of infrastructure as well, because access is one of the biggest challenges for women, especially those that are in business, especially those that are in the informal sector. So access, infrastructure that creates access is very key when we think about financing infrastructure for women in total, because if they cannot reach a place, then they can't do business, then their agency and role in economic development becomes hindered. And then secondly, one of the points that came out of the ACW session is we must develop a toolkit. We must have guidance of what it looks like and what truly gender-lens investing means, because there are still a lot of businesses, financing infrastructure, financing institutions that claim to have a gender lens investment. But when you think about it, when you dig deeper, you do not see it. There is those that manage, we speak a lot about greenwashing, but we do see a lot of people that put at the front, a lot of companies that put at the front a position that they are women leaning, but the actual fact being that a bulk of their budget still does not have women facing businesses, women employing businesses, and women serving women-owned businesses. So that is a challenge that we must all address. And I know that Kite Insights and 2exco and them have a toolkit around that, but we absolutely need one that is specifically focused for Africa. I know I have jumped to the recommendations coming out of ACW, but I feel like they were so important that came out that we need to address it. And then the third recommendation that came out was financing for clean cooking and financing for household and home ecosystems, because sometimes we start to think much more broadly about a role in the macroeconomy, and we forget about thinking more about the micro side. And this part was so welcome as a contribution at ACW, because it started us thinking about that if you provide financing for clean cooking and clean home ecosystems, then you are inadvertently also dealing with protection of biodiversity and dealing with issues of health and increasing productivity. So those are the top three that I wanted to mention in this particular call. And I'm gonna just ask Carrie again, how much more time do I have left?
Well, I
2
think
more minutes.
I think that was good to get us started. And of course, Baholo, depending on how much time you have before your flight, you are obviously now part of our speaker group. So you can also add the things that you want to add in. My idea is to have a little bit more of an informal conversation with this group rather than like a really boring sort of stiff panel. So if there are things you really want to say now, you can. If you want to weave it into the conversation, you can also.
Okay. No, I think just focusing on some of those outcomes out of ACW, especially because they were fed in by some of our partners, was really key for me. And then I can wait and weave in a couple more thoughts about how we can amplify first what is already being done, but secondly, how we can really ensure that there is progress within the continent, because we have been talking about and we've recognized that in order for us to deal with development, we must look at issues for women and focus on women-facing development strategies and policies. And yet there's very little progress that has been made. I know progress has been made, but it should be more. So I would like to hear and discuss more about what are the opportunities and pathways for us to really maintain the momentum that has been built thus far, and for us to truly have impact in everyday people's lives. Thank you, and back to you, Carrie.
Thank you so much, Baholo. So there's quite a lot there. And I think, we do want to think about what does progress look like. And with this group here, we have a global focus with this particular summit, but here we want to zoom in on what's going on the African continent. And I think for me, when we talk about gender lens investing and we talk about the progress that needs to be made, it feels to me like a big opportunity there is, African women for African women by African women, getting it done. And so the group we have here assembled today is looking at that value chain approach, right? We have two entrepreneurs who are on the front lines of climate change, right? And part of what we're doing is making sure that we have women's voices represented in the conversation in the room at COP. both Lelemba and Bupe, who you'll meet in a moment, are going to be at COP next week, which is fantastic, right? Starting to get more African women's voices in the room. And it's about shifting narratives, right? You're talking about Africa being the least prepared to deal with climate change and the most heavily impacted, but we're also hearing from the women themselves. We don't want to be known as victims of climate change. We see ourselves as the agents of change. And so I have today 2 powerful agents of change. Well, actually, I have 5 powerful agents of change on this screen that I'm looking at. But I want to start and flip it. Usually when we talk about finance, we always go straight to the money. But sorry, money ladies, we're going to have to wait a minute to come back to you because I want to start and build up, right? Let's go to the ground level. Let's go to the front lines of climate change where things are happening. So I'd like to first start with, I'll introduce both Bupe. Bupe, just give a little wave. That's Bupe Chipili Mulapesi. She is based in Zambia, and she's the founder and pioneer who is driving Farm 23 organic strawberry production. And we'll hear a little bit more about her story in a moment. And then I have Sarah Ngwenya. Just give a little wave, Sarah, if you can hear me. Yep, just checking audio. She is the founder and visionary behind Kalomo Grains Marketing Limited. And so we're very fortunate that they've taken time out of their busy lives and schedules to be here. Bupe, just starting from alphabetical order, nothing going on here. Just wanted to start with you to just say hello, briefly share with us, what are your climate ambitions? Let's just start with there and just, do a small thing just to get us going. What are your climate ambitions?
Hi, Carrie. Thank you so much for having me. And hello to everyone on the panel and everybody joining us. My biggest climate ambition is actually to see an environment, a toxic-free environment, where a producer like myself, a food producer like myself, is able to produce a healthy product that is healthy for the environment and as well as healthy for the human consumption. Because in the recent past, I'll talk about the experience we've had in our business and in our continent and our region in particular. We have noticed that there's been a lot of depletion of a lot of minerals in our soil because of in the recent past, we've practiced a lot of synthetic application of chemicals and fertilizers into the soil. So we've noticed that it has affected a lot of our production range and also the quality of what we are putting out as a product. So my mission basically is to see us going back to our forefathers' methods and practices of production of food and production of consumable foods that are healthy. And also, we also help the environment to also heal. So I'm on a campaign to actually, which I have tagged as healing the soil. So I'm on a campaign where I am trying to amplify, and I feel like this platform is the best platform to do that, to amplify the need to heal the soil so that we are able to help the environment heal and also produce a good product.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bupe. Beautiful. Let's just have a moment to allow Sarah to introduce her climate ambitions into the room and the conversation. We'll come back to you, Bupe, but Sarah, over to you. Let's just collect our ambitions first.
Kalomo Grain Marketing Limited's climate ambitions. Over the years, we've seen how our environment has been impacted by specifically the rural people where we work from, where they cut down on trees just to find a livelihood. And so over the years, we've lost our indigenous trees and affecting our ecosystem. And so we came in with providing a solution, obviously, to these vices. And so we are into legume production. This is seed, and these are indigenous to Zambian soils. These are seeds that our forefathers were using. They never used commercial seeds. And so we picked up on that line to try and multiply our seeds so that we can, start giving these seeds to our women. Currently, our network is at 9,000 women. And so we multiply these seeds using, partnering with them. And so when we multiply this seed, we obviously have a seed bank. And so they get an income because these are high value seeds, because they are organic and high value. So we purchase them at a high cost. And so that just gives them a good income. And so we are determined to ensure that we have a lot of women that are joining into this program that we are having. Right now, we have gone into Angola, we are into Botswana, we are into Zimbabwe, taking ground in the southern region, and also ensuring that we build on a seed bank. So that's what we are doing. And also this poses, for the women out there, the women that are, aspiring to be part of this movement, they are excited because these are, you don't have to use any chemical because these are indigenous to the Zambian soils. So I think that's the line that we've taken for ourselves.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sarah. And I think these two stories that Bupe and Sarah have shared are quite inspiring in terms of that return back to the soil and what I like and think is exciting, both in this forum of She Changes Climate, but also thinking about women's leadership as part of the solution to address climate, is how women are always stepping into a gap, right? I mean, these women here that you're hearing from are not looking to be the next unicorn or the next IPO. They're saying we see a hole in the market and a problem that needs solving. And so we're going to step into that and find a solution. Oh, and by the way, we're going to bring thousands of other women along with us. So what Bupe and Sarah have both done is trained thousands of other women farmers to be able to be part of the solution of healing the soil and feeding future generations, as well as feeding communities and families now. I'm going to turn to two other inspiring, amazing women who are also taking thousands of other women along with them on their journey. I'm going to start with Lelemba Piri, who is the founder of Africa Trust Group and has been a female fund manager for some time and is doing some amazing stuff. Lelemba, maybe introduce a little bit about yourself and the fund, or the funds that you're running, and share what are your climate ambitions.
Afternoon, everybody. It's so good to be here. And I love hearing the stories from the ground. I think it gives us a constant reminder of, on the finance side, one, how much more work we still have to do, but also keeps us really connected to the work that matters, right? So Africa Trust Group is a gender lens investment fund manager. We have two funds that invest in women entrepreneurs in Southern and Eastern Africa. Our seed fund, the Enigma Ventures Fund, is industry agnostic and focuses on investing ticket sizes of about $200,000 to $1 million in women entrepreneurs. And we have a smaller fund called the Empress Fund that is a pre-seed fund looking at investing more innovative financing solutions, particularly in the space of agri, climate, and energy for women entrepreneurs. I think it's a big gap that we saw, particularly at the earlier stages of these enterprises, that because of the unique context and culture that we have in the region, that they were falling through the cracks between your traditional lenders and the venture capital profile. And so thinking of ways to really still fill some of that gap whilst still creating a commercial viability for ourselves, but enabling them to do something that could be catalytic and position them maybe for further investment or even just like organic growth. And so those are the two funds. And we're excited to be working with Wupe, who's our most recent portfolio company with the Empress Fund. So good to see you, Wupe. Yeah.
Thank you, Lelemba. Do you want to just say anything about your climate ambitions and those of the fund?
Yeah.
Empress Fund.
Yeah. I think gender inequality overall is such a pervasive and fundamental barrier to development. And I think when we start talking about gender lens investing and thinking about these unique sectors, particularly, it's important to note that not everything will be like cookie cutter. and that we have to be a lot more creative and innovative in how we think about solving for finance for women in these particular sectors. So my ambition is definitely to create more fit for purpose financing instruments that serve the women who are on the ground, who are building these solutions. I mean, these are just some of the stories that we get to hear and that we get exposed to. And there's so much good work, and that's both commercially viable and also highly impactful. And so the two don't have to be mutually exclusive. And I think the finance sector is leaving a lot of money at the table by not thinking about it a lot more creatively. And so my ambition for the climate sector is that we do have a lot more of a level playing field, particularly with access to finance for women who are solving the problems on the ground. Yeah.
Fantastic. Love it. Let's, we'll come back again also to you, Lelemba, but let's also allow Chanda to step into the conversation and introduce herself and Zanako and share a little bit about your climate ambitions.
Thanks, Carrie, and good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Sharm el Sheikh. Got here yesterday. It's beautiful. So all of you who are coming to COP, you'll just absolutely love it. The weather's fantastic. I'm super excited about this panel discussion. So Carrie, thank you so much for having me. So I work for the Zambia National Commercial Bank, known as Zanako, biggest bank in Zambia. We've been in existence since 1969. And we're very passionate about women in business. We recently launched a product or a proposition called See Women, which focuses on in Zambia, women who have businesses and growing the businesses of these women. So that's very critical for us. In terms of our ambitions, really there are three pronged. So we're looking at business, we're looking at operations, we're looking at community. And in terms of business, I think for us, what's very critical is making sure that we are financing the right businesses, financing climate smart businesses, financing women that are running climate smart initiatives. We do have a few already on our books, and we're really calling out to get more women on board. We recently signed a finance facility with the British International, and this is a facility of $50 million. And there are two things that we're financing in that initiative, and that's gender, climate smart initiatives and climate initiatives. So this is for women and this is for climate. So calling upon women, Sarah, Wupe, please, you do qualify. So I will be reaching out to you as well. And just to get as many businesses and as many women-run businesses on board. So we're excited about that. So that's under the gender piece, but we're also looking to work very closely with our suppliers, very closely with our other clients. We're looking to lower the bank's downstream scope 3 emissions. So of course, working very closely with our third party and our stakeholders to make sure that is done. We recently obtained GCF accreditation, so very excited about that. And I'm hoping we do get more funding to then pass on to as many businesses as possible. So for us, it's a matter of providing finance to women, but we're also looking to the non-financial benefits. So what else can we do for these women in business? What else can we do for these women in climate smart agriculture or climate smart initiatives? So it's also the training that we provide in partnership with organizations like the Rallying Cry, and what difference can we make to these women? How can we help them grow their business apart from just providing that financial leg that is so important? But there's also the non-financial benefits that we need to work with, and how do we get them to get their products across the border? And Sarah already spoke to the number of countries that she's managed to penetrate. And I think we're able to do that and support as many businesses as possible. So Carrie, I'm using my phone because the internet at the hotel is not the best. And I'm really hoping you managed to capture what I just said.
We heard it all, Chanda. Thank you. Yes, I'd heard that there would potentially be some internet challenges in Sharm el Sheikh. So you are embodying and living them for us, giving us the advance warning. Well, I did hear everything. So that's fantastic. And just before I move on, I don't know, Bokolo was moving around at the airport. Bokolo, I didn't know if you wanted to put any of your personal or organization level climate ambitions into the conversation as well. Maybe not. Okay. I know it's hard when you're at the airport and moving around. Okay, so look, I'm amazed, I'm excited. Well, I'm not surprised by all of your climate ambitions because of course I know all of you and have been talking about this and engaging with you. I'm wondering if anybody in the audience is surprised to hear about what all the different things that you're doing. And as I'm listening to all these things, I'm thinking, gosh, you know, how hard can it be? We have two amazing entrepreneurs who are doing amazing things for climate on the front lines and running these amazing businesses. We have these two different types of approaches to finance. How hard can it be to just connect them in the middle and finance all the amazing solutions that we need on the African continent? My goodness, it shouldn't be so hard, right? Well, no, that's not true. I mean, part of the rallying cry, our work is to find you and bring you together and get you to meet in the middle. But how hard can it be, right? What else, you know, do we need to be able to unlock these kinds of conversations and opportunities? You know, how many Bupes and Sarahs are there across the African continent? And I would argue there are probably quite a few more, right? And it's just a matter of finding them and amplifying their work, shining that spotlight and connecting them to the capital that they require to grow and scale their businesses. So since we have this audience here and you know, we want to think a little bit bigger beyond just this example, although I think these examples that we have here are very exciting, you know, let me come back and I'll mix it up. This time, Sarah, I'm going to go to you. What would you want capital providers to know about you and women climate entrepreneurs like you, so that if we were to say, okay, Bokgolo, we know that there are, you know, this number of Sarahs and Bupes across the continent. These are the tools that we need. These are the, you know, approaches we need. What do you want capital providers to know about you and others like you?
Thank you very much. I would really want them to know that there's potential in the rural population, because most of the times, you know, rural people are perceived as, you know, they can't add value to anything that goes there. I can safely tell you in terms of numbers, when you look at the Zambian production per year of either maize or legumes, you find that 80% comes from the rural population and the 20% comes from the commercial farmers. That already tells you that there's serious potential out there. And we want them to know that currently at Kalomo Grain Marketing Limited, we are building up renewable energy. We are already at 40 kilowatt renewable energy, and we are using it to produce edible oils. And when you look at even the seed that we produce, we are trying to, you know, get ourselves a seed bank, because now our volumes of women are increasing. Women and youths actually are increasing. And so we want to put up a 10 million, you know, production seed bank where we can store this seed, because we don't want them to deplete, you know. And also, as I can tell you, for the fact is that last year we went to Congo to do a trade mission, and we came out with a $6 million contract where part of the failed seed that doesn't meet the standard, because, you know, this seed is regulated by the seed control sector here, the government seed control sector, and also the research center for the government. So whatever we are doing is legit. It's not like we're just going in the field and picking up seed. This is certified seed by government. So we are trying to build that type of a seed bank, considering that the volumes of women that want to start growing this seed is increasing. And so also our production into Congo, because right now Congo is our biggest market, and also biggest in the uptake of our cooking oil, because some of the line of products that we do is cooking oil. We do also instant baby porridges. We also do soya chunks. Those are soya nuggets. So we want to, when you look at the market uptake in the southern region, you find that South Africa is the highest consumer next to Congo of edible oils in this part of there. So there's an opportunity there. So we want to tell our funders that they must not just look at us like, oh, these women, you know, they talk too much. No, they must come and visit us and see what we are doing and the impact that we are creating. Also, Carrie, I can tell you that most of the women that we have engaged with, you know, the good story that comes out from there is that they're able to take their children all the way to the university, things that never used to happen before. And you see, that's the impact that we are creating, that now kids are going to higher learning institutions. So I think for now, that's what I want to know. And also saving our environment. You know, we are replenishing ourselves so that the next generation that comes after us, they'll find a better soil as opposed to the one that we have inherited, where most of our trees have been cut down.
Wow, thank you, Sarah. Gosh, there's so many things that you just said that I would love to spend more time on. I mean, I'm thinking about, you know, what you just said about being able to send children to universities, and how many of my friends in Zambia who have gone on to university and master's degrees and have been working at the banks and have quit to go back to farming. So I don't know, maybe it'll all come full circle in any case, but lots there that you mentioned. And let's just flip it around a little bit and make it a little bit more of a conversation. And sorry to put you on the spot here like this, Chanda, but I know you always rise to the occasion. You know, you mentioned some of the things that Zanaco is doing. When you hear Sarah's story, what is it? What are the like ding 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 kind of things that are happening for you when you hear that kind of opportunity? What is exciting to you about Sarah and what she's just said?
Thanks, Carrie. I think one of the things that has really stood out for me from what Sarah has said is impact. I think sometimes we underestimate what impact these projects can actually have. So it's talking about how these projects would actually put food on people's tables, how children can go to school, and how that will better our economy and create future leaders. So all this is very critical. And I think from the bank's perspective, the question that we constantly ask ourselves is, how can we solution for these women? How can we solution for these projects to make sure that we're providing the right services, the right products, the right solutions for Sarah's business, for Wupe's business? And I think that's very critical for the financial sector, being able to listen to the potential customers, being able to listen to the existing customers and understanding what products, what solutions we can take out. So what we do as a bank is we make sure we sit with our women. So we actually sit with our women and we have focus groups and we try and gather as much data as we can, even from platforms that we use across the bank, whether it's social media, just trying to understand what our women are looking for, what our customers are looking for. I mentioned earlier that we launched what we call the Z Women's proposition. And this is pretty much a proposition that was created for women by women. So we sat with our customers and we asked them, what are you looking for? And one of the things that was very critical was the fact that our women came back to us and said, banks don't listen to us. Banks don't know what we want. And I know that Sarah and Wupe have actually been and had those conversations before. I remember attending a function where Sarah was speaking and Sarah actually said that. She said, banks, you don't listen to us. You don't know what we want. So Sarah, I hear you. And it was after that presentation of yours that I actually went back to the team. I'm like, guys, are we actually listening to our women? Are we actually listening to our customers? So the proposition that we have is something for women, by women. And we continue to reinvent this proposition. We continue to say, guys, what else can we do differently? How can we solution for Sarah? How can we solution for Wupe? And we know that, as we continue with these engagements, we'll be able to make a difference. And Carrie, it's actually forum like this, it's fora like this that you can actually listen to women and come up with these solutions that will help our female businesses grow. So yeah, Sarah, we're open for business. We will be coming to you.
Thank you, Chanda and Sarah. And I think that's the point of these types of forums, right? Is creating these local solutions and having women's voices be heard and seen and counted. And part of why She Changes Climate is advocating for 50-50 representation in things like COP, right? We can't solution for women if there's no women in the room. It just doesn't work. And so we need more women in finance. We need more women driving investment committees, making those financial decisions, developing the products and services for women, by women, right? We need a lot more of that, but we also need a lot more of the men to champion investing in women, right? We don't want to redo the entire financial sector. Well, we could talk about that, but we have a lot of men already out there in the financial sector, and we need them to see the value and the opportunity of these types of deals because, I think, Lelemba, you said it really well earlier, money is being left on the table by failing to recognize the opportunity of all these women. And Zambia in particular has one of the highest number of female entrepreneurs on the African continent, which has one of the highest numbers of female entrepreneurs globally, right? And I just want to say for a second, because I saw a question in there about this question about debt. You know, Chanda works for Zanaka, which obviously is a bank, a commercial bank, which provides debt. And Lilemba is working with lots of different types of offerings and products, you know, that combine some of the best of equity and the best of debt and blended finance and all kinds of things in between, which is, you know, some of the solutions that we need. The rallying cry actually surveyed a number of women across Zambia and Kenya, agribusiness entrepreneurs. And we found a really interesting thing, right? After COVID or during COVID, people were really allergic to debt. They were not excited about debt because they really felt that there was too much risk. And a lot of people lost their shirts, their homes, their businesses during COVID when loans came due. And so for a lot of women, they're concerned about debt. And in Zambia in particular, debt is really expensive, right? Interest rates are high. And I think, you know, there's a lot of issues across the African continent and many parts of the world around women's ownership of land, property, collateral, all the things that you need to tick the traditional boxes for debt. At the same time, most of the women founders don't even qualify for equity. They're too small, the ticket sizes are tiny, and there's no visibility and all of the things. But even then, they're saying, we scrimped and saved. These are our babies. We don't want some foreigner from outside, you know, come in and tell us how to run our business, right? And so there's a real gap between this need for local solutions in local language, in local, you know, operating environments. And so we need to see more local fund managers and vehicles like what Lilemba is starting be part of the solutioning. And finally, the last piece, just to close out that analysis, is, you know, we see a big reliance on grants and a lot of female founders saying, we're just looking for grant money. But that's not really a sustainable business model for the long term. So grants might be helpful in getting to the next step and stage in your business, but it's never going to be a long-term solution. And so the things that, you know, Chanda, that you guys are offering with your Z women's banking product, you know, with collateral-free loans and concessional interest rates are helpful to bridge that gap. And the things that Lilemba is doing, you know, with more patient capital, with more friendly or women-friendly terms, I think are really important to closing some of those gaps between entrepreneurs and opportunity and capital. So let's turn it. So we kind of looked at Sarah and Chanda. That's how you are on my screen, and Lilemba and Bupe. The two of you have just closed a transaction. Shall we talk a little bit about that? I don't know which way to start. Maybe Lilemba, let's start with the capital. And what was exciting to you about Bupe's story and her business and how this ticks your climate and gender ambitions?
Yeah. So I think what we try to do with the Empress Fund, because it is still the pre-seed level, so the ticket sizes are not that big. They average around $50,000, is to ensure that whatever we're going to invest in the women's business is actually something that could be catalytic and move them to the next stage of growth and, you know, widen their revenue, widen their opportunities that they can see, and potentially put them in a position then to be able to access more formalized funding, like Chanda's bigger pockets than ours. So with Bupe particularly, I think there was a lot of traction that she's already had with her strawberry farm. And one of the pain points for them was having some wastage after every season and the need to think about how they start processing some of the products so that there's you know, longer shelf life and more revenue, I guess. And so part of their plans was to start hydrating some of the strawberries to give it longevity and to add value as well, because that creates a whole different product altogether. And so the case was pretty clear. She knew exactly what she wanted to put the money in. The traction that she'd had was already really impressive, more or less working on her own steam. And so it was quite a quick deal to close. Her financials were ready. And yeah, we loved what she was doing, and we loved Bupe herself. Because you can't forget that businesses are actually driven by people at the end of the day. So we loved her ambition. We loved what she'd already achieved. Yeah.
Thank you, Lilemba. I'm just conscious of the time because it's flown by. I don't know how it feels for everybody else in the audience, but the time has gone really fast. And I feel like I could speak to you ladies all day and I think we would learn a lot. I'm just going to take one or two questions from the audience, and then I want to make sure we close out with, really thinking about what do we from this session want to take to COP, and what would we want to feed back to the She Changes climate team. But I see Lenka raised a question about impacts on nature considered in your investments, and do you see any differences about how these impacts are considered by male versus female entrepreneurs? So maybe both, that looks like the question is for both Chanda and Lelemba.
Yes. We do consider the impacts on nature. It's not always that clean cut and easy. You find that there are a lot of businesses that on the one side, for example, might be doing a great job at recycling, or food preservation, but on the other hand are using, are cutting down trees, using that as fuel as part of their processes. I haven't seen a particular difference between male versus female in this context. What I have seen is really just that what access they do have to energy. And so that's why it's really difficult to look at agri, energy, and climate separately, because they interact so much. And we look at it more as the intersections of those when we're looking at our investment, but we do consider that. And it's challenging, particularly when you're trying to fund people in the rural areas, just they don't have access to any other energy source. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Chanda, same question for you.
Just to add, so yes, we do consider the impact on nature. That's really critical for us. As Lelemba has said, we really haven't started to track that based on gender yet. That's something that is an ambition for us and something that we're looking to do. We do realize that there's some tools available. I was listening to a podcast this morning by CIBC Bank in Canada, and they were talking about a tool that they use to track this. And that's something that, we were saying, something we can consider for ourselves as well. So when we get that tool and start to track that, we'll be able to see the impact based on whether it's a male-run business or a female-run business. But the impact on nature, definitely that's something that we consider whenever we're giving funding to a climate-smart initiative, whether it's a climate-smart initiative in agriculture or whether it's a climate-smart initiative by a woman or a man. So something that we'll definitely start to track going forward.
Thank you. And thank you for the question, Lenka. And, if I'm honest, if we think about the genesis of the rallying cry, we chose and started with women on purpose, partly because we believe that female leadership, right, which feminine leadership can be found both in men and women, is one of the things that we're missing. And we also see women, particularly in Africa, in the African context, as sort of the ones who traditionally hold a lot of the stories from the past, right? They take on sort of the indigenous techniques and wisdom. The stories are handed down through generations and often reside with the women. Women are also, in many cases, the custodians for the future. They're tending their families and their gardens and their soil, and thinking about how we're feeding future generations. And they're, of course, very present in this now. And so there is a certain amount of collective as well as individual wisdom that we think connects women more to nature sometimes than men. And so as two women on the front lines, working daily with your hands in the soil, Bupe, do you think that you approach nature and impacts on nature differently than some of your male counterparts in the business?
Yeah, definitely. It's a passion of mine that I've gotten to a point where I've realized that, nature has got a major role to play in my business and in every other business, especially in the food production. So we have decided or have gone into a point where we have gone back to nature, to speak to nature, and nature will tell us what it feels. Because we've realized that we haven't had production, we haven't had a good production. In turn, we haven't had a good, healthy production, both for the human being and also for the environment. So we just realized that, we need to go back to the old methods of growing food product, the old methods of feeding. And, you know, with everything that we consume, we have to get back to nature. So I think there's a great impact that I've noticed. The way women relate to nature is different from the way men relate to nature. I'll talk about Zambia because mainly Zambia, it was in the recent past a taboo for a woman like myself to run a farming business. It was majorly run by men, and women were there just to support or just rally behind them. So we've gotten to a point where the woman can be on the front line. The woman can also have a share on the table of running an agriculture business, a processing business, a manufacturing business, and also, you know, play a role. In a nutshell, I think a woman is created for nature. We are nurturing, we are loving, we are caring. So it resonates with the environment as well. So we take all that love, all that care, we give it back to the environment. So definitely the impact is there, because you can see with the production line that we have, we've noticed that after giving a lot of love to the soil, after healing it, it has been able to give us back with love. And at this stage where we've reached, we're actually looking at terms of amplifying our voice in letting everybody else who's partnering with us to know that we need to go back to the land and speak to it and heal it so that it's able to feed back to us. So I would employ most of the partners that are on this platform, and also investors like the ones we have on this panel, to actually look at a woman-based business and look at the potential that we are able to give out. Look at the potential and look at it in terms of how are we able to give back? How are we able to give back to the environment? How are we able to give back to nature? How are we able to give back to human race? So we put all that in one cocoon and actually just think about how best can we heal the land? How best can we help the environment to love us back? So the great impact in the way we love the environment back, the way we relate to it, the way we care for it, I think that's where the greatest impact will come from.
Thank you, Bupe. Hear, hear. Heal the soil, heal ourselves, maybe heal the planet. I think there's a lot to be said about regenerative farming and really thinking about regenerating the soil in terms of the role that the women have to play. And of course, we see a number of studies these days are evidencing the fact that when you have more women in boards, you have more women in investment committees, you have more women in top leadership roles of some of the biggest companies around the world, they tend to make decisions that are better for the environment and are less polluting and are contributing less carbon to the atmosphere. I mean, the statistics are starting to bear this out, as well as the sense that we have about the role that women have to play in taking care of the soil, the planet, and our future generations. And of course, the She Changes Climate team has been absolutely tireless and amazing in the amount of data and stories and reporting that they have shared on their website, on LinkedIn. This is where I get so much amazing data about what women are really doing to contribute to the solutions. So what do we want to take to COP? What do we want to send with the She Changes Climate team and for Lelemba and Chanda and Bupe and Bkholo and myself and all of those on the line that are going to or already are in Sharm el-Sheikh? You know, what do we want to take to COP? And the message, you know, that I'm hearing is we need to look at opportunities starting from the ground level. We need to have inclusive voices, right? Having women from the front lines of climate change being elevated and amplified in the forefront of the climate leadership conversations that we need to have. To me, it's about creativity and innovation. Both Chanda and Lelemba are finding new ways to get capital to the ground level. But I also see there are challenges. Lelemba, as might understand that it's hard for not only someone like Bupe to raise money, but sometimes it's hard for Lelemba to raise money. So we need the international financial sector to be part of the solutioning and also flowing that capital down to local solutions, local capital providers like Zanaco, like Africa Trust Group. And so we're going to be looking at how do we unlock and unleash that capital and all those billions that have been earmarked by the different COP parties over the last couple of years to make sure that it actually gets to the ground level. So we'll put up together our sort of list of suggestions, maybe even demands that we want to send into COP. And I just want to thank everybody for being here to listen to the conversation, and of course, to our speakers. So final word. I'm just curious now, as our whole selves, as we're headed into this next round of COP on African soil, which, for better or worse, has been challenging for some of you to get your visas to even get into a country on your own continent. One word, how you're feeling as we're heading into COP. I'm very curious. Bupe, one word, how are you feeling?
Optimistic.
Excellent. Sarah?
Into COP. But I feel excited that women like Bupe will be there to represent us, because we really champion the same, interests. So
excited.
We are behind you and, running and pushing and clapping. And you must say, don't keep quiet. You must stop talking and start doing.
Thank you, Sarah. Lelemba, one word. How are you feeling? Lelemba.
Encouraged. I will say that what stood out for me from Sarah's conversation was the $10 million seed bank, because those are the type of projects we want to put forward. And when you're thinking about financing women in climate, it's not just grant funding, it's real money and real projects. So encouraged. Yeah.
Beautiful. Chanda, final word.
My one word is ready. So as Zanaco, we are ready. We're ready to partner. We're ready to make sure that we can draw finances from these great partnerships that we'll be able to forge even after COP, and pass it on to the businesses that need it. So pass it on to Sarah, pass it on to Bupe and their businesses. So we are ready.
Excellent. So my final word, of course, is to thank the She Changes Climate team. And I am grateful to all of you for being here, and to these particular amazing trailblazing African ladies who are making it happen. So much, much gratitude. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
For having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
I want to welcome everybody for the next session, which is on the energy transformation that we need to see very urgently now. We have some great speakers, and delighted to have people join from all over the planet to give this their voice and their experience. I'm handing over to Isabella Tatu, who is moderating this panel, and thank everyone for attending today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Energy Panel. I'm Isabella, and I'm going to be your host for the next 45 minutes. We're waiting for one more guest to join us, but we're going to start in. So we're all here now. Okay, so in the true spirit of the summit, I would like everyone to take a minute of mindfulness to connect with the earth. So you're welcome to close your eyes or to stay as you are. Just do a little bit of a breathing. And a breathe out. Just connect with your body, with your heart. If you can take your mind to the sole of your feet, if you can imagine you growing these energetical roots to the earth, to the center of the earth, and you're connecting and you're breathing in the energy of the earth. I sometimes imagine the energy is green and is coming all the way to my body and to my heart. And here I'm going to take a moment of gratitude. I'm going to express my gratitude for everyone joining us today, to my amazing speakers, to She Changes Climate for all the amazing work they're doing, and for everyone that has taken the time to join us. So I would like to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And you can breathe out and release that energy around us all. Okay, so I'm Isabella Tatu, and I have been working in the energy sector for the last 25 years. I'm extremely passionate about the energy sector and the renewable. So I'm delighted to welcome my amazing speakers. And in no particular orders, I'd like to introduce them with their biography. So Howard Covington is a mathematician, physicist, banker, and money manager. He is the chair of Client Earth, Europe's leading public interest environmental law firm. He has seen Client Earth grow from 30 people to 300 people in the last 8 years. Client Earth's most recent publicly announced success is helping the Torres Strait Islander taking the Australian government to the United Nations Committee on Human Rights for failing to act on climate change. Ashwani Prabha is leading communication at the Global Gas and Oil Network, which has about 200 members organizations working on the phase out of oil and gas and an equitable transition. Ashwani is from Oceanic Island of Fiji with over a decade experience in local, regional, international climate communication. She was observer liaison and media advisor to the chief negotiator for the COP23 Fiji presidency, and has worked for leading organizations such as 350 International Climate Action Network, Worldwide Fund. She's currently board chair of the Pacific Island Climate Action Network and Listening Inspires Initiative. Bill McGibbon is an author, educator, and environmentalist who helped found 350.org, the first global grassroots climate campaign, and who has recently helped found Third Act to build a progressive organizing movement for people over the age of 60. Bill played a leading role in opposition to big oil pipeline projects like Keystone XL and the fossil fuel divestment campaign, which led to an amount of more than 40 trillion stepping back from oil, gas, and coal. Then we have Namira Hamid. She is the founder of Women in Energy Pakistan, a professional network for women in energy, climate, and a broader power sector with a presence across all major cities of Pakistan. She formerly served as a policy specialist in the government of Pakistan, working on renewable energy and energy efficiency with development partners. Currently based in London, Namira works to influence the outcomes of the UNFCCC negotiation on action for climate empowerment and to support governments to strengthen their national public engagement initiative. And lastly, we have Alexandra Salmon. She is the president of Igiagi Village Council in Alaska. She's also partner at Alaska Venture Fund and leads the investment in sustainable communities in the Bristol Bay region. Her tenure as village president has proven highly productive. Besides creating new jobs and opportunities for residents, she led a transition towards renewable, emerging the development of unique hydropower alternative energy producer, known that harness energy from constant current of the Kiwajak River. So welcome everyone. What an amazing experience and perspective we have in this panel. Our topic is phasing out the energy and how we move into the renewable energies. And every one of you has a different perspective of the matter. As I was reading recently, the IEE had a press release saying that we're going to a historic moment right now where actually we're seeing a transition into the renewable energy. So with this in mind, I would like to start discussions between all of us. And I would like to ask you, what is your vision for 2030? And then we can continue on to see what is required, and all of us, you can bring the perspective from different angles. Just to mention, we have only 45 minutes, including the introduction, and we have a Q&A session for 50 minutes, which we'd like to engage with the audience. So if I can start with you, Bill, you're the first on my screen. If you can please share with us what is your vision for the 2030 and how would you think what is needed to achieve that?
Well, 2030 is not very far away. By my watch, about 7 years. And so we're going to have to make do with the things that we have now. Those things, above all, are solar panels, wind turbines, and the batteries to store the energy that they produce. The price of these has dropped dramatically over the last 5 or 10 years, to the point where the cheapest way to generate power on our planet is to point a sheet of glass at the sun. So I think that the task between now and 2030 is all out deployment of those resources as fast as possible. Then we will look up in 2030 and see where we are and what the next set of events is going to have to be. But if we do everything right at this point, we may be able to get us on a path where the ongoing existence of civilizations is no longer in question the way it is now.
Okay, great. Alexandra, I'm coming to you with the same question, please.
Yes, so Igiagig is a federally recognized tribe, and we're the only government where we live. And so we own and operate all of the infrastructure, the fuel farm, the electric utility. We have a really good baseline of how much fuel people are using, what we're using for heating and electricity. And so our tribe actually adopted a very aggressive vision for 2030. We would like to decrease fuel usage by 50%. And so we've developed all of our metrics and how we will hold ourselves accountable to that goal. In the meantime, we've been working really hard to implement some of these renewable technologies that Bill mentioned, and we put in a battery energy storage system, and that whole system will start being commissioned through this 2023. So we're finally at a position to be able to integrate all the different renewables. We also didn't want to be single renewable energy resource dependent. So we really diversified our portfolio. We're looking at wind, hydro, and solar. So we do have an aggressive vision, Guyana.
That is amazing. I mean, you already have achieved so much with the hydropower. So it's incredible work. Ashwini, I'm coming to you now. Would you share your vision as well?
Bula Vinaka, Nisambula, and Namaste. Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So for me, somebody who comes from the Pacific Island, where we think, even 2030 is getting a bit too late for us. And at the moment, I'm in Europe, and what I'm seeing here is a big scramble for gas. Governments and industry thinking that they can continue fossil fuel industry life by going for gas rather than renewable energy directly. So what I would like to say is, instead of the predictions and research, they show that like the fossil fuel industry plans to double their production. So I would say by 2030, they actually need to go deeper, cut down that production. And actually we here probably need to dismantle the fossil fuel industry, because what they're doing is just spreading false solution and trying to expand their life. So we're actually not going to achieve that 2030 target if we continue with the industry style right now. So what I would say my vision is to dismantle the industry completely and divest, get rid of their assets, and in fact, really truly invest in renewable energy, which is not happening. There's lots of promises, but not enough investment in the renewable energy. And as a Pacific Islander, the last thing I would like to say for 2030, or even like tomorrow, what we need to do is make the fossil fuel industry pay for the loss and damages that they've caused everywhere in the world, from Africa to Asia to Europe. Even people here are facing the climate crisis now and are aware of that. So I would say my vision is that the industry is dismantled. Thank you.
So Ashwini, can I ask you, you mentioned about the investment or the lack of it. So if I can pick your brain on that, how do you think we can make investment? Why is that lacking?
So I'm not the fossil fuel finance expert, but
no, in your opinion, from your perspective.
Because there is a lot of disinformation coming from the industry as to where the money should go, and the subsidies from the governments is actually going to more oil and gas rather than more renewable energy. The subsidies are not going in the right place. And also what's happening is the business plans that are coming forward, they are not renewable energy based. I think Bill might be able to answer this better, but what we are seeing is that there is actually false assumption that we need gas before transitioning to renewable energy. And so we invest money in gas rather than investing in transition, in renewables, in clean energy. And that's where the finance game is not correct. And the banks need to be held accountable for that. So the banks, the governments who are not investing in the right place.
So going back to Bill, would you like to add something on that?
Just to say that, as usual, Ashwini is exactly right. There's been this, the fossil fuel industry's biggest goal is to continue having something to burn. And if it can't be coal and it can't be oil, they'll settle for gas. The problem is that all these things produce greenhouse gases, and natural gas in particular produces huge amounts of methane, which is a potent heat trapping gas. So the good news is that the good Lord saw fit to put a large ball of burning gas 93 million miles away in the sky, and we now know how to make full use of it to get done what we need doing. That's where the burning has to take place. And our job is to capture those rays on photovoltaic panels and to take advantage of the fact that the sun differentially heats the earth so that causing the wind to blow, and we can capture that in turbines. And that's our future. And the good news is that's now the cheapest way to generate power too. So the only reason that we're even talking about this is because the fossil fuel industry's business model requires that we keep burning things. And so in order to try and keep their business model going, we keep trying to come up with new stuff to set on fire. But in fact, what has to go is the fossil fuel industry's business model.
Yes. Going back to Howard, we're moving to you. If you can go back as well, tell us about the vision and what do you think needs to be done? And then also if you have any additional comment to mention on the investment side and why is the money lacking for the renewable side?
Surely, Elizabeth, and hello everyone. So just to say that Client Earth, the firm I represent, is a band of legal warriors. There are 300 of them, 200 are women, and all of the top management are women. And they are aggressively attacking companies around the world to hold them to their promises and commitments to reduce emissions. They are holding governments to their promises, and they're helping governments around the world to implement laws and policies that will reduce emissions. My vision from a legal point of view is this. We know, everyone now knows, that fossil fuel emissions, carbon emissions, are doing immense damage. I would like to see the full legal apparatus turned on the directors of companies so that they become liable personally for the damage that emissions from the companies and their products cause. We're a long way from that, but judgment by judgment, we might get there by 2030.
Great, thank you, Howard. Namira, to you now. If you can share with us your vision for 2030. And if you have anything to add on the side we're just talking about the lack of investment on the renewable energy from your perspective.
It's a pleasure to be speaking alongside these excellent speakers. Just to reiterate what the other panelists have said before me, had we invested massively in renewable energy in the past, we would not be in the middle of a climate emergency now. And the link between the two has been apparent for a lot of us for the past few decades, but I think it's becoming apparent for the public masses now, which for me is the critical point. When the public pressure from our citizens grows on our governments and the business leaders, that's when we start to see legs shaking and the conversations within the room starting to change. So from my home country in Pakistan, we see a rising young voice calling for radical change to move away from imported fuels towards indigenous solar and wind. There were so many of us who were working inside the rooms calling for the same, but it's when we started getting pressure from outside of these boardrooms and meeting rooms is when the conversation started to tilt within these corporate headquarters. I'm currently based in the UK, where research suggests that concerns remain high. And I'm here linking the fossil fuels with clean energy transition, but also with climate change, because for us, many of us attending these panels, the conversation is the same conversation. So the population within the UK, in a recent study, when asked about a range of issues, climate change was the second biggest concern facing adults in Great Britain at 74%, with the rising cost of living being the main concern at 79%. The data shows that the more worried people are about climate, the more worried they are about cost of living and cost of energy, which we see. So this for me is very encouraging, that we have been able to place climate change and also the clean energy transition as an urgent agenda, not just in the global south, but also increasingly now within the public in the global north.
Yes, thank you, Namira. So what I'd like to invite to look at how the roles of different parts that we're doing, it's helping to make the transition happen. So Howard, if we go back to the law, like you're representing that perspective, how do you think the law will help to make just transition happen so we achieve the 2030 vision?
So to make a transition happen as quickly as we need it to happen, we have to increase investment in clean energy from about $1 trillion a year, which it is now, up to something like $4 trillion a year. It's a big increase that is needed. It can't be done unless governments help the private sector massively to invest. To do that, you need legal frameworks in countries which make investment in clean energy technologies easy to do and fair for everyone. You need also to be able to put pressure on governments to do these things, to speed up investment in clean technology. And one way of doing that is to make the entitlement to a stable climate a human right, so that governments can be taken to court for their failure to combat climate change. So there you are, two things. One, laying the legal commercial framework to facilitate clean energy investment, and at the other end, working with human rights to pressure government. There's two ideas.
Yeah, so the investment is, we're coming back to the previous topic, right? I mean, I'm working in the shipping sector and we're looking at renewables, and it's the same, the investment, there are so many energies, so many possibilities. The investment, we need those funds to make things happen. So it's really who is providing the funds. So Elise mentioned there will be a session later about the finance, the banking. So please, I'm looking forward for that. So everyone, yeah, let's see what the panel discussion will be on that subject. With regards to the same questions, I'd like to bring Bill and Ashwani talking about what is the role of the movement to play in this just transition. So if you can both bring your perspective, would be great.
Ashwini, why don't you go first there? I'll follow you.
Sure. So, I mean, I'll give a very small example about movement building in the Pacific. What we've done is brought something that's very unique, and we'll touch to Howard's point about there is an ICJ advisory opinion being sought by Vanuatu government, one of the Pacific Island governments. And this actually came from students. Just a bunch of students trying to campaign on climate change, and they managed to push this to their government, and now this is on the international agenda. So this shows how movement building and slowly different pieces can come together, because as single, just students by themselves on a small isolated island wouldn't have made that difference. But because they've now got the Caribbean and the African countries and others, sort of 85 countries out there supporting that ICJ advisory opinion, this might actually make a shift on global level. So that's on a political front. But what's happening, for example, in Global Gas and Oil Network, where I'm sitting, is we have brought together think tanks, we've brought together researchers, and then we've brought together activists. We have different actors coming together and pushing on the transition and pushing for a phase out of fossil fuel. And this is also unique because just activists by themselves have a certain narrative, right? A certain story to tell. But then when you bring researchers, then you bring a bit of scientists, and then some grassroots people, everybody together, the fight becomes stronger because you can see the story from different angles. Now, one thing that some people may not be aware of is that fossil fuel industry is very strong when it comes to petrochemicals and the pollution they are causing, the air pollution, the human rights violations that they are causing. And sometimes we don't even link them to all these intersectional issues. And what movement building can do is actually bring those diverse issues together, like looking through the intersectionalities, because everything overlaps. Like what's happening in Nigeria or Mozambique, how the fossil fuel extraction has been causing vast pollutions and human right abuses simply. But nobody's connecting those dots to say that, oh, it's the industry and they are also responsible for the war, for so many civil wars. And also let's go to Ukraine or in Europe, like what's happening right now. So bringing all those threads together is the power of the movement, and then pushing on big industries and banks and other outfits out there. Over to you, Bill.
Well, thank you. And first of all, it's good to see the map of Fiji behind you because it reminds us that the Pacific climate warriors have been the single best example, perhaps, of movement building across the entire world. I think that some of the stuff that we need to see happen over the next few years is going to happen because business interests want it to happen. So there's a certain amount of work on solar panels and wind turbines and stuff that's going to get done because it makes economic sense. As Ashwini has said, one of the jobs of movements is to do the work, the other half of this work, which is to make life hard for the fossil fuel industry, to try and drive it to extinction as quickly as possible. That won't happen automatically. They're highly committed to continuing their business model as long as they can. They have a lot of cash flow to do it. And they have a lot of political power in many places, including my country, the United States, because of their ability to use their money to game the political system. So one of the jobs of movements is going to be to continue to be in the face of the Exxons and the Chevrons and the Totals and things of the world. And I think one of the places we're really going to see this at Sharm el-Sheikh is a lot of attention on this particular pipeline, the East Africa crude oil pipeline project. And I'm really glad that our Ashwini-mite colleagues at 350 and elsewhere have been standing up hard to these kind of shameful enterprises.
Great, thank you, Bill and Ashwini. Now I'd like to go to Alexa Anna and to ask her, what is the role of communities in reaching the vision?
Brianna, so first of all, it's just so energizing to be on a panel with all of you phenomenal speakers. And I feel very passionately about community and coming at this of Iggy Agig's example. We're a nation of 70 people living very, very remotely in rural Alaska. We're all islanded kind of microgrids out there. In a state that has an enormous amount of land mass, has the most ocean coastline of, the whole rest of the United States combined, I think. And we live in a state that's relatively new, and 90% of the budget, the state's entire fiscal budget, is based off the cost of oil. And I think to myself, there's states and countries that are completely tied to the fossil fuel industry to the point where they can't operate or even think of operating beyond that. There are no incentives to this transition to clean energy. So the fact that our tribe is going about it from a place of tribal sovereignty is really powerful to me. We have, our people have lived in place for over 8,000 years in my community. So when I talk to our future generations, I tell them you have an inherent right to these lands and waters, and we have a right to self-determine what type of energy system we want to use. And that's why we have been proving and so dedicated to proving the hydro technology, because the river that we live on has the largest supply of sockeye salmon run in the globe. We supply over 25% from our one watershed. And so if we can prove a hydropower that can, in this river that is compatible with our fisheries, then and make a business plan that works in a state that disincentivizes this actual transition. And doing this completely remotely, I've always felt that if it can be done there, it can be done anywhere in the world. So just using community to set the example and also break the mold, because the system, the status quo isn't working. And so what can we prove? And to me, when you have a community that self-determines and sets its own goals, that's where your sustainability is. They're going to sustain that. And in the process, hopefully inform better government. So right now, not only are we trying to prove and make this transition in our community, but actually empower that local Indigenous voice that says, okay, regulators, we will tell you when the fish are running and when we will shut off our own device, rather than it being from the top down, a ground up fed system. But I mean, every community is so unique and so different. I just think of all of the opportunities we have the globe over as each community plans out and makes its own transition. And like I said, if we can do it in this harsh climate right now, and change policy, clean energy policy in the future, then hopefully make the path forward easier for everyone.
That is great. Thank you. Namira, back to you. I'd like to understand from your perspective, what role does the adaptation plays and the loss and damage in this transition?
Very glad that you asked this very important question. As we know, this year's catastrophic flooding in Pakistan directly affected at least 33 million people, and the costs were estimated at over $30 billion. And Pakistan is, of course, not alone in this. Deadly floods in Nigeria, drought in Somalia, one of the worst rainy seasons in Sudan this summer, and the worst floods for a century in Bangladesh and parts of India. So all of this wreaked havoc and destruction to lives and livelihoods. So this conversation of adaptation and loss and damages cannot be more urgent than now. Pakistan, as chair of the Group of 77, and China have been pushing for a loss and damage facility, finance facility. This facility would look towards funds from large emitters to countries dealing with loss and damage caused by climate change. And there's a lot of politics going around this topic. Governments and businesses don't even want to enter formal talks on this. But what do the citizens, what do the civil societies, what do other organizations of our countries think about this? And I really want to mention just one study. A recent study by my current organization, Climate Outreach and Partners, reveals that a majority of European young people, European young adults are in favor of richer countries compensating poorer countries that are facing loss and damage as a result of climate change. And almost 1 in 8 young adults are prepared to break the law to tackle climate change. Young adults are concerned, legitimately so, about climate change and support the idea of bringing ethics and morality back into the question and back into the conversations. And there's widespread support for mechanisms like the polluter pays principle. So this is just to sort of connect it back to conversations that we will be seeing at COP27. And I don't want to jump the gun, but sort of the conversation on loss and damage still not being on the official agenda of the COP27 conversations and negotiations is not reflective of the current realities and what the public perceptions say, and the data that the data suggests.
Yes, that is very true. That is very interesting study, Namira. Maybe later you can share it with me about the 1 to 8 young children. Yeah. Bill, I know that you have to go soon. You have only like, I think, 5 minutes more. We're entering now the Q&A session, and there is a question for you from Elise, I think. So she's asking, how do you make sure that the war in Ukraine is not driving even more capitals in oil and gas development in the Middle East?
Well, the war in Ukraine is driving more capital, at least in the short term, in this direction. So we have to do a few things. One is buttress every effort that's also being made in the EU to speed up the deployment of renewable energy. The war in Ukraine cuts both ways, and it clearly, in the long term or medium term, is convincing the EU to move more quickly in the direction of clean energy. But in the very short term, people are scrambling to try and get more natural gas in from non-Russian sources. At Third Act here in the States, we've sponsored a program called Heat Pumps for Peace and Freedom to get renewable technology across the Atlantic as quickly as possible. And in fact, the Biden administration has now decided to devote $250 million to this task, which is at least something. The other thing we have to do is, and here I borrow a lead from Ashwini and my old colleague, Svetlana Romanko, who's emerged as the great voice around energy in her native Ukraine in this past year. Remind everybody constantly that fossil fuel, besides producing climate change and besides killing 9 million people a year just from breathing its combustion byproducts, also is inextricably linked to fascism and totalitarianism. The reason that Vladimir Putin could invade Ukraine is because he has a lot of oil and gas. It's 60% of his export earnings. Look around your house for something made in Russia. If you want to, boycott it or something, you won't find anything. They don't do anything. It's just a big gas station. And so our job is to keep reminding people that in the fight for human freedom and against the kind of barbaric military operation that Putin has undertaken, getting off fossil fuel is one huge step. One of the good things about the sun and the wind is that neither Vladimir Putin nor the King of Saudi Arabia nor the Koch brothers can cut off the sun nor block the wind from blowing. These are our common resource. They belong to all of us. And that's a great reason to be moving strongly in those directions.
Great. Thank you so much. There is a very interesting question from Dawn. It's actually it's a question for each one of us. Have you minimized your greenhouse gas emissions? Do you tenaciously encourage other consumers, individuals, organizations, businesses, governments to do the same? So, well, I have to say that I've been really looking at my emissions this year, and I'm doing lots of steps to reduce everything from waste, from what I eat, to my personal lifestyle and my family. It's really important. We're actually talking recently about the food, right? The waste in the food from everyone. So if I will ask each one of you to maybe share with us steps that you're doing it in your own individual life to reduce these emissions. I think any tips for the audience, how to do that? So I'll start with you, Bill, again.
All right, that's great, because then I do have to leave, and I'm
yes,
sorry.
I know.
So, my house is covered with solar panels. They're connected to an electric vehicle. We have air source heat pumps. The kitchen now uses magnetic induction to cook food. I'm proud of those things, but I do not think that that's how we're going to solve this problem. We're at a point now where we can't make the math work one household at a time. So I think the most important thing an individual can do is be a little less of an individual and join together with others in movements large enough to make change. We get a lot of very good ideas about this kind of collective behavior from indigenous communities around the world who have not succumbed to quite the same level of individualism that's marked, say, my society. And we get a lot of good ideas from the people who've spent the last 100 years teaching us how to build big movements. Nonviolent social movement building is along with the solar panel, is the most important technology to emerge from the 20th century. Gandhi and Dr. King and the suffragettes and people working from the margins taught us how to build big movements. If we make it through this century, it will be because we took heed of those lessons and learned how to work together to allow the small and the many to beat the mighty and the few. So that's as good as I've got, and what a pleasure to get to join this conversation. Hope I see some of you in Egypt in a few days, and in the meantime, many, many thanks to all who keep this fight going every day.
Great, thank you so much, Bill, for coming, and all the best. Alexandra, if we can continue the conversation and focus on the social and environmental, how can we bring communities into, that would be great. Daisy, I really enjoy the chats on the group. As you can see, everyone wants to build the communities to move away. We are 20s. So I mentioned we are 20 is too late to do individual. We need to focus on systemic and governmental change. So if we can focus on these 2 points, we have only, I think, 5 more minutes until the session is finished. So let's take these 5 minutes to focus on these 2 points. On social movement and how we can achieve that as communities. Alexandra, would you like to start first? You're my first on my screen, so I can go in that way.
Sure. You know, I was actually spurred and still thinking about the previous question on what communities do in the individual versus the collective. And what I appreciate is our community came together and set the goals to move off of fossil fuels. And then we work proving these different technologies, but the companies must talk to each other. Like, we'll select our partners, but with the technology we're putting in our grid has to support all the different renewables that we're interested in. So we have regular meetings, so the microgrid people of all the different technologies are talking to each other, which is unique. A lot of times when you have a small community, you don't have that level of collaboration, but that was the goal of the community. You know, we have times in the winter when the river will not flow as quickly, and we might need the wind power. In addition, we have a strong culture of energy efficiency. So the tribe is committed to any new construction being 5-star energy plus. And so we're spending an inordinate amount of money to build 5-star homes, and to use, you know, the newest building the tribe is putting in will not use fossil fuels. It will actually use ground source heat pumps. And, you know, we're just moving away as much as we can. At the same time, we can't transition completely to electricity because it's still cost prohibitive as we transition. We're at almost $1 a kilowatt hour where I live. But that culture of like recycling and growing your own food locally, all of that. So we have a very holistic approach to energy. And it really includes protecting our water source. So most of the villages in our watershed have been on a path to renewables, which I'm really proud about. However, you have situations where there's very large industry that would also like to do large scale open pit mining at the headwaters of these where we live, because that argument is still out there that we need, you know, all of these copper and heavy metals in order to make this transition, and that it's safer to do it in our neck of the woods because we have more stringent environmental laws than other places on the globe. And I think it's mobilizing the movement to tell the true narratives and to let the local voices speak louder, because where we live, we feel that the water is more precious than the gold, and that while it's providing for all of our energy and our food, that it needs to be protected, and that we don't make decisions that are contributing to the problem rather than solving it. So thank you. There's a lot of challenges, but I also see immense opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Ashwini, to you, the same.
You know, I take the privilege to deviate a little bit. I think I want to talk about COP because a lot of people, and I know we have very little time, and a lot of you are going to be at the COP. They're like in 2 days, 3 days. What I want to say is at this COP, we need to tell the governments that gas is not the solution to the renewable future, that gas has no place in the energy transition. And we also need to make sure that the governments hear loud and clear that polluters have no place at the table. Because this session was about fossil fuel phase out. And actually, these polluters are there in the COP, changing the text, present in the government delegations, and constantly undermining the COP process. I'm a bit like wanting to vomit at the end of every COP because we islanders are bloody outnumbered by the industry. They are writing the text all over the place and manipulating the whole conversation. So I want all of you to be the watchdogs and kick out polluters at this COP.
Thank you, Ashini. So much passion. I love it. Howard, would you like to add your comments, please?
Yeah, the systemic change is needed urgently. The law can bring it about. Here's an example. We at Client Earth wondered how we could help Europe flip from diesel vehicles to electric vehicles. So we started bringing legal actions country by country, city by city to improve the quality of air and get diesel bans in each city. After 2 or 3 years of doing that, we had got diesel bans in 18 different cities throughout Europe, and we precipitated, or we helped precipitate, the flip from diesel cars to electric vehicles. Now, that's an immense change for Europe. It's now well underway. It's the kind of thing the law can do because judges look at decisions made by other judges. So I am optimistic as the world shifts that the legal system will provide a lot of leverage for bringing about systemic change.
Great, thank you. I'm enjoying because there's so much conversation on our chat. I really like the engagement of everyone. Namira, over to you, please.
I'll take the same sort of line that Ashwini did, is that in terms of visibility of who's at the COP, we see a stark difference in who gets to attend the negotiations and who gets to be inside the rooms that matter. So not just in the green zone, not just in our own panels speaking to each other, but inside the rooms that actually matter. Many fossil fuel lobbyists joined the COP talks to attempt to protect their industry from much needed action to keep coal, oil, and gas in the ground. We were told last year that in terms of participation at COP26, if the fossil fuel industry were a country, it would have been the single largest delegation at the conference. We cannot let this happen again. We need to ensure that we give equal weight to expert voices from the South, from the women, from the youth. But I'm still hopeful for this year's COP27. Egypt's vision has been ensuring that no country or group is left behind. And as we discussed before, loss and damage is likely to be a big topic of discussion in Sharm el-Sheikh, for which many of us are eagerly looking forward to. And I'd also like to quickly mention that this year we will see some headline statements from Pakistan at the COP27. Our Minister for Climate Change, Sherry Rehman, is a very effective speaker with very strong diplomatic and political credentials. So I look forward to seeing some strong female leadership from the Global South this year as well.
Yeah, great. I'm looking forward to that as well. So we're approaching the end. Unfortunately, it's already 12:45 UK time. I think we can continue this conversation for a long time. I'd like to thank each one of you to come, and I wish you all the luck with lots of success in the next week meetings. I know everyone is really going to be very busy. And I would like to just summarize some of the action points we had discussed today, and that we're going to include for the She Changes Climate action and for the press release. So one is about the investment in renewable energies policies. and communities, we need to empower them. So, and of course, the driving diverse issues, bringing together, and the requirement of the law and regulations. So I'd like to say again, thank you to everyone who has participated at this panel, all the questions, all the engagement, and especially all the speakers. So, and to Future Energy Climate for organizing this amazing summit. And good luck with the rest of the seminars this afternoon. There will be amazing topics, so please stay and watch them. Thank you again, everyone, and I'm grateful for you being here.
So my name is Osprey Oriole Lake, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, We Can. So at COP27, there will be many grassroots, frontline, and Indigenous women gathered from all over the world to strategize and accelerate our collective efforts to halt the worst impacts of the climate crisis and to stop extractivism and to protect our lands, forests, water, and our communities. And at the same time, we don't forget the voices of women and feminists collective voices together. We know that solutions exist that can mitigate the worst impacts of the climate crisis, and that women, feminist, and gender diverse leaders are truly at the forefront of these movements. As just one example, studies show that just a 1-unit increase in a country's score on the Women's Political Empowerment Index is associated with an 11.51 decrease in the country's carbon emissions. And this is just one of many, many stats I could share with you about why women's leadership is key to sustainability solutions. Whether it's on the front lines of resistance to fossil fuels, protecting and replanting forests, creating food sovereignty networks, or advocating for bold and transformative climate policies at international forums, women truly are leading the way. And that's why at We Can, we are uplifting women and community-led solutions, strategies, policies, and frameworks. I don't think I need to tell any of you this any more than you know, but it is Code Red for humanity. And we are drawing a red line to say no more sacrifice people and no more sacrifice zones. We need a climate justice framework. This is a time to unite together and to build a healthy and just future we know is possible for each other and our Earth. And on every continent, women land defenders are rising. In some cases, literally putting their bodies and lives on the line to protect Mother Earth, our communities, and all that we hold dear. And I think it's important to highlight that there's a historical connection to the violence against women and violence against Mother Earth that we can't afford to ignore in this patriarchal context historically. And it's something that has to be addressed and healed. So I ask you to join me in standing in solidarity with our feminist movements around the world and women everywhere rising as caretakers and as protectors and defenders of our precious planet and communities. Nature has made it crystal clear that we can't buy or negotiate our way out of the multiple crises we face. So it's critical to radically imagine a world that we know is possible and create and fight for that future. And importantly, the pressure and insight of global people's movements are central to pushing forward transformative leadership right now, because we don't yet have the politics in place to tackle all of these interlinking crises. So we need to draw upon the knowledge and leadership of Indigenous, Black and Brown and frontline women and feminists who are already deeply engaged in solutions. Our We Can network is speaking out in recognition of the sacred interdependence of all of life on Earth, and with the knowledge that business as usual, extractive economic models, and colonization have ushered in an era of planetary destruction. We are calling on governments as well as financial institutions at COP27 and beyond to steadfastly commit to keep global warming well below 1.5 degrees through policies that prioritize social, racial, and economic justice for all. Our call to action for gender justice, racial justice, upholding Indigenous rights and rights of nature, calling for a just transition and immediately keeping fossil fuels in the ground is an ongoing agenda for people and planet. It's an urgent call for our very survival. So to put this in context, 60 of the largest banks in the world have put $4.6 trillion into fossil fuel financing since the adoption of the Paris Climate Agreement. And a report by the UN Environment Programme found that governments still plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 than what would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. We just cannot continue these disastrous numbers. And despite the increasing acknowledgement that the impacts of climate change vary depending on gender and the crucial role of women at the center of climate solutions, meaningful discussion of gender marginalization is still lacking in most national climate change policies. And it should be noted that a UN report found that 74% of speaking time at the UN climate negotiations is taken up by men. So Weekend has just released a report on the serious lack of gender integrated climate policy by the G20. We released it on October 27th, and we are highlighting in this report that since the G20 countries are actually meeting during the second week of the COP, that we wanted to really highlight what this lack is and to share that knowledge with the media and the public, and also to use it as leverage for the G20 countries to do much better. We also want to uplift the critical, important demands released by the African Feminist Task Force for COP27 that can be found on the Women and Gender Constituency website. We also wanted to take note that Weekend has recently released a second report addressing financial institutions, because we know we have to deal with both governments and the financial sector at the same time, because they play into each other and they are also enabling one another. So we've released a report called The Gendered and Racial Impacts of the Fossil Fuel Industry and Complicit Financial Institutions. And this is over a 100-page report that spotlights the intersections of gender, race, and the fossil fuel industry, and addresses the disproportionate gender and race-specific health and safety effects, as well as human and indigenous rights issues of fossil fuel extraction and infrastructure. Lastly, we cannot move forward without addressing climate finance at this COP, and in fact, every day. This is key to both avoiding and adapting to the worst outcomes of the climate crisis. We must have a way for developed countries to provide compensation for historical emissions and a legacy of injustices between the global north and south. There needs to be finance to address loss and damage on top of climate finance commitments for mitigation and adaptation. Most developed countries have fallen woefully short on the $100 billion that's been promised. And even $100 billion is not nearly enough. Research estimates an increase of at least 590% in annual climate finance is required to avoid the most dangerous impacts of climate disruption. So we really need to have this COP address the issue of climate finance. We're calling for these extreme inequities to be addressed at COP27 right here, right now, this year. Women are rising, we're not waiting, and we know that we can act now and we must act now. So thank you all for participating in this summit. Thank you to She Changes Climate and to everyone around the world who is working so hard to change our trajectory. And I wanted to close by sharing a really inspiring project from Weekend that is taking place in the Democratic Republic of Congo with amazing women leaders who are protecting forests and also reforesting damaged land. Because in fact, we are really in the homelands of the African continent. We wanted to really uplift this particular project. Thank you.
When I come back here after 25 years, I was shocked. When I was a little girl, the forest was here. And when I was here, I see no more trees. Idea was how again people can bring life back.
As the climate crisis increases, scientists are telling us that one of the most important things that we can do is to protect forests and biodiversity. The Congo Basin is one of the largest and most important forests of the world, only second to the Amazon in terms of size. And there we are reforesting damaged lands that due to extractive industries, agricultural business, have been completely turned into deserts.
We have now 500 women. We are planting those trees. And when you planting trees, you are honor all those trees and you are honor on the land. That is not usual on our culture. Women to have some propriety, some ownership. That gives us really confidence.
iri byose ntiturabiteye kandi nibyo uzubibagarira iri ni ishyamba ryanjye.
75% of the trees are going to rewilding the forest. Some of them now are 20 feet tall, and we're quickly seeing the forest begin to regenerate. And 25% are for human use so that we can ensure that we're protecting the 1.6 million acres of old growth forest. This is where their food comes from, where their medicines come from, where the things they need for their homes come from, their pharmacy.
Ibiti akamaro ko kubitera icyo bimarira n'icyo mbitegeyemo cyane ni ukugira ngo tuzongere tubone imvura muri iki gihugu cyacu ibiti zarashize. Turifuza yuko ibino biti za weekend zokomeza tukongera tukagarura amashamba. Women, they are now protecting environment with trees. Women of Itombe forest, natural forest from DRC. We are trying to protect our environment.
We're now protecting 1.6 million acres of old growth forest over the years as we reforest in the Congo Basin. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a real need to develop more food sovereignty and food security. So now not only in the nurseries that we have are we planting sapling trees, but also lots of food for the local communities.
Vegetables we did really help so much. People to have vegetables to fight with malnutrition.
And the women are just so proud to not only be planting trees and healing their damaged homelands, but also protecting this old growth forest for all of us, for doing their part in mitigating the climate crisis. So for all of these things, it's a very comprehensive project that's lifting up women, lifting up indigenous peoples and their traditional ways of life, protecting old growth forest and reforesting damaged lands.
All of this forest will become soon big one. And we want to really to have again, bring new oxygen, wind will be stopping winds, and it really very, very, very important. Trees their life.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the press briefing. I believe we're waiting on one or two other panelists, but I will get started while we wait. My name is Melissa Godin, and I'm a freelance journalist covering climate change for a range of outlets from The Guardian to the New York Times, and I'm delighted to be moderating our press briefing today. As you all know, She Changes Climate is a global nonprofit campaigning organization that launched 2 years ago with the goal of increasing women's representation at all levels of climate decision-making. And this past September, She Changes Climate launched an open letter to the COP27 Egypt presidency and to all leaders attending COP, asking for equal gender representation and calling for a 50-50 split of men and women in top environmental decision-making positions. It was signed by over 1,000 leaders from around the world, illustrating just how many people believe in the transformative power of bringing gender diverse voices to the table. Today, She Changes Climate is declaring a climate emergency, calling on all leaders attending COP27 to raise their ambition and to accelerate climate action. We have gathered today women from various pockets of the climate movement to join our press briefing to discuss why greater gender diversity in climate governance is so important, and critically what we can do to make this happen. With us today, we have Zoe Cohen, a climate influencer and a supporter and spokesperson of Just Stop Oil, a coalition of groups in the United Kingdom working together to ensure the government commits to halting new fossil fuel licensing and production. We also have Julia Steinberger, a scientist and professor at the University of Leeds, focused on interdisciplinary areas of ecological economics and industrial ecology, looking at post-growth economies. We also have with us Sandrine Dixon-DeCleve, the co-president of the Club of Rome, a platform of diverse thought leaders who identify holistic solutions to complex global issues like climate change. Thank you all so much for being here with us today. To get us started, you all represent such different parts of the climate community. Some of you work as economists and scientists, and others are focused on campaigning and activism. In the areas of the climate movement that you work in, what are the current barriers for women or other gender minorities wanting to enter leadership positions? And how does this affect climate ambition as a result? Maybe Zoe, you can get us started.
Thanks, Melissa, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I was expecting you to start with our vision question first, so I wasn't expecting to come to that question. I think because I spend most of my time taking action, supporting action, encouraging others to take action, or speaking on behalf of civil resistance movements of ordinary people who are willing to take direct action peacefully in order to create change from governments and other power holders. My experience over the last 4 years has been that actually both Extinction Rebellion in Shillelagh Britain and Just Stop Oil here in the UK, and the stuff I know indirectly from other countries, actually on the whole pretty supportive of female LGBTQ folk to get involved. And I remember quite early on in my experience with Extinction Rebellion back in 2019 that there was actually some media coverage specifically interviewing women saying how empowering it was to be part of Extinction Rebellion because there were so many women involved right through all parts of the organisation. And remember, these movements are not traditional organisations with one guy at the top. That's not how it works. There's circles and groups where actually women, including young women from kind of 18 upwards through to elders in their 80s are engaged, and that's super, super inspiring. So yeah, thanks Julie for spotting my don't look up. I keep that there all the time just in case I'm doing a media interview or something, just to get the message across subliminally. So I find in general that grassroots civil resistance movements are pretty welcoming of women and LGBTQ plus folk, and they're generally good places to be. Not all the time, no one's perfect, but more so than business as usual world, I find.
And Julia, it would be great to hear from you in the sectors that you work in as well.
So I do participate in my spare time in some of the movements, and I would say that I would echo Zoe's point that that's one of the things that was very refreshing being in Extinction Rebellion spaces and other spaces like Renovate Switzerland right now of climate activism, is that younger and older women and everywhere in the middle are in leadership, are participating, and are listened to. It's a very anti-macho scene, which is very different from the rest of the world in some ways. So that's been my experience so far as well. In terms of academia, which is where I spend the vast majority of my time, I think that there's still real divides according to countries, according to institutional settings, and according to discipline. And one of the things we need to move beyond in academia, and I think elsewhere, is we need to move beyond representation to achieve parity. And that's a huge hurdle. So the IPCC was very proud of itself because it included a third of women authors in the sixth assessment report, roughly, and that was, you know, way up from 20% or whatever it was before. It's like, okay, that's great, but it's still not there. We're still a minority in pretty much every room that we go into, and I think the barriers here, you know, are just in being able to be listened to and being able to be taken seriously. And the more women there are in the room, the more interesting and novel ideas come to the fore. So I think it really does make a huge difference in terms of challenging business as usual ideas and established ideas. In academia and climate policy circles, there are a lot of established ideas. There's decades of failure to look back upon, and it takes a little bit of bravery and people who have less of a stake in the existing system in order to challenge that, I would say.
Thanks so much for that. And I believe we have Sandrine who's joined us as well, who can maybe jump in at the next question. You know, I think so much, I've heard a lot of that from a lot of women working in the climate movement, that there is this recognition about the importance and the power of having women in positions of leadership. Yet often what I hear is that there's little discussion about what tools and policies and resources women necessarily need to be able to succeed in these roles. So, you know, if women are simply encouraged to be climate leaders without the proper support to do so, maybe we run the risk that women end up with even greater responsibility and greater work, which we've seen happen across all sectors and all industries. And so I'd be curious to hear, in the various fields that you all work in, what resources do you think women need to be successful climate leaders? What policies need to be in place, and what ecosystem do we need to create collectively so that women leaders can thrive?
Do you want me to jump into this, Melissa?
That would be great.
And apologies for joining late, but the security line at the airport to get to COP was not exactly very easy today. So I'm really sorry.
No, we appreciate you joining us.
So it's just so wonderful to be on this call and also to be part of this initiative, because what it does is it reminds people that actually ensuring that women are integrated into decision making is not just about quotas. Actually, this is the era of women and female decision making. It's the era where we absolutely need to shift from the power dynamics, the profit dynamics, and in particular short-term profits, and what I call the penis dynamics, which is focusing on the way in which male decision-making has been going on forever, and that has really gotten us in the mess that we're in today, which is these compound impacts of the permacrises of conflict, climate, and also COVID. So to come back to your question, we need to ensure not only that we invest in gender impact, that we look at the types of projects where women bring deep solutions at the community level, because they're the ones also that are on the front lines, but also that we understand that the complexity of the decisions that we have before us need diversity. They need women, they need more cultural diversity, they need diversity from different communities, and that's absolutely fundamental. And so how do we do that best? One is to put in place the processes that enable that to happen, which is part of what this call is all about, making sure that the negotiations don't continue to get hijacked by just men in positions, making the decisions that have such an incredible impact on women. I mean, let's not forget that most of the victims of climate change are women. And if we look at, for example, 75% of the impact of flooding is directly on women, many lives lost because women don't even know how to swim in many parts of the world. So we have to totally shift our mindset. And that's what this call is all about. And that's why also we're all here together as women representing very different fields, representing very different perspectives, also working with men who understand the importance of female decision-making in order to ensure that we really have an impact. And maybe the last point that I will make is this COP has to be about women, and it has to be about women standing up and saying enough. The power dynamics that we see, whether it be through the invasion of Ukraine or the way in which we're not actually adopting and ensuring the implementation of the 100 billion to people across the globe, but in the most impoverished countries, as well as damage and loss, can no longer continue to happen. And for that, we need to shift into much more feminine decision-making, where we take into consideration the importance of poverty, inequality, and empower of women.
Thank you so much for that. Before we turn to the other panelists, I also just want to introduce Caroline Mayer Toby, who has joined us, apologies, who is the Chief Empowerment Officer for She Changes Climate and was formerly a lawyer at the Foundation of International Environmental Law and Development. We're happy to have you on board as well.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Julia, do you want to step in?
So in terms of the structures and the processes that can support women becoming leaders, I think that there's a real double bind, which is that it takes a lot of support to become comfortable and proficient in pretty much all of the different kinds of spaces we inhabit. And so there's a lot of support. So pretty much every woman that achieves positions of leadership has been supported by a lot of people, helping her with the informal and formal ropes of it, including quite often lots and lots and lots of men. But then there's a double bind, which is that the expectation of taking on representation roles, participation in events, even such as this one, as pleasant as it is, there becomes this overburden of representation that distracts from the work itself as well. And I think that there needs to be more appreciation of both of these things, the amount of work it takes to get people comfortable and proficient and not just able to be in spaces, but able to control those spaces and get their points and decisions across. That's a big thing. I mean, you can be in a meeting room and you can have points to make, but unless you do it in the right process, knowing the ropes, you're not going to carry the day ever, even though you're there, even though you've been there for 10 years. So there needs to be more appreciation of the work it takes to actually become not just present, but powerful. And there also needs to be an appreciation for the extra burden of representation that is constantly put on women in the climate space as well.
I really like the not just present, but powerful. I think that's really on the nose. Sandrine, would be great to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I want to build on that because actually Julia is absolutely right. And, we've done, in fact, Apolitical, the foundation has done some statistics and some data gathering around how many women in positions of power actually get bullied and are really brought down when they get to those positions of power. And that's part of this as well, is we absolutely cannot allow that to happen. I mean, the number of conversations with female politicians who indicate that they have been stalked, that they have been continuously brought down, pursued in terms of their opinions, and makes it actually very difficult for other women to then want to take the place of those women and become policymakers as well. So I agree with Julia. We have to ensure that both we create the communities that support women to get to where they get to, but then that they continue to support each other. And for that, I would also add, because Julia is right, many men have been supportive of women getting to the top. A lot of women have not. And that becomes a problem because there is no role for a woman who has become just as bad as some of those men who would not like to have women in power.
Thank you. Caroline, it would be great to hear from your perspective how this plays out.
This is such a loaded question because on all angles we need the support. Just looking at childcare alone, it's impossible to give the type of childcare that you want if your government or your workplace is not supporting you. And it's impossible to give a full attention to your job if you're worried about childcare. So there's that. Then there's also, I want to go back to what Sandrine was saying about, indirectly about the old boys club, we need that, and I love the leadership that She Changes Climate is giving because we need this. We need this upper level girls club, women's club, where we help each other, we pull each other up. We say, yes, I know that number. Here is that number. That's a huge thing that we don't get a lot, and we need to support younger women. We need to reach down, we need to hold each other up, and we need to keep those doors open so that we can pass through. What I found recently through talking to not just Indigenous women in the Caribbean Basin region. But African-American women who have historically been in agriculture, and it's a small, admittedly a small number, there's a lot of intellectual property theft. There is a lot of intellectual property theft. And I think women suffer from that greatly because we are very collaborative. We say, yes, come, we'll talk about it. We'll have coffee. Let's chat. And, that conversation eventually turns into a huge money-making profit for somebody else down the line. And I was talking to a woman who was in tears about that because she spent about 30 years as an agricultural lawyer in the rural south of the States. And I think her family was like, they lost their land. There was a land grab. And she built herself up and she wanted to help others, but somebody went and like just appropriated her whole idea and she can't even get into the field now. So I don't want to take over, but yes, please, somebody else.
No, those are really interesting points. One of the things I really am curious about asking you all about, and I don't want to fall into gender stereotypes here, but we do know that men tend to have different approaches to governance that has different results for the kinds of solutions that get promoted. There's been a ton of studies, for instance, that have found that men are more likely to concentrate on technological fixes to the climate crisis, or are more likely to support conflict than female leaders. And this is something that She Changes Climate has highlighted quite a bit. I'd be curious to hear from all of you across the different sectors that you work in, if women or people from other gender minority backgrounds were to become leaders in the fields that you work in, how do you think the climate agenda would change? What do you think we would see reprioritized if women and gender minorities were in charge?
I can go first if that's okay, Melissa, because that really strikes a chord with me on 3 different levels. The first is what I call the testosterone effect, hence what I call the last P, the penis, because you look at most of the push coming from male leaders and actually from the Western leaders, and it's all about technology. It's all about investment in certain technologies which will solve our problems. And yet, as the co-president of the Club of Rome, published The Limits to Growth 50 years ago, and we've done a lot of introspection, let me tell you, over the last 50 years. Why is it that no one listened to our messages around the systemic effects of continued growth and an extractive economy? Why is it that we've only focused on profit? Why is it that we've only focused on technology fixes? And most of that is because actually the decision-making power is in the hands of those who want quick fixes and who are not actually ready to go into a much more complex, wicked problem-solving arena, which is systemic, where you look at economic, financial, political interrelationships, when you look at also the impact of poverty and inequality. I mean, what's come out of our most recent work, Earth for All, the Survival Guide for Humanity, which has been fascinating, is we will not solve the climate crisis, full stop. Doesn't matter how much you invest in technology if you don't deal with poverty and inequality, and if you don't address empowerment of women. And that is a fundamental. Will there be male decision makers who are ready to really pick that up? That is the question and the challenge that I have for our decision making today. And let's bring in more women to ensure that it does happen. Why? Because women do actually decide with their hearts, their heads, and their souls. They're already systemic in their approach.
Thank you so much for that. Anyone else, feel free to jump in.
So I've been working with this group, United Maroons Indigenous Peoples in the Caribbean Basin. I'm at the Institute for Small Islands. And I've noticed that it's mostly women that I work with, mostly mothers and grandmothers, and it's a grandmother leading the charge. And I think she's speaking later on in the closing, actually, Mama Akila Jaramogi. And she is reforesting the northern reach of Trinidad, of my country, just because she wants to. And it's a beautiful effort. And I realize that when women come together, as we discussed, it's a collaborative effort. It's back to roots, it's back to the ground. It's a lot of focus on childcare. It's a lot of focus on future generations, education, looking at trauma, looking at midwifery, healing, herbal, bringing the garden into the forest and forest into the garden, and just living within a forest. So this is what the goal is of this beautiful movement across the Caribbean basin, the Saramacca of Suriname, the Americans of Trinidad, the Garifuna of Belize, the Kalinago in Caribbean islands, the Western Antilles. I could go on. And the focus is union. So they went to the UN embassy to assert their indigeneity, because it's a long story, and the BAT will discuss it later on. But these are mothers and grandmothers, you know? The collaborative work is just enormous. So, yeah.
Go for it, Zoe.
Thank you. Just building on what others have said so far, I think two other things that we're more likely to get more of, we get more women's voices, is more truth and more courage. I have had enough of bullshit. Sorry for the language, but I've had enough. And we get more of it from the guys, unfortunately, because they seem to have built up this collective male culture that they have to just come out with bullshit and not tell the truth so much. And I don't want to overgeneralize there, because it of course isn't all men, but and this patriarchal stuff doesn't really help men either, does it? It traps men in this nonsense. The tech fantasies, the ego, the protecting the veneer of identity, the whatever it is, it's not helping guys either. But I think on the whole, women find it easier to tell the brutal truth. And I think I heard you say earlier, Julia, just in passing, that we've got decades of failure, and that's a beautiful example. I think as women, we're happy to swallow our pride and accept that we've failed. Stuff's failed. We've effectively failed so far. Look at the reality. So let's accept that. Let's have that humility. So I think humility, truth, and courage. I see so much courage in all the movements I have been the privilege of being part of and still part of. Courage of 17, 18, 19-year-olds, courage of 70, 80-year-olds, putting their bodies in places that other people are not putting their bodies, and being prepared to go up against, the right-wing billionaire oil interest media and just put themselves on the line. And my God, that's stressful. And these are ordinary people, right? They're not people with huge privilege. They're ordinary people. So truth, courage, and humility will get buckets more of. We get more women.
And I would just add to what Zoe, Sandrine and Caroline said, which is that I think that in academia and in the research space, if we had more women in positions of power and leadership, you would not believe the amount of, golden calves that would get knocked off their perches and smashed to bits. I mean, we have these academic theories and disciplines that have imposed certain ways of thinking on us that are really unchallenged at the time of humanity's greatest need. And it's honestly kind of upsetting. So I think that that's one of the things, is that I don't think that women in academic settings or in the IPCC are softer or kinder. I think they're nice people, but almost everybody in the IPCC is a nice person, which maybe doesn't come as a surprise. But they're extremely brave and really willing to push for new ideas. And I think that that's one of the things that I really appreciate, and I hope we see a lot more of, because I've really seen some people just be absolutely relentless to make sure that some old mistakes don't get made again. And it's a lot of work, but the people doing it were generally women.
Thank you so much for that. Building on that question, we're all obviously gathered here today at this summit, at this press briefing, because women have declared an emergency and are bringing that message to COP and to COP leadership. I'd be curious to hear from all of you, why is it so important that we have this messaging coming from women in particular? We've heard it come from other parts of civil society, from governments, from different kind of individuals with large followings, but why is it important specifically for this message to come from women?
Well, maybe because, again, as we indicated, many of us, women are on the front lines. First of all, they're the ones that are the most vulnerable to climate, along with obviously low income and and poverty communities, impoverished communities. But also, I think it's important that women come forward, but also in sync with the youth, because let's not forget, as I think that Zoe brought up as well, and the way in which we as activists are seeing the incredible voice of young women who are coming forward. And we must, as women, unite ourselves. Sorry, there's a very strange noise here behind me. We must unite ourselves with those young women and make it clear that they know that we have their backs. You know, there are the young women in particular in Europe who find it very difficult to actually bring forward some of the voices from other parts of the world that are really struggling. The young women outside of Europe are having a hard time when they go out in the streets and actually they're declaring that we're in a planetary emergency. It's not as easy for them as it is for Greta, Louisa, or even here in my country in Belgium, Anuna and Adelaide. They say it very clearly. So one, the fact that we have their backs, that we're all there together collectively, indicating to the
Sandrine, I think we might have lost you. Yes, we have. Did someone
I'm back. Sorry.
No
Do you want me to stop? I apologize. I was on a rampage there. Maybe I should stop.
No.
Just, okay, just to finish then, to say, one, that we have their backs. And I think that's fundamental. Two, that we also have the backs of those who are in other countries that find it much more difficult to come out in the street. And a lot of women who are really on the front lines, women who are making sure and did make sure during COVID that they were actually supplying all of the health services that were so necessary. Women who actually, again, are the most vulnerable to the shocks and stresses coming from climate change. So that is why I think it's important that we unite, we as women, both to say enough is enough, and secondly, to say we know that collectively, as Caroline so clearly said, collaboratively, multi-generationally, men and women can actually find the solutions together. But that means that we need to make sure we co-design the processes and we come up with those solutions, not that it's forced down our throats through power and profit.
Zoe?
Thanks, Melissa. And just to sort of, to build on Sandrine's point in a slightly tangential but relevant way, is I've literally run out of times that I've heard people at positions of power nationally, internationally, talk about the importance of civil society and how civil society need to come in and encourage, force, whatever, politicians to, to actually have political will to do something. So that's, to a large extent, that means civil disobedience and civil resistance, doesn't it? But they don't use that language. I really encourage people to have a look at Erica Chenoweth's recent work that talks about movements that have a lot of women in them are more creative, more successful, and more resilient. So, we have to have, both because it's the right thing. We're half the bleeding population, for goodness sake. Of course, we should have our voice here. And also, civil society equals women in movements forcing change using every peaceful means possible, legal and illegal. We have to do it all, and women have to be crucially playing a huge part in that. So that's a really, really important point, and we need the funding and support to do that.
Thank you for that. Julia, Caroline, I'm not sure if either of you wanted to add before I move on to the next question. I wanted to come back to a point that Sandrine just brought up about the challenges that young women, specifically outside of Europe, face when they step into climate leadership positions. I think this touches on something that's really key to discussing women in climate leadership. Today, we're all gathered because we believe that's really important, but we also know that not all women have the same privileges that women from poorer socioeconomic backgrounds, from minority groups, and especially from the global South, often face more severe impacts of climate change and also face greater exclusion and difficulty from climate governance institutions. So I'd be curious to hear from some of you about how you think we can make sure that the climate movement is one that isn't just inclusive to women, but women that carry different identity groups, that come from different socioeconomic and different cultural backgrounds as well.
May I? Well, it's interesting you say that. My experience, my first COP was 2011, and I was involved since 2009. And I've been pretty involved, sometimes in the foreground, sometimes at COP, sometimes in the background. And it's a very strange reaction to me, especially about 10 years ago when there were definitely less minorities in the delegation. Well, not in my work in the delegations, advising, so not the delegates themselves, but advising was definitely more European work. And sometimes I would go and there would be kind of a like, oh, well, I know why you're going to be one of the main lawyers there. And I was like, no, you didn't just say that. You didn't just say that, because, the European organization would put me forward to talk to delegates from the global south. So that was the implication. So, things like that, little side swipes, little, aggressions, some, what's the word? Plagiarization of my work. And I'm not a solitary person in this. I talk to young women. I talk to women who are now more middle-aged than young, and this was their experience as well. So I'm loving that they're encouraging young women now, but I think they also need to encourage women across the board to support young women, if that makes sense, because women who have been doing this for a while have previously been unheard and kind of marginalized and shunted aside. And if we need leadership for these young women from the global south stepping up and taking control, they also need to see women in control in these areas as well. They can't go out like lambs to the slaughter to be plagiarized, to be hit upon, and to be used and then tossed aside. It's something that actually worries me a great deal, So.
Thank you for sharing, Caroline.
Oh, lots of sexual harassment as well. Lots of sexual harassment. It's disgusting in the UN process.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Maybe.
Yeah, go for it, Julia.
So I think Caroline has been raising these points very strongly, and I think that one of the things that women can help with, which takes some introspection as well, coming from the sort of white middle class liberal etc. sort of background, is introspection for harms done. So I have also met within a few some of these climate meetings and so on, older women and or men from more minoritized or vulnerable backgrounds whose life work it has been to try to push these topics forward, and who've been ignored, marginalized, plagiarized, and just sort of not basically allowed to do their work in decent conditions in various ways and have their contributions respected. And I think that there has to be some introspection around that, and also some work of repair, to be honest, so that it's not just about fostering the new, it's also about recognizing the damage that has been done to people who have been making these contributions, doing the work for a long time, even under different names, and then just continually pushed aside and taken advantage of. And I think that that process stops when anybody who has a toehold in the system makes it stop. That it doesn't stop on its own. It's not going to stop when we get a critical mass or anything like that. It stops with active work and recognition that it's happening and sort of holding to account. And I think that that's something that we don't have good systems for. We don't have good accountability, even in spaces where women have achieved close to parity, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm mindful of the time, and I want to make sure we have a minute to take some questions from the audience. But before we do so, I'd like to ask each of you to describe in 2 sentences or less what your vision for a transformative climate agenda looks like by 2030. A hard task. It's hard to get it down to 2 sentences. Zoe, thank you for for volunteering to go first.
I'm going to fail on the 2 sentences, Melissa. You know, I'm civilly disobedient, so I'm just not going to play the game. So sorry, but I'll try and be really brief. A peaceful uprising with women and young people at its heart, ecocide and climate genocide in law, and all of the culprits in court or in prison. Money out of politics, an end to the fossil fuel and petrochemical industries, all nationalised, all transition to green chemistry, circularity and renewables, citizens' assemblies in every country and globally, 50% women automatically, cancellation of total global South debt, and move to a post-growth, post-capitalist economic model that supports human needs and life within planetary boundaries. Sorry, it wasn't 2 sentences, but that's my recipe for
that was a pretty succinct recipe. I'm still impressed. It wasn't 2 sentences, but thankful for the list. Maybe Julia, do you want to pick up on the? I know you work a lot on degrowth, so maybe we'll hand.
Yes, well, Zoe said it for me, so she got my 2 sentences too. Perfect.
Great, Caroline.
For me, this is actually just one part of it. I wanted to include colonialism. I wanted to address colonialism because that, for me, is where possibly didn't all start, but that's where it ramped up. Yeah. And the stories of the vulnerable at the front lines who are suffering from the legacies of colonialism to this day.
Thank you. And Sandrine, I'm not sure if you're still with us since your camera.
I am. I'm walking now. They've just changed the gates, so apologies. Oh, that was a long walk. Okay. I think that Zoe and now Caroline and everyone has pretty much summarized our key points, but let's just add a few which I think are fundamental, which continuously build on the colonialism part, which is accepting the responsibility of the West and ensuring that loss and damage now becomes part and parcel of how we focus and move forward. And not only, sorry guys, and not only loss and damage, but obviously the 100 billion. If we continue to stall on the 100 billion, I don't think we will show anyone that we're serious this year at COP to accept our responsibility and to move forward. So that is absolutely fundamental. So 100 billion, accepting our responsibility and looking at loss and damage. And then very importantly, that brings us to the point that we have to address climate change systemically. We need to look at the links with biodiversity. We need to call upon negotiators at COPs in general to actually be aligned in terms of the links between biodiversity, climate, and pandemics, because they're all interrelated.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for all of you for contributing. I want to give anyone in the audience the opportunity to ask a question. Feel free to put it in the chat or to unmute yourself and ask the question yourself. I'll give it a few seconds.
I just want to, it's Bianca Pittier, one of the co-founders of She Changes Climate. I just want to thank you really all in this terrific panel. You know, people traveling and speaking on the go, that's such a huge effort. And people from coming back from school runs. I know one of the speakers here had to double juggle that as well. And you all dialing in from around the world. Thank you so much for lending your voice to this. I think if we make this reality, if we show our leadership and that we can move on as responsible grown-ups and as leaders for a sustainable future, I think we can really make the inroads. Even if COP doesn't deliver, we can still move on. It is possible, and we will show that it is possible. So thank you to all of you for taking the time to speak today.
Thank you, Bianca. And I'll hand the mic over to Elise.
Well, thank you so much to you, Melissa, for hosting and moderating, and a big thanks to Julia Steinberger, who is my neighbor and friend based here in Switzerland, and she's been helping me in a big political fight here as well. So thank you so much, because I think that solidarity between women is absolutely essential It has become a truth for me, I think, over the last year. And this is really magic, I think, what happened today. And my last word, Melissa, is this is really about all of us working as one team for one planet. As Sandrine puts it, we're facing a planetary emergency. There's no time for division. There's no time for fighting, for wars. And it's really about all of us working through radical collaboration. So going beyond our egos, our logos, even going beyond GDP growth, I think this is an absolute priority. And I know Julia and Sandrine are working on that. And also, I think we need to be inclusive ourselves. It's about women and men together co-leading the future. So thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you again in the next panel starting in 15 minutes.
Thank you, everyone, both for listening and for participating for our panelists.
Thank you. And Zoe, good luck as well. Great that you could join. Caroline, thank you so much for stepping in.
Thank you for having us. Let's go kick some ass.
Bye, everyone.
I decided to introduce gender in 2001. And it was because I was utterly frustrated and voicing on behalf of so many women in the UN meetings in Marrakesh, the huge frustration about being excluded from decision-making and it being excluded from major positions of power, major offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made. I'm a first-year PhD student at Cambridge University, looking at the application of AI to climate change issues. Specifically, I'm using acoustics, machine learning, and Indigenous knowledge in regards to forest conservation. Women's experiences with climate change are so different because women usually uphold the community and they give care to the community. So if that community is harmed by drought, by hurricanes, by flooding, they are the ones at the forefront, piecing the logistics together and supporting the whole community from the effects of climate change.
We have to include women in decision-making because they have the expertise on the ground. They know exactly how it affects them and the community, and they can bring the solution and another perspective. Friendship is an NGO from Bangladesh that Runa funded 20 years ago. I can see the direct impact it has on the most vulnerable in education, in health, in climate adaptation, in gender equality. It's amazing when you see that millions of people are impacted by the work she does.
The Friendship has been working with the most vulnerable climate impacted migrants or IDPs. Bangladesh is in the forefront of climate impact, and the people that we have been working with are those migratory communities. We have been working for healthcare because that's what you need to address when people are suffering. Climate action, so that, with agriculture, with indigenous knowledge, so that as they migrate, they can stand back on their feet again. This was the most important thing to give to them. It was not a choice that we work with women, but when a cyclone strikes, when floods come in, it is the old, the women and children who are the left behind. Women are so often portrayed as victims. They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
If we open up the definition of what it means to be a leader, we can get rid of this victim label that gets put onto people and actually see that those people are also leaders.
When I look at the forest protection movement, when I look at community organizations, when I look at amazing projects that are helping protect forests, the vast majority are led by women. Let's start with having at least 50% of all negotiations, climate negotiating teams be women. and that at least a portion of those women are indigenous.
Alipunja. Mi nombre es Verónica Imunda. Soy quichua de Ecuador. Represento a la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. El ser mujeres es muy complicado desde cada una de las cosmovisión de las nacionalidades. Para que una mujer esté al frente necesita luchar primeramente con su propia cosmovisión, porque en cada cultura las mujeres siempre hemos estado no visibles. Prácticamente desde las mujeres que han luchado desde diferentes espacios, es muy importante la inclusión, porque vemos mujeres lideresas desde algunas nacionalidades que han destacado, y sobre todo ahora tenemos también mujeres en espacios grandes como parlamentarias en mi país, Miriam Cisneros. Entonces nosotros solo estamos siguiendo ese sueño de las mujeres, como jóvenes, como mujeres, decir que no vamos a dejar así sola nuestra Pachamama. Vamos a seguir desde cualquier rincón de Cuenca Sagrada, vamos a estar acá como mujeres de lucha. Para mí es muy triste porque estamos tocando puertas ahora, pero puertas para salvar la misma humanidad. Y es muy triste porque el cambio climático nos afecta mucho a nosotros. No solo a nosotros, al mundo entero está afectando.
You look at the theme of biodiversity, for example, if you look at just where are all the species on planet Earth, what we find is that 80% of all of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous territories. And that half of the world's intact forests are on indigenous lands as well. And then so you ask, well, why is that? It's no coincidence. For example, I'm in a forest walking with an indigenous person, woman or man, maybe that person is in their 40s. They know more than 500 species of plants, how to use it, where they grow, what it's good for, when they can hunt certain animals, when they can't, the patterns of the rain, the patterns of the weather. They are scientists.
One of the biggest themes in my research is redefining this distinction of what science is and what expertise is. And often, even when we're trying to be positive and say, you know, let's include local people, let's include different cultures, let's include traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, there's still an othering of that knowledge being separate to the science. Whereas what I'm trying to get across is that indigenous knowledge is science. It's a process. Science is a process. Expertise is a process. It's a knowing. It's hypothesizing. It's creating solutions. And so they're not separate things. They're one and the same. Effective decision making is really having an understanding of who has expertise, and expertise not being seen as something that is institutionalized, you know, whether that's with the university or with a political party, but expertise through lived experience, expertise through understanding, through tradition, through culture.
Effective decision making for me means that, first of all, the people who are affected by a decision take part in making that decision. So nothing about us without us is a phrase that was coined by the disability movement activists, and it applies to everything. That's a mantra that I, you know, start off as a lawyer thinking, well, who needs to make this decision? But if you don't have the right people, if others are in charge, in power terms, making decisions really for others without consulting, without acknowledging, without involving them, without their say-so, those are generally poor decisions. The latest statistics from the World Economic Forum are saying that actually it will be 136 years before we get to gender parity. It's actually got worse as a result of COVID, because the figure was 100 years and it's now, you know, 36 years more. We have to become even more savvy in terms of making sure that our political leaders understand the need for gender equality and act on it.
when more women are elected to parliament, stronger environmental bills are passed and they're enforced more strongly, more strictly. There is some clear correlation there, and without it, we're not going to make the critical changes and implement the critical solutions that we need to solve the climate crisis. I think the more we just see women owning what it is that they do, that's what changes the conversation, rather than these platitudes of people discussing, oh, so we're going to talk about female representation in academia or female representation in politics. I think having key women there who are ready to set an example, be role models, and open the door for others as they come through, that's what's motivating.
I would say focus on the 5 Fs. So food, fashion, finance, fuel, and friendships and community. So actually, if you look at all aspects of climate are covered in those categories, and we can relate to them a bit more than if we just talk about climate change in terms of the energy sector or the transport sector or the agriculture sector. Those are quite technical ways of looking at how climate impacts our lives every day. Women are completely at the forefront of climate solutions in everyday life. You know, our life is dominated by food, by finance, and finally fashion, which is, you know, almost always seen as a gendered, you know, issue affecting women disproportionately. A huge sector in terms of its global emissions, huge supply chains from cotton to leather to disposable fashion, which is now, you know, being shipped off, mainly going to landfill. You know, most of our clothes end up in landfill after a handful of uses.
Fashion is very much about all of us. The majority, I think, the great majority of the population wears clothes. And this is an industry with huge ramifications, both socially and environmentally. This is an industry that is primarily bought by women. It is an industry that starts from female hand. When we look at its history, it's an industry that's been hijacked from us and turned from industriousness and dignity into growth for growth's sake and exploitation of us first. That we believe in a fashion industry that restores and conserves the environment and values people over profit and growth. So the importance that fashion has in redressing this balance, this imbalance, is vital, particularly for generations to come.
Women can also be solutions in these sectors. They can drive the demand, and as they take their positions, you know, as designers, as titans of industry, as women in finance, they can become more conscious and instill change in their own sectors that they know from their own familiar life, from their lived experiences, matter a lot.
I don't think the connections have been made as strongly as they need to be in the minds of, you know, everyone that operates in the finance sector, that gender equality is really good for planetary health. The more we push gender equality in finance, the more we're going to get a kind of rapid acceleration of attention to ecological challenges and finance really doing its bit to restore planetary security. The way we're running things today just isn't sustainable. We really cannot fix those things without fixing finance. And part of the answer to that is actually having gender balanced decision making at every layer and in every part of the finance community. You know, this isn't a fight that can only be fought by women. It absolutely needs to be men and women coming together, both to ensure we have gender balanced leadership across the world in all the key settings, particularly in the settings that matter for the climate.
In a word, it's JEDI, justice, equality, diversity and inclusion are the solutions to climate by acting on inequalities, by protecting the vulnerable, by protecting the planet, as well as communities who are currently not, you know, participating and not being heard. That's how you solve the climate crisis, which is basically a crisis of governance and of deficits in protecting and supporting the full range of people on the planet.
At COP26, we saw over 100 Amazonian indigenous leaders were there, and there were people from all over the world who were indigenous. The oil industry had over 500 lobbyists there. A lot of the indigenous women didn't actually have access to come inside the summit. They were in the streets, they were in the forums, outside. There were commitments made to Indigenous people at COP. Several billions were pledged to support Indigenous peoples. We haven't seen that money yet, and so we're going to be looking for that and holding those who made those commitments to task for delivering on those commitments. We're basically a few years, at most 10, but as little as 3 years away from what scientists call a tipping point of no return, where the forest can no longer recirculate enough rain to be a rainforest and starts to become a savanna. After that threshold is crossed over the next 50 to 70 years, you could see the loss of the majority of the Amazon rainforest. People aren't realizing that where we are, we're at the edge of the cliff. Once we go off the cliff, we cannot go back on the cliff. We're there now. We're basically at tipping point. So our actions need to commensurate with the scale of the problems we're facing.
Join a movement, pester politicians, demand accountability and action, because it's a huge systemic issue.
Of course, some people have more responsibility than others. Governments have a huge amount of responsibility. Major corporations and the wealthy have huge responsibility, as well as the media. We all share this responsibility, but there are some of us who can do more than others.
What will happen if we don't achieve gender equality? You just have such a diminishing of the talents of everyone. And it is, at the end of the day, an abuse of human rights to not allow everyone to flourish to their full capacities based on gender differences.
We need to acknowledge that women absolutely have a vital role to play in leadership roles relating to the climate crisis.
When it is to be seated at the table of negotiation, when it really matters, well, they're still not there.
If you exclude or diminish or don't recognise the contribution of half of the planet, you are not going to get the best solutions. You're not going to get them taken up at speed. You're not going to get them implemented fast enough.
Not all solutions are going to need the same people. And by having this sort of fluidity, we're much more able to make quicker change and actually more impactful change.
We see the solutions. We know what needs to be done. We need the political will. We need the capital. We need the urgency to know we're at the edge of the cliff. I still have hope that we will wake up and see that, because the alternative is unthinkable.
Thank you and welcome. Imancha, could you kindly also bring in Marie-Laure, Leila, and Atosa? Shristi is here. Okay, excellent. Thank you. So welcome to the dialogue on nature, food and forest. And this is part of the She Changes Climate Summit that we are hosting with many partners. We're very, very happy to have leaders from around the world with us today. And also Ryan, who is a man, and we're very proud of you, Ryan. You are the pioneer. Well done for your courage. I'm going to start just by saying who I am, and I will be facilitating this session, and I'm going to ask each of the speakers to introduce themselves. So just to say your name, organization, and also just one sentence about nature. Why is nature important to you as a person? So my name is Elise Buckle. I'm the co-founder of She Changes Climate together with Bianca Pitt and Antoinette Vermier. I'm also the co-president of Climate and Sustainability. And I'm very, very pleased to be your facilitator for this session today. Nature is very close to my heart. And I would say why it's so important to me right now is if I think about the last 2 years, I've been going through, COVID crisis, just like everybody else. We have the climate crisis. I went through quite a big political crisis. And I think that it's only by going back to nature and reconnecting with nature and with ourselves that we can bring peace to the world. So this is just a message I wanted to share with all of you today. Okay, over to you, Ryan. Who you are, who you represent, and one sentence about nature.
Hello, everyone. I will address why I'm a guy and why I'm here today. But my name is Ryan Qasim. I work at a youth-led organization called Youth for Nature. It's by youth for youth. And I think why nature is important for me, because as our societies become really complicated, I think it simplifies things when you go back to nature, what you should eat, how you should eat it, what kind of things you should grow, how to preserve biodiversity, why it's important. So I think it provides that philosophical aspect to me at the personal level.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Beautiful. Leila, over to you.
Yes, hi everyone. So I'm Leila Yassin and I work at the Rainforest Alliance as Global Advocacy Manager. And I can say very simply, nature for me is life. And this is why it's important and life is precious. Thank you, Elise.
Thank you, beautiful. Nicole, and Nicole also wrote a book about femininity and nature, but yeah, please, over to you.
Thank you, Elise. My name is Nicole Schwab. I'm responsible for the Trillion Trees platform at the World Economic Forum. And nature, I mean, why is nature important to me? It's almost like asking why is breathing important? We are nature, we're part of nature. We receive everything from nature. So there is no life without it, no human life. So I think that's why it's fundamental.
Thank you, Nicole. And I met Nicole a few weeks ago, just walking through the forest here, and it was quite a deep experience. So thank you so much. Okay, Marie-Laure, over to you.
Yeah, hi, everyone. Thrilled to be here. So I'm Marie-Laure Schaffelberger. I head up ESG and stewardship for the PICTE Group, which is a financial institution. I'm also the president of Sustainable Finance Geneva. And for me, well, I think Nicole said it best. No, we are nature, and we would do well to remember that. And I think if we do remember that, when we do remember that, it's so good for everything, right? Our mental health, our systems, or our societies. So this is very much a very important conversation for all of us.
Thank you, Marie-Laure. Atossa, you're joining us from Brazil, and we are so happy for you about the election. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Atossa Soltani. I'm the global coordinator for an indigenous-led initiative called the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Initiative. It's 30 indigenous nations working to protect the headwaters of the Amazon. I'm also the founder and board president of Amazon Watch. I would say the reason I find that the conversation about nature is so important, so vital, is that for me personally, had an epiphany early on in my early 20s about Gaia, the living earth, the idea that the earth is a living superorganism and that we are cells in the body of this living earth. And then when we remember that we have a host and we are, in service to the host, we feel connected. We feel this divine connection to all creation. And for me, that was both a scientific paradigm shift and a spiritual awakening to recognize the living earth. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Atossa. This is really touching my heart, Mother Earth, and all of us relying on Mother Earth for our life. Shristi, you're joining from Nepal. We're so happy to have you here.
Firstly, namaste and a very warm good evening to all of you from Nepal. It's evening right now. So my name is Srishti Adhikari and I recently graduated in Bachelor in Agricultural Science. So I have been working as a volunteer in Sea Changes Climate and talking about nature. My answer is quite similar to Leila only. I will say is like coming back from a global south country like Nepal, which is worldwide known as Himalayan country. So I should say that, yes, I'm the daughter of Himalayan region. So of course, for me, nature is definitely life. And furthermore, my name is Srishti, which itself meaning is the creation. So there is a name, there is a meaning of creation within my name. So of course, nature is so much close and it's life for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srishti. So we're going to start with our dialogue now. We want to share your vision. We want to hear about you, actually, about your vision on what's needed for a systemic transformation, in particular on food, forest, and nature. The reason also why we were hosting this summit today is that we want to share top recommendations to the leaders who are going to be in Sharm el-Sheikh on Monday. So also keeping that in mind, what is the message we want to send to COP today as a global movement? She changes climate, but not only as women, we are declaring an emergency. This is an emergency for climate, for people and nature. So what are the urgent actions that leaders need to take? And now really focusing on forest, food, and nature. So starting with you, Ryan, and we're going to listen to 3 speakers, and then I will try to take questions from the chat as much as possible. Over to you, Ryan.
Sure, thank you so much. My message is quite short, it's quite simple. Why am I here today not representing the male gender at all? Just representing what I see as a common problem among several groups when it comes to decision-making spaces. Women are not the only ones in terms of groups who are being marginalized when it comes to decision-making spaces. I here am representing young people's voices, which has also been marginalized, right? There's also indigenous communities who have also been marginalized. And as well, several groups might emerge that also have been marginalized. So I think the common problem here is being excluded for different reasons. Women are excluded from decision-making spaces for whatever reason that the oligarchy decides or states. Young people are excluded because of other reasons as well. And then indigenous people and others are all excluded. So I think we all belong to one common ground, which is being excluded as central stakeholders in the fight for climate change and climate justice. On the positive message, for me personally, over 95, or let me put it as 80%, just as a good number, is that most of the people I work with self-identify as women. And so I don't think that we are at a phase where we still need to prove anything that women are good enough or that they should be in this space. And most of the people I work with are decision makers themselves. They're leading organizations. They're leading entire movements by themselves, even as young people even. And so I don't think that there needs to be a discussion of why this group in society needs to be involved. I think they've proved more than enough. So the third thing is, when it comes to food systems in specific and to nature, women are amongst the group that is most affected by the effects of climate change. And we've seen through several research studies that when they are empowered at a rural level, of course, not at the top decision-making space, a lot of the acceleration that we need to do to push forward food systems accelerate, actually, because you're involving all the marginalized groups that play a huge role but are still excluded. My final message is, any day, at any point, several groups might emerge that have been excluded. What I try to call for is to be against the idea of polarization, that not just because one group is excluded, then this group wants to have whatever it's been excluded from for itself. No, that we are all part of a solidarity movement, and that is the solution. I assume that all the groups who identify as being excluded, that they all become part of a solidarity movement, and we don't isolate them. So what I say is, for example, the youth movement joins the women movement, joins the indigenous movement, joins all of the other movements as a form of solidarity, because we have been excluded and because we are major agents in this transformation. That's what I try to call against, is to polarize these approaches. So yeah, let me just stop there, just because.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Excellent. How do we go from exclusion to inclusion, and also valuing the diversity of these voices, women, youth, indigenous people? Very, very interesting, and going from division to unity in a way, and this solidarity movement. That's quite a big challenge. So Leila, over to you. You are also from the Middle East. What's your vision on what we need to change?
Quite a broad vision. I'm going to try to summarize this. And I actually really liked what Ryan was saying, and I'm going to build a bit on this and maybe bring a bit of a different perspective. I mean, we know there's no doubt, you know, climate change is here, climate change, it's real, and it's really happening. I mean, it's affecting all of us and whoever we are, wherever we are, but I think it's also affecting some people differently than others. So, I mean, like Ryan was saying, I mean, women are disproportionately experiencing the effects of climate change. And actually, if this is happening this way, it's because our basic rights until now continues to be hindered, and they continues to be denied in different ways and to different degrees. And this is very particular in the Global South and very particular to the MENA region as well. So we know that, I mean, gender inequality makes women, especially the poorest of us, more vulnerable to, you know, growing inequalities, environmental tension, and climate impacts. So, for example, we've seen, like recently, you know, in Pakistan with the floods, we've seen these horrible images of, you know, people being displaced. A lot of them were women with very young children. So for me, it seems that there's a link between the way we are exploiting and destroying our natural ecosystem and the way we women and young girls are oppressed and excluded. So I think if we actually want to see true change, and we need to start by tackling the roots of the problem. We need to tackle the system that hinders women's basic rights. So if you look, for example, at rural communities and farming communities, especially in patriarchal societies, you know, like in Africa or in the MENA region. And by the way, speaking of the MENA region, I want to highlight something, that the MENA has the largest gender gap globally. So, I mean, in these societies, men are always favored in the inheritance of land or property over women. We also see that there is a power imbalance between the two gender groups, and with women and young people also, who are routinely marginalized from decision-making processes. And these decision-making processes are directly affecting their lives and making them more vulnerable. So maybe so the way I see it is that if we want to change and if we want to break the system that hinders women's rights, we need actually to work collectively in alliances. This is something that Ryan also mentioned. We need to bring in everyone together and have strong alliances, multi-stakeholder ones, which are inclusive to women, and especially in decision-making processes, not just inclusive to women, like, okay, here we are, we have women with us, but women really have to be included in the decision-making. And these alliances will enable an environment where women become leaders in environmental conservation and natural regeneration.
Thank you, Leila.
Yes.
Just, you've been talking about your experience in the Middle East, but I know you're also working on forests, on rainforests in particular. So how do you see the role of women who are really on the front line of climate impacts, but also trying to protect these forests? Because, you know, Bianca was just saying in the chat now that women are being impacted by climate change, but they are also change makers. Do you have a few stories about change makers, you know, protecting the forest?
Yeah, so I can give like a concrete example. So we've implemented a project that is targeting women in the Western Highlands of Cameroon. And this area is really considered as a high conservation value forest. And the objectives of that project are, one, to conserve biodiversity, and two, also to improve the community livelihoods by strengthening economic and social rights of women, and particularly young women. And the way we want to do this, or the way we're doing this actually, because it's being implemented, is by engaging them in what we call a community-based and environmentally sustainable landscape management. So how does this work? So we are actually bringing different actors together. So local stakeholders, national national actors. We're bringing CSO representative. And also we're bringing the private sector, because we need to remember that the private sector is also key, especially when we talk about, the socioeconomic aspect of life and enabling access to market. And all together, all these actors together, they're enabling the right conditions to become more inclusive to women. So, and we have seen very, very positive results. We've seen women included in decision-making processes. And I think maybe before saying this, we're seeing even acceptance by other men. So men are accepting women to be included in these processes. And we are seeing also a big improvement of their socioeconomic benefits. And on the environmental aspect, we're seeing much better outcomes when it comes to forest conservation. So I think this is a very much of a concrete example on how women, when given the right tools, become leaders in forest conservation.
Excellent. Thank you, Leila. So Nicole, you are the director of nature-based solutions at the World Economic Forum, and you've been launching this amazing initiative called 1 Trillion Trees. How do you see the role of women at the World Economic Forum, which is obviously a male-dominated environment? Most CEOs are men. I was at the WEF in Davos, and I felt like a tiny minority there. But at the same time, you've been also, through your life, actually, you've been doing a lot for empowering women at the workplace. And how do you see this connection, between women, gender, climate action, and forest conservation?
Yes, that's a big question, but so I think we can tackle it at different levels. There's obviously been progress over globally, right? Because the World Economic Forum and the people who come to Davos basically represent the power structures and decision-making structures in the world. And so we have seen progress in terms of, at the political level, parliamentarians, chief executives, officers, women, but there's still a huge gap, as we know. So progress is there, but it's slow. And I think if we look at it more from that angle, as was said before, if we want to really tackle it's kind of the saying of, if we want to address the problems we have, we need a different thinking than the thinking that created these problems in the first place. And that different thinking means bringing voices at the table that have different perspectives. So it means more women. It also means youth, as Ryan said. It means Indigenous people. And it's really only in this diversity of perspectives, different even approaches in terms of the cosmovision, in terms of the role of nature, the place of life in society. It's only with that kind of gathering and exchange of views that we will be able to actually construct the new models that are needed. So if, to segue a little bit, I don't think that by tinkering around the edges, which is a lot of what we're doing right now, we are going to actually be able to address the crises that we're facing on the climate and biodiversity front. And so we need new perspectives, and we need a fundamentally different socioeconomic model. We need to rethink how we assign value, what we value, and to kind of shift our economic model from one that values capital, financial capital and profit to life and to regeneration. So could we imagine a model where each and every one of our activities was measured by the extent to which we regenerate life on this planet? And that means human life, but it means all of life, and kind of also to bring in this other angle of one health, right? Where there can be no human health if there is no planetary health. So So I've kind of segued a bit, but I think what I'm trying to say is that this linear progression is not going to get us where we need to be. We are in an emergency and we need a shift. We need a quantum shift, and that requires different voices at the table. And it requires us to have a holistic perspective and to think also much more differently, not just kind of rationally and parceling everything out in pieces, but also to understand these holistic perspectives of reciprocity with the earth as a living being, that actually provides us everything we need to live in every day of our lives. And it's almost, there's so many different dimensions, but we need today to be able to bridge them in a systemic approach that's not just cross-sector, but that's almost cross philosophical dimensions. And I do think Indigenous peoples also have a lot to bring us in that sense, to help us actually rebuild these new models for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Nicole. This is really so clear. How do we make sure nature is at the center of society, and valuing nature also in our economy, going beyond GDP growth? I would love to hear from people if you have questions. I have a burning question for you, Nicole. How do you deal with this tension between our economic model, which is now so much focused on GDP growth? And yes, we can measure things in a different way. We have Marie-Laure here working on ESG and others trying to make progress in the banking sector, in the private sector, to measure, to make incremental change. But if we need to stay within planetary boundaries, how do we, change the model? This is a big shift. It's not just measuring, it's also changing the paradigm of our society. So how do you see this tension between planetary boundaries and GDP growth? That's a big question, sorry.
Yes. So I think, I don't think we can necessarily get to where we want to be from where we are. I think there's like an intermediary phase, and that actually all of the efforts that are happening today are worthwhile. And, every step we take, whether it's in terms of looking at natural capital and how we measure it and how we, shift the financial system, whether it's in terms of nature positive metrics for companies and how they can start to assess their materiality and, try to shift that. I think all of this is extremely important and very valuable. And it's almost like you need, and I think observing kind of these quantum shifts, over time in history, it's almost like you need to build up all these pieces, and then at some point it can shift to a new model, which today we're not quite able to see yet how that's going to happen, because there's a sense of emergence. And all I would say is that as we're working towards that, just to keep the vision and to do everything we can to raise ambition, to keep kind of pushing in that direction with the tools we have, because we have to work with what we have today so we can move forward, until such a time that there's like a critical mass to kind of shift the whole system into a new kind of, a new norm and a new model.
Thank you so much, Nicole. So yes, there are solutions emerging, but at the same time, the clock is ticking. We're running out of time. I don't see any questions in the chat, but I'm keeping an eye on it. So please do feel free to ask your questions. We want to make this dialogue as inclusive as possible and open. No need for UN accreditation to join today. If there's no question, I'm going to ask Marie-Laure. Marie-Laure, you are the head of ESG at Pictet Bank. This is for people who are coming from different parts of the world. This is a very large bank here based in Switzerland. And Marie-Laure, I have so much respect for you. You've been pioneering sustainable finance for many years. You're one of the few women leaders in the banking sector in Geneva at the very top. It's also quite a tough environment. You're also a mother, I know that. So how do you see this issue of nature? And in particular, how do you see the finance sector? Because, we're hearing about finance, banking, moving away from fossil fuel industry, investing in nature. But at the same time, we know that there's still a lot of money going to fossil fuels, a lot of money going to activities that are causing deforestation in Brazil and other places. I know Atosa is there. How do we make that shift? Because, if we look at this amount of money that we are investing right now, it doesn't look like it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, thanks, Elise. So of course the change is not going as fast as we need it to go. And I don't think I need to spend too much time on that. We all know, and we've heard it, systemic change takes time, and it requires this, everyone to kind of get to a certain point where they understand that, it's inevitable. What I'm really hopeful about, though, is to see the journey that this has taken just in my career span, right? I've been working in this space for 15 years, always in the area of sustainability, but the role has shifted from marketing and communications type of roles through to strategy, and then it's now anchored at the very top of these global financial institutions, right? If I take my own example, right, and my conversations on a day-to-day basis are with the C-suite and with decision makers, where I am also often, as you mentioned, the only woman or one of very few. But what gives me hope is that we are having these conversations, and we are, and they are happening at the board level. And what is also really interesting is, this whole notion of net zero, right? And people can be cynical about net zero by 2050. They can say we won't get there. And there are clearly a lot of challenges, right, that are policy, societal, economic challenges, which have been touched upon, which make it very difficult and slower than we'd like it to be. But the beauty of this target is what it's done is it's kind of put a foot in the door of change in a way, because what has happened is a lot of financial institutions, including our own, have committed to these net zero by 2050 targets for climate, right? And they started off with a logic of climate mitigation, which is what people are comfortable with, because that's also something you can monetize, right? I think the private sector is actually doing a better and better job on the whole redirecting capital, to your point, Elise, to renewables and to, kind of changing our energy systems, not yet our food systems, but at least the energy systems of our economies. But what's happening is, as people are working through these net zero plans, because now they have to go from pledges to plans, there's a realization that it's all connected, right? And as you have more also women leaders or diverse thinking coming from, working more with NGOs, working more with scientists, which is inevitable because financial institutions don't have these people in-house traditionally, so they have to work with other stakeholders. As they're doing this, all of a sudden they're realizing, if we don't tackle nature, we won't actually get to net zero, right? Because you have to deal with the sinks. You have to deal with the systematic destruction of our ecosystems. As ecosystems services go from being free, which is what they've been largely throughout human history, to something we have to pay for, that then has an impact on finance, on the bottom line of the companies in which we invest, or the countries in which we invest. And so all of this is starting to kind of sink in and come together thanks to this kind of net zero by 2050 and moving from pledges to plans. And that I find very exciting, even if it's not going as fast as we'd like it to go. And maybe one last point, I think we've done a lot of work on getting data, but data is not enough, right? Since the mid-90s, there has been an explosion in reporting around environmental and social issues from the companies in which we invest. What has also exploded since the 90s is the CO2 emissions, is inequalities, is the destruction of nature. And so it is not through data and reporting that we will solve this problem. It is through valuing natural and social and human capitals at their right value, which is that actually finance is a means to an end, and those are the ends. They are not. It is not something that is on the side. And maybe one last piece that I think is really important. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, just finish.
No? Yep. Sorry. One last piece, which I think is really important and we need to be wary about, is fragmentation. I think there are a lot of initiatives that have been launched by investors, which are great, right? Like Climate Action 100 Plus, which look to tackle, big emitters, and we look to tackle them together. And I think this is very new. The fact that financial institutions are coming together to tackle these systematically important issuers together, because they know they can't do it on their own, together with NGOs, etc. But the danger we have today is people running off with different, like looking at this in a very mechanistic, siloed way. Water is one thing, nature is one thing. We have a plan for nature, we have a plan for climate, we have a plan for water, we have a plan for gender. And what I would love to see happen is, how do we connect all of these things? Because they're all linked. We need to all work on them together. And it's not climate on one side and nature on the other and gender on the other, right? And how do we bring that into the mainstream of finance? maybe I'll stop there, but that's a little bit some thoughts
Thank you
on
so
all
much.
this topic.
Yes, this is great, Marie-Laure. And I see now there are a couple of questions for Nicole and more questions coming. Please keep the questions coming. I'm taking notes of them. Over to you, Atossa. You're joining from Brazil, and I see also Bianca is asking, what can we do to make sure COP is delivering on nature? There's another question there about politicians focusing a lot on the energy sector, but not really talking about agriculture and food. So please tell us about Brazil, especially now that you've had some elections, and your experience also about, obviously, the Amazon, which is your lifelong battle.
So yes, I'm actually in Ecuador at the moment, but in one of the Amazon countries. But yeah, Brazil elections was a huge sigh of relief. On Sunday, Brazilians elected just by a narrow margin, but they voted out Bolsonaro and voted in Lula. And this is a new dawn for the Amazon, because the last 5 years, since Bolsonaro took office, we've been in the dark ages of basically for the Amazon, record fires, record deforestation, and some of the highest levels of attacks on human rights and indigenous rights activists, indigenous territories being invaded. So it's been a nightmare. And so we have, in his acceptance speech, Lula mentioned that he's committed to zero deforestation targets and that we're going to hold him to that. The fact is that there's a state of emergency happening in the Amazon basin. The Amazon is a vital organ of the biosphere. And when we see the Earth's living systems, when we see the Amazon is the great engine of the global weather system, it is the rain machine, the air conditioner, basically the heartbeat of the circulatory system, the hydroclimatic system of the planet. And I want to echo what Nicole said, is that we have to shift the paradigm of seeing the Earth from these political regions, from basically seeing the Earth as the living system, and seeing the rainforest, not just the Amazon, but all rainforests across the planet, as this vital organs of the life support system of the planet. We're in a state of emergency in the Amazon. The Amazon is one of the main planetary tipping points that's been identified that is basically happening now. Scientists thought it might be happening in 10 to 15 years, but it's actually happening now. The latest reports say that we've already lost 26% of the Amazon, way beyond the safe threshold of keeping the hydrological system of the Amazon working. And you've been hearing a lot from the global leaders around the need to protect 30% of nature, which is a admirable goal, since we've only protected less than 20% of nature so far. But the fact is that the Amazon requires the permanent protection of 80% of the forest cover in order to maintain that hydrological system. The fact that trees evapotranspire moisture and rainfall and generate basically atmospheric rivers that bring rain deeper and deeper into the continent of South America, but also across the planet. These atmospheric rivers generated in the Amazon are key even in North America for agricultural productivity. So we have to, one of the key recommendations is we have to change the way we see the biologically productive organs and tissues of the biosphere, and the rainforests, the rivers, watersheds, wetlands, coral reefs. These are biological productivity is the key to our economic well-being and prosperity. So we have to actually see how biological productivity aligns with financial prosperity. And I totally agree with Nicole that we really need to rein in the growth-based, material-based, extractive economy, and that we need to basically degrow the materials throughput. Every year we're increasing the total stuff that we take out of the earth to a point where August 1st now is the date in the year, in the 12th month of the year, where we have overconsumed what the earth naturally regenerates. And so this is why we need to reduce consumption. And climate crisis is a key emergency, but so is the biosphere collapse and the mass extinction crisis, and they are all related. And seeing the silo of climate has actually, in the last 25 years, really prohibited us from acting from a holistic place of saying we have to, if we focus on the biological productivities of the planet as part of the package of also reducing human-generated CO2 emissions, we will have a climate stable Earth. And women, of course, are so just to say, just back to the beginning of my comments, there's a lot of hope for the next phase of what the Amazon needs to do, which is to protect 80% of the forest cover by 2025. And we hope that Brazil and Colombia and some of the recent elections are giving us the kind of leadership we need. And we have the first woman vice president, Afro descendant vice president in Colombia. We hope that through that, the platform of things like 100% recognition of indigenous lands, zero deforestation, leaving fossil fuels in the ground. The fact is that the Amazon is a place where still there's oil drilling and expansion of fossil fuel industry. And, the fact is that we need the climate agreements to address leaving fossil fuels in the ground. The climate agreement in Paris did not even mention the word fossil fuels. We need a climate agreement that addresses ramping down production and transitioning away from production. And, I was just reading the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty materials, which I encourage everyone to join and get involved with, that our governments are still financing $700 billion a year in tax dollars for the fossil fuel industry. So that needs to change. And agriculture is key for the Amazon. 84% of deforestation in the Amazon is caused by cattle ranching, large-scale farming. We have to address our food production systems. And we, in the Sacred Headwaters, we've been working with an indigenous-led alliance focused on this idea of a flourishing well-being economy, how we birth this economy that aligns biological productivity and financial and well-being, financial well-being, economic well-being, and biological well-being, all as part of this idea of a planetary framework, planetary health framework. And I think that, we have huge challenges to protect the headwaters of the Amazon and all of the Amazon. But in the meantime, I would say what gives me hope is that every day more women leaders are rising to the occasion. If you look around, almost every forest protection organization in the world, and in particular in the Amazon, are led by women. It's no coincidence we're hearing the call of the future generations. We're fierce defenders, and really women are closer to the indigenous value of being good ancestors to future generations. We basically embody that in our from our biological sense to our sense of responsibility in our world. So we're really big on promoting women's leadership, indigenous leadership, putting indigenous voices at the center of solution making, because indigenous peoples not only are the physically demonstrated they're the best guardians of the forest. Something like 50% of the world's intact forests are indigenous lands, and 80% of the world's biodiversity. So something is working in the worldview that indigenous peoples have to teach us. So not only are they good stewards on the ground, but they are also basically paradigm shifters for the way we think about our role as humanity, as I said earlier, as cells in a body of a living earth, and our role in terms of our effectiveness in coming together in alliances that basically see win-win-win, the well-being of all, the well-being of the margins. This idea of the people on the margins have a lot to teach us, and if we solve for the people in the margin, we will solve for everyone. And so that speaks to social inclusion. Anyways, I'll stop.
Thank you, Atossa. I see a lot of love in the chat. And I think it's resonating and actually addressing some of the questions about making sure nature is at the center and seeing human beings as part of nature, not outside. And I see Marie-Laure nodding as well. We have a lot of data and science. So what about action now to make this change happen? I want to hear now from Srishti. Srishti is joining us from Nepal, and she's also one of our youth leaders for She Changes Climate and part of our mentoring program. So please, over to you. Srishti is going to share more of a personal story of the work she's been doing with women in the Himalayas. So just a couple of minutes because we are running out of time, but over to you, Srishti.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I think it feels so good to listen from all such beautiful voices from all around the world. Like before just sharing, my story, like I just want to share is how, like before sharing what is the importance of a role of women in our agricultural sector, especially in the country like our Nepal, I just want to share is how much nature is important to us, like from our perspective, from the Asia perspective. So I come back from a country where around 66.67% people are directly dependent on farming, and more than 80% of the people are living in the rural areas. That directly shows like how much we are dependent on natural resources for our livelihood, and our 1/3 GDP is directly generated from agricultural sectors. But what makes me think more concerned is like today world leaders are talking about we are in the track of 2.5 degrees Celsius, and we need to come back to the track of 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need to hold that Paris Agreement and everything. But I want to tell to the people, to the all around the world, that let me tell you that we are a mountainous country, right? Like people may not know like where Nepal is, because of course Nepal is a very small country. Maybe everybody doesn't know where is Nepal. But if someone asks, where is Mount Everest, the highest peak of the world, then yes, there is an answer that it is in Nepal. Then we are the mountainous country, and people are talking about we are in the track of 2.5 degrees Celsius and this and that. No, guys, even now 1.5 degrees Celsius is too hot for a mountainous country like us. Like it's erratic rainfall, and we do not have the big technology. We do not have, we do not depend on technology, infrastructure of development and nothing like that. We depend on the natural resources. We depend on the seasonal rainfall for our agriculture productions. So all these drought or sometimes erratic rainfall and this global temperatures that I just studied, that the report says that in mountainous Himalayan regions, the temperature is increasing by 0.6 degrees Celsius per decade. So which clearly indicates that we are not far away from the 1.5 degrees Celsius now. So even if it is not time to act, then when? It's a big question mark for us. So it's like, so because we are directly dependent on natural resources, it clearly indicates that yes, the frontline farmers are the ones who are affected the most due to this climate change. And in our country, more than 70s, I'm not at the same time, whenever I'm representing in my country, doesn't mean that it's not happening in other countries. I'm sorry if I'm saying like that. I'm just representing the case of global South country and taking my country as an example. Just my case is like that only. So I'm just saying that like the country where, so more than 70% farmers are the female farmers. And out of 5 farmers, 4 are female and 1 is male. But still, agriculture policies, training, program, etc., all are based on the needs of men. But it's the women whose needs need to be addressed. They are working in the field. Yes, there is. It doesn't mean that there is no male farmers. But whenever we imagine a word farmers, that it's automatically there comes a male farmers in our mind. There is always a setup that the farmer should always be a male. But there are more than 70% female farmers in my country, and more than it's like male farmers are also working, and the divisions of the work is in such a way, the work which are more exposed to environmental activities like weeding, picking, harvesting, and grass cutting, etc. All these works are focused on women. They are the ones who are handling these works, and at the same time, their voices are not in terms of policy plannings and implementations. Most of the time, they are simply considered as helping hand. They are working in the field also, and they are carrying their household activities also, bearing the responsibilities of the household, taking care of the child, everything. But they are simply considered as helping hand. most of the time they are unpaid and unappreciated. And if even given a wages also, they are paid half of the wages compared to male, even if given the same work are done. So this is the conditions of the women of our country. Then isn't it the time to have their voices in terms of planning, policy making? Sorry, am I taking a long time?
I think we're running out of time, but obviously this is so important that, you know, women are in Nepal, they are the farmers who are actually also putting food on the table every day. Anything else you want to say, Priti? Actually, I'm going to give you
I just want to add is like, I'm sorry if I'm taking a long time. I just want to add is like, it's the time, you know, to, I feel so good to be a part of today's sessions. Like we all are coming together and, you know, we all are being a part of the solutions. So I just mean like, if we just come an individual level, like if I'm just speaking from my country, then it becomes just, you know, nothing. But when we all come together, it can be a great thing tomorrow. So it's time to let's come together and let's have a 50-50 vision towards our climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christy. And I really look forward to meeting you in person in Egypt at COP and make sure your voice is being heard there. I think it's also very important. So I try to keep track of all the questions and I will give them back to the speakers for the closing. So let's start with you, Nicole. There were quite a few questions for you in terms of how we make the 50-50 vision happen at the WEF. Also, how we make sure that leaders are walking the talk. You know, there's always this impression that people go to Davos in January with their private jets. And then, of course, the closing question for you in this Women Declare Emergency statement that we're putting together, what do you think is really the top priority that we need to make leaders aware for the opening of COP? So this is 3 questions for you for closing.
Okay, I'm going to be brief. So the forum did commit to doubling women's participation between 2020 and 2030. You know, one may think it's not enough, but given this, again, reflects the percentage of women in top decision-making structures, it's actually also a way to put pressure on some of the partners and kind of encourage them to bring a woman instead of a man. So there are things happening as well in terms of trying to action that. On the kind of walk the talk question, I think, of course, this is much broader than you know, attendance at Davos. I mean, this is a global question right now around greenwashing and around all the commitments that were made, including at COP last year, and are we actually seeing the results? And I think that's where, I mean, what Marie-Laure mentioned, I mean, there are starting to be some accountability framework and some reporting obligations, not yet enough when it comes to biodiversity, but I think if we can have a policy change also in that direction, and that leads to the connection with COP15 in Montreal in December, I think there's a big role also of policy kind of to play in terms of mandatory disclosures when it comes to nature, so that we can start to make the link between what's being said and then actually what's happening on the ground. And then what is most important, I think this relates to your third question, Elise, you know, which is to me, one, this holistic perspective, making sure nature stays at the center of the climate conversation, and that and this 50-50 in terms of women's participation at the decision-making level. Again, connecting to what we were saying before in terms of bringing different perspectives, bringing different approaches, and not just women, but, you know, women from the South, young women, young men, and kind of really pushing towards that and those new models.
Thank you so much. Diversity as a key to this systemic transformation. Leila, your closing word. What is the most important action that leaders need to take? The ones attending COP, but others as well. Heads of delegations, governments, presidents,
I think I would totally align with what Nicole just said. I think nature is central to the whole conversation. It is important for both climate mitigation and adaptation. And actually, we need all of us collectively to conserve, protect, and sustainably manage nature in order to both reduce greenhouse gas emission, but also, and very important, and we keep forgetting about this one, is to help people adapt to the climate change impacts, because nature is very, very important for adaptation. So I think this would be my key message: work collectively, conserve nature, be inclusive, and let's go ahead and implement ambitious,
Thank you.
ambitious commitment and implementation. I think this is really important as well.
Excellent. Marie-Laure, over to you.
A lot has already been said, but I think that point on everything is connected. Just like really stop with the silo mentality. Like there is one thing, we'll deal with this thing and then we'll deal with the next thing. Like no, you can't actually deal with the climate question without putting nature at the center. This piece on adaptation, The Economist came out with a piece today, a special report on 1.5 degrees. I disagree with much of what is said in there, but one of the things that I think they say and is on point is the business of business is adaptation. And they do pull that out to not just about their business, but beyond, right? That we have an interest inherently to help adapt wherever possible, and nature is key to that. And getting more diverse leadership around the table, and as Nicole said, at the top levels, because we see that when there are more women driving things on the ground at the municipal level, you know, at smaller levels of government, it works well. There's no reason that this shouldn't be the case as well at top decision-making level. So now we need to accelerate. We can't wait, 130 years or so for this to happen. It will be a real problem. So more diversity of thought. And adaptation must be front and center, because 1.5 degrees, as was said by Shristi, is too high.
Excellent. Shristi, I see there's also a question from Carly, where your last word on top recommendation for COP, but also what do you need, you know, to be supported as a youth leader from the Global South? What do you think is needed to support people like you to make your voice heard at COP and other forums? Over to you, Shristi.
I just want to say is for us, you know, like for a youth like us, COP was something, it's a dream, you know. To be honest, before going to COP26, we have not even heard about, okay, there is something like COP. There is something like people gathered together from all around the world just to, you know, and what are they doing? They are talking every year, talking about, we just had heard about COP21, that Paris Agreement, and thought that it's a history. It's something occurs just once in a history, but it's something occurring annually. That was a big surprising thing for us when we came to know last year that the COP26 and COP27, it is happening annually. And we just want to say is like, we have been working at the ground level always. We have been working to empower women from our side, but now it's from the world leaders, or it's from, I asked to my own government also to work from their side to, you know, like give a platform like us for a youth to raise our voice to be heard, and also to include all the exclusive community voices to be heard at the higher community level. It's really a time, even if I always say like, if not now, then when? When is the big question mark always.
Thank you, Shristi. Atossa, one word. You've been saying so many powerful words already.
Well, I would say our goal should be 50% of all negotiating team of all governments be women. That should be a demand. That should be something social movements call for. If we get more women in the negotiating teams, we will get better results. That's key. We know that. Leaving fossil fuels on the ground. This treaty, that what comes out of Sharm el-Sheikh needs to address a global ramp down of fossil fuel production. The fact is that we have currently enough fossil fuel projects in the pipeline to be approved that would send us to a way beyond Paris Agreement, 4 to 5 degree warmer world. You know, so we can't afford all of the production that's still scaling. And the Ukraine-Russian conflict has only made oil companies more powerful, more profitable. There is something sinister about the way these conflicts are putting hold of, making the companies that are driving climate destruction even more powerful, more wealthy. 1.7 billion was committed to Indigenous peoples in Glasgow. None of that has yet flown. Very little to none has flown. Only 1% of all climate adaptation, mitigation, conservation makes it to the front lines. We need to support Indigenous frontlines, people who are the guardians of most of the world's biodiversity and forests and productive systems. And we need to center nature in all of these conversations in the business sector, but we need to be careful not to move nature out of the commons and into balance sheets and assets classes and, and the derivatives of nature, which only move it away from guardianship and stewardship of the commons. We need financial instruments. We need financial rethinking, but we can't do it at the expense of creating more problems, more, imagine. And lastly, I would say for the biodiverse poor countries in the South that have the most of the world's biodiversity, we need massive debt relief. The fact is, most of the countries, especially in the Amazon, for example, all of the countries in the Amazon, currently their external debt payments exceed their GDP. So what they continue to do is exploit resources, extract oil, gold, cattle, whatever it may be, to bring quick cash in order just to pay the interest on a never-ending cycle of debt and destruction. So we really need that. And lastly, I would say, women, indigenous peoples at the table, participating at the table, and of course, youth voices. The rights of nature is a paradigm shifting framework. And the fact that rights of nature put nature as a subject of rights is a paradigm shifting network. And ultimately, we need to shift the paradigm that is creating the rules, creating the system rules. And
thank you, Atossa. Thank you so much. And actually, you're saying 50-50. Something we're asking the COP presidency to implement is a man and a woman at the top, a co-presidency, a tandem, co-chairing every single COP. We calculated that since COP1 in Berlin in 1995, when Angela Merkel was president of COP as Minister of Environment, there has only been 5 women as COP presidents. So if we would wait until 2039, COP44, to have gender balance. So we're asking for co-chairs, and this is really about all of us working as one team for one planet. There's an emergency. We need to go beyond egos, logos, and work together beyond institutional boundaries, beyond political boundaries, beyond GDP growth. I think you say that, making sure nature is at the center. And it's about all of us, men and women together, co-leading the future. So it's really an honor to give the last word to Ryan. Ryan, you've been the only man in the panel. I think we should really give you a round of applause. And you have the last word. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, I think the issue of inclusion isn't a physical one. I think it's a social one. So what I would definitely propose is a behavioral change, is to make it a social norm to accept everybody to be on the decision-making table, making it a taboo. If not everybody's sitting there, then it's a taboo. It's not accepted. Even if the outcomes are great, it's still not accepted. Just as going to a university that's not 100% renewable energy run isn't an attractive university, make it not attractive not to have everybody there. I think it's a social issue and not a physical one.
Thank you so much. This is now time to wrap up. Thank you to the panelists. It's been an amazing dialogue. Thank you for all the questions that came in. We just have a couple of minutes now to hand over to Farhana Yamin, who will be hosting the next panel on peace and law. So thank you, Nicole, Ryan, Marie-Laure, Leila, Atossa, Shristi. I really wish we were together in person now to give you a hug. And thanks to all the participants for all the inputs and questions. And over to you, Farhana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm unmuting myself to say a huge thank you. I am Farhana Yamin, and I'm a lawyer and an activist and a mother, and have been tirelessly involved in this very difficult, long drawn-out process called COPs since 1991. So that's just a little bit about me. I can't believe we're starting on time. So a huge thank you to our previous panelists, who I was really happy to just carry on listening for a bit longer. And a lovely sort of segue from Atossa, talking about what are the new concepts of law? How can we enshrine a very different vision where nature is respected and nature has rights? And nature makes itself present in our legal systems. So yeah, this panel is 45 minutes long. I'm just checking that my fellow panelists are all here. They are. So thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Gidon, I haven't even introduced and asked if that's the correct way to pronounce your name. Thank you for that. Inga and Georgia, and we have apologies from Maya, who could not attend today due to her own personal circumstances. So I'm going to not take up all of the time that we have. I can see the brilliant people joining, and that we want to have as much discussion, as much dialogue, and as much free-flowing conversations in what for many of us may be the last hours before we get on a plane and go to Sharm el-Sheikh. At least I'm going first thing in the morning at 8 a.m. And I have to say, it's been one of the most difficult and challenging COPs that I've ever been to, and I've been to nearly all of them. And you know, even at the last minute, we're battling with hotels and visas and logistics in a way that I've never ever done before. So apologies if I've been a little bit distracted, and apologies if you know, yeah, I may turn to our brilliant panelists for their full mental presence, because mine is constantly being pinged. I'm constantly being pinged. Do I see Melanie here? And just that's also why I was slightly rambling, so I was thinking
she just sent a message actually to say that she may be a few minutes late, so she said please go ahead, and as long as she's not the first speaker, she will definitely be with us.
Okay, great. I think I did have her down as one of the earlier speakers, but why don't we do what I love, which is actually just take a moment. We're going to take maybe 90 seconds to just check in and just be with ourselves and with nature. And what I would do is just invite you literally to close your eyes and to think of your favorite place in nature, or a favorite memory. Just close your eyes and just think of that one place. Just that's what we can do. Thank you. So that was actually 1 minute and 8 seconds. And I bet for many of you, it may have felt like quite a long time, because we so rarely pause in our lives to connect and be. So in the next 30 seconds, I just want you to take 3 or 2 really deep breaths to just inhale and then exhale really deeply and from your belly, and let a sound emerge if it needs to really show that you're connecting with the breath of life. Thank you so much. Thank you. And if you're minded to, let's make the most of the chat function so that we can have a little bit more of an interaction, and maybe just say in 1 line or 2 lines, where was that place? What was that memory? What was that nature that you connected to? You know, you don't have to feel you have to write a big essay, but it's lovely to see people in their full selves and how they connect with nature. And we also now have Melanie here with us, which is good. Melanie, we just did a very brief check-in and took some deep breaths and slowed ourselves down to have this conversation. So that's what we were doing. And so I invite you to all, please go ahead and enter any words that come to you about what you're feeling towards nature right now. So I'm, as I said, introduced myself already. I'm going to do very, very short bios for everyone, and then ask them to introduce themselves, but more in the way of maybe briefly saying how they came to be here today. In a nutshell, their journeys, rather than all of their titles and their posts, which most of us know everything about each other at this point. So Inga is the executive director and the co-founder of Global Choices, both a UK and a USA-based not-for-profit. And she's going to be talking today about the Arctic, and also, framed very much in terms of how we approach nature through the lens of systemic change, but also from the feminine side. Georgia Elliott-Smith is an engineer and a chartered environmentalist, and started her career in construction, and is a former UNESCO Special Junior Envoy for Youth and the Environment. And she's got loads of titles, but she'll also be talking about how individuals and communities can take legal action and take action and get results, and how citizens have been doing that with the support of conventions and frameworks. So welcome, Georgia. Gideon is our male representative, and he's the co-founder and director of EcoPeace Middle East, which is a regional organization. And I hope we see you, Gideon, maybe perhaps in Sharm or in the region. The next COP also after this one will also be in the Middle East. And he's worked very hard with Jordanians, Palestinians, Israeli environmentalists to come together and support peace efforts in the Middle East, focusing on water. Jojo is a founder, as many of you know, along with a legal pioneer, the late Polly Higgins, who basically came up with the idea of having legislation, international and otherwise, to stop to have ecocide as a law, both at the international level and other levels, so that there is actual punishment, there is accountability from a criminal standpoint, which was missing. So welcome, Jojo. And I think Melanie is also joined us and has done a number of amazing things in the life that I've known, but she's currently she's currently leading Globe International, and is the chief executive from November 2015. Gosh, that's a long time. And she's done countless campaigns as a civil leader, and has an expertise in sustainability and human rights, and lives and works across the UK and India too, as well as many other countries. So welcome to you all. I think I've taken my share of the minutes. I'm absolutely passionate about law and using it as a tool, but also from a place where I recognize that most of business as usual is held up by laws, and the very toxic and destructive cycle that we're now in, is a result of legal principles and norms that were really bad for us, that we now realize that we have to undo, and undoing them involves dismantling large numbers of norms and rules and legislation that are very, very difficult, and somehow trying to do those all together as well in a coordinated way, and doing them on a time frame that science demands, that we deal with climate change and other ecological emergencies going on. That is what is so difficult. So I have no qualms that human beings have always worked together to dismantle toxic systems, to dismantle oppression, to end discrimination. They've done that very successfully. It's just taken sometimes decades or even hundreds of years. And that's the big challenge for us in the climate environment community right now is that the planet is at that point where there are tipping points have already been triggered, and that there is massive ecological impact, which is impacting the lives of huge numbers of human beings. And this year of all years has shown that so vividly from the country that I'm from Pakistan, so starkly being underwater as a result of rapid rainfalls, and originally from glacial melts to wildfires, to 200 miles from where we're all going to meet in Sharm el-Sheikh. We will have one of the worst famines unfolding, very nearby on our doorsteps. So huge numbers of impacts are here, and I feel that this is a lovely panel to begin looking at how law, litigation, legal frameworks, legislation can be upended, disrupted, new ones replaced with marvelous concepts, whether they're to conferring the rights of nature or holding, now powerful actors to account. So let me just look at who I said would be starting in my notes. Or I think it was it Inga? Was it you, Inga, or Georgia? Sorry. Can you just remind me, because I've now got my notes on a device which just folded.
I have Malini in your notes.
Malini, and then Georgia, and then me.
Sorry. We reversed it, and then that's what it was. It was because you hadn't joined. So Malini, I was wondering if you could kick us off, introduce yourself, your journey. You've got 6 minutes to do that. So how you divide that, it is up to you. And I'll start my timer from when you speak. So please tell us a little bit about legislation, your work at Globe at the moment, but also the insights that you've gained throughout your journey for how law and peace, and ecological peace and peace with nature can really come about right now. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Farhana. And it's always daunting going first, and I thought that I wouldn't make it in time because my son was banging away at his guitar and the washing machine was going and the internet was collapsing. But I'm here, so I'm just going to dive in. Greetings, everybody. It's fantastic to see so many familiar faces, and probably my oldest co-conspirator on this call, which is Gidon. And we go back more than 25 years when Gidon and EcoPeace Middle East joined Friends of the Earth International. Long story, but start with a couple of things about myself, where the intersection between peace and law comes for me personally. So I'll start with my personal biography, which is very relevant. So my family comes from two parts of the subcontinent in India, which were partitioned, Punjab and Bengal. And the history of my family was that they were very much involved in the freedom struggle, but also in the creation of the laws, the Constitution of India. And my great uncle was the private secretary of Mahatma Gandhi. And so there was a huge, at that time, you can imagine the turn of the century, there was a great deal of enthusiasm and passion and confidence about creating your own laws, your own legal frameworks, your own constitution as newly created entities. The reality of it is that even though we had created this incredible framework, the Constitution of India, which is one of the most sophisticated, the longest certainly in the world, the most inclusive process, that there are problems. So beginning with that journey, I have always worked on, in my region, intercommunal, interfaith harmony. And Gidon has been involved in one of these, which was more than 10 years ago, actually at the time of the first calamity to befall Pakistan, which was the 2010 floods, where we launched an Indo-Pak initiative to promote climate cooperation, to promote cooperation on water, which is an issue which has become securitized in our part of the world, and to promote cooperation on disaster risk management. It's been a long journey, and it's been absolutely devastating to see the same mistakes made again in this year as they were in 2010, and the things that we were trying to prevent by having institutions work much more effectively. In terms of the 3 points that I want to make, which are relevant for this discussion, it is as follows. Number one, making laws is essential, but it's not enough. Number two, enforcement really matters. And number three, access to justice matters the most. if we look at climate going back to 2014, and before was created in 1992 to enable parliamentarians to engage with the UN system of the Rio summit. At that time, and actually at Kyoto, which I was at, leading the Friends of the Earth International campaign, in 1997, there were around 52 laws and policies, climate laws and policies in the world. At this point, so all these years, we've got COP27 and Kyoto was COP3, all these years, you know, in the interim, we have created an amazing international architecture of climate change laws and policies. And at the latest count, it was just under 2,934. Alongside that, in recent years, has been this upsurge in climate litigation. And we have almost an equivalent number of lawsuits around the world. So we've got the frameworks in place, but why is it that countries don't implement their own laws? So a second point is about the enforcement of laws. And one of the most powerful cases that I know of personally is not the Urgenda case. It's not all of the cases that are known about in, you know, in the Western parts of the world, but it is the Leghari case in Pakistan. And the Leghari case was so extremely important because it was ruled on by Justice Said Mansoor Ali Shah in the Lahore court, High Court, and brought by a farmer named Leghari. And it was brought in 2015, and he said, we have a climate change framework act in Pakistan, and yet I find that I am continuing to be at the mercy of the elements. And this framework and these laws and these policies are of no benefit to me. So he went to the courts, and the Justice Mansoor Ali Shah took on his case, and rapidly, within a period of 3 to 4 months, he created the judgment. And the judgment that he created was that the Pakistan government, every single department at the national and at the province level, had to account for why they had failed to enact the legislation. And as a result of that, the legislation and the policies and frameworks in place. And as a result of this judge's judgment came a number of sweeping changes focused on the training of officials, the awareness raising of lawmakers, if that enforcement will not work. My final point, with my 1 minute to go, is about access to justice, where we effectively abandon people. Because most people don't have client earth reserves of 26 million pounds. Most people have no money, and most people, even if you look in this country, two-thirds of people in the UK don't know about their rights or how to access legal institutions. They rely on very expensive lawyers. So we have to lower the barrier to entry for access to justice. We've got a couple of very powerful conventions to help us do that. The Escazú Convention, which comes from Rio, and which, Georgia, I know that you've been working to implement and enforce. And of course, more recently, the Escazú Convention, which enables access to justice, public participation, right to information, to enable citizens to act on the rights that we have. But my close on that, and look forward to what else you've got to say. Thank you, Farhana.
Thank you so much, Malini, and thank you for keeping to time. That's always hard to do as a first speaker, and I know that you were expecting maybe a reverse order, so thank you for joining us. And I also had to switch off my washing machine, which was also bipping, and yeah, yesterday the boiler broke, then we had a flood, so all of these personal things are, you know, as mothers, we're undeterred from doing also our work. And what a brilliant segue as well. Enactment, enforcement, access to citizens. So maybe, Georgia, you can just pick up the baton.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. So it's wonderful to hear what you had to say. My name is Georgia Elliott-Smith. I am a citizen. I have no background in law at all. I am actually an environmental engineer, been working, as Farhana said at the beginning, been working in the construction sector for over 20 years. In my work, I had a lot of involvement in waste management and had become incredibly frustrated over the course of my career to see the vast quantities of waste that we were creating and the fact that there was no financial penalty for that. In fact, seeing everywhere that the polluter does not pay, the polluter profits, and actually it's society that pays. And so becoming increasingly frustrated about that. In 2018, what I realized, though, I had a sort of awakening. Having been an environmental professional, as I say, for over 20 years, when the IPCC report came out, stating that we had 12 years until these catastrophic tipping points, which we obviously now know was quite conservative, and a number of those we have already reached. When the David Attenborough documentaries were on the TV in the UK here, showing us, you know, the harms that we had created and the species that were going extinct from our actions, I had really a kind of breakdown where I just dropped into enormous grief and realized that as a professional, I had been complicit in this, and that even though I had felt that we'd been doing some good, it was nowhere near enough, and I'd been kidding myself and living in denial. And so it was at that sort of time that Extinction Rebellion came to prominence, and I took to the streets in grief, not really knowing what else to do. And I found there a freedom and a sort of shared grief of normal people just desperately trying to do something. And that started my journey as an activist. And I now hold businesses to account. I also help businesses to do more. But what I was doing locally, we had an incinerator that was in where I live in North London, in one of the most deprived, racially diverse communities, health deprived, economically deprived communities in the UK. There was a waste incinerator, which instead of decommissioning, they were rebuilding and expanding. And I thought this was an absolute travesty. And so along with a couple of campaigning groups, I've been campaigning against this for a couple of years. But what I came to realize through meeting incredible, passionate people who were giving so much of their time was that those incinerator operators were not really doing anything wrong according to the law of the land. They were simply following the government policy and strategies and procedures. And so I realized, with my background, with my network professionally, with my education, essentially with my privilege, there was more that I could do than just sit in the streets. And so I started talking to lawyers and realised what I had not known before, which was that individuals can take the government to court under what Melina was talking about, the Aarhus Convention, and with financial protections. And so I started a fundraising campaign to take the UK government to court over failure to price carbon emissions. And carbon emissions are one of the huge problems of waste incineration, as well as other pollution. So we took the government to court. So cut a very long story short, I engaged a legal team. I crowdfunded all of the money. I'm not a wealthy person. I didn't have the money, as we've talked about before. I didn't have the money to engage a big legal team. But I met some wonderful lawyers who were working, who set a budget for me for crowdfunding, and I had some incredible experiences of fundraising, great friends I've made from that process. To cut it short, we didn't win the case. It was dismissed in the end. We went to the High Court, we went to the Court of Appeal. The judge decided that it was within the government's discretion about what industries they would include. However, what I learned from taking legal action is that it is important to do it anyway, because that case set a new precedent. And that precedent was that the judge said that the government must take into account the Paris Agreement in the immediate, in the short term, not just kick the can down the road until 2035 or 2050, which is what they had been doing. And so now all of the new policies coming out from government, there is a legal precedent there, which other cases are now using to bring, further action against the government. And, my legal team were involved recently in the successful case against the government on challenging the net zero strategy, which they said is not sufficient to achieve net zero. And that started by an individual claimant, supported by a legal team and supported by crowdfunding. But that is just such an amazing, empowering thing for individuals to do. Don't get me wrong, it is also stressful and time consuming and everything. So you do also have to have the privilege of networks and a family who can support your time spent away from home. People are doing this all over the world. I'll wrap up on that. Thank you, Farhana. But yeah, I look forward to discussing it further. Thank you.
Oh, what a powerful story. And as governments fail even more, it's even more relevant that ordinary people can challenge quickly, immediately, and self-organizing to do that. So I think that's a really, really powerful example and a precedent that you've set. Okay, Inga, over to you. I realize it's hard timekeeping and listening to such brilliant speakers. So I'm doing my best. So I'll start interrupting you at 5 minutes, or waving, or giving an emoji that says you're late.
So there we go. That's better. I'm not. I mean, you'd think you'd figured out the muting bit after 2 years of lockdown. Well, it's just a huge privilege to be here and to be amongst such wonderful people. And it's just been a terrific day. I'm sure everyone would agree. So, you know, what I've seen of the day, it has really demonstrated the power of feminine energy and elevated the possible. And the art of the possible is what I want to really talk about today. And Georgia's already just illustrated exactly the art of the possible. Just a little bit about me. I essentially, as we co-founded Global Choices, we wanted to be sure that we were doing something different. And I guess we could be described as an all-female team of policy entrepreneurs. We're trying to set precedents for future fit governance. And using models, the best way of doing that is to model it, just as Georgia's just modeled her involvement in what she created. We're using the Central Arctic Ocean ice, which is an area beyond national jurisdiction, and reframing it as a global commons, because we feel we have to see these as the ecosystem services that they provide, and we have to understand these systems in a much broader way. And so we're doing it in an inclusive way. We're also empowering young women climate leaders. We call them our Arctic Angels. We now have 53 of them in 33 countries, and some of them you heard earlier, and it was very powerful to hear their voices and their poetry from Kenya and India, and just terrific. So the art of the possible. I have a stick on my fridge. Yeah, I'm one of those who still hasn't got the minimalist kitchen vibe. And it says, shoot for the moon, because even if you fail, you land amongst the stars. And I think that's really the essence of the challenge we're facing now. I mean, we know we are in unprecedented times, and we have to chart new paths. And that's why we are called Global Choices, because of the choices that we make now are so critical. And I think when it comes to the legal side, all too long sort of legal issues have been on a par with like nuclear physics. It's far too complicated and best left to the experts, and therefore doesn't get the attention it deserves, really, in being such a powerful tool for fighting climate change. And I think, you know, George has just illustrated that these global commons really belong to us all as global citizens, and therefore we deserve a voice. And for those who don't have voices, we are, as you say, the privileged. And we are now, just as an aside, on the back of our business cards, everyone is allowed to choose what they say. And one of our staff chose to say, those who have the privilege to know have the responsibility to act. And I do feel that very strongly. We all feel that very strongly as a team, that we really want to see more just and inclusive social and environmental outcomes from the laws that are being made. And for sure, that isn't necessarily happening. So it does need expertise, but it also needs to keep pace with what is unfolding. You know, timing, it takes so long. I mean, the BBNJ is still not over the line. And, you know, is it going to be future fit? Big question mark. And, you know, legal change tends to settle at the lowest common aspiration rather than the highest. And all too often these laws are made with corporate or national interests at their heart. And they are really inclusive. We need to bring these voices in. We also need to bring in the voices of rights of nature. And I'm sure that, you know, when we look back, I mean, I was very close to the Paris process, and I worked closely then with Mary Robinson. When you saw how strong the feminine was in that with Christiana, and bringing every committee had to have 50-50, and it came to fruition in much better outcomes. So we seem to have gone backwards since then, and I absolutely support the campaign to get more women into COP and in decision making. the precedent setting that is happening has already been mentioned, and I do bow to my fellow panelists. You know, EcoSci, Client Earth, they're finding these pathways that we can leverage and lean on, and we certainly are leaning on some of your wins in these litigation. But taking the system lens is because we need to understand the Arctic as an apex system, and we need to understand climate causality. And here is a system that is going extinct under our watch with dramatic cascading consequences for peace and security. You know, we are potentially looking at 60 million climate refugees. And if you think of the instability that, you know, the current war and Syria has created, it's huge suffering, and invariably women and children bear the brunt of that. So that's why we've settled on the Arctic as a model, because we can't plant ice, and once it's gone, it's pretty much irrecoverable in our lifetime. So seeing this as a global commons, we need to lift our eyes and understand it as a global commons. And Sami community, of course, will be hugely affected, but Samoans will be underwater, so their voices need to be brought in, and so that's that lens that we're trying to bring in. And I do believe this is the feminine lens that sees the whole and that is willing to set self-interest aside for the common good.
Thank you so much, Inga. I think I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up so that we do have time for the last two speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one last comment. I want to quote Robert Swan, that the biggest risk is the belief that someone else will fix it, and there is no other. You know, we are one humanity, and I think this is what this day has demonstrated so strongly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. And absolutely that there are these critical systems that we're now seeing being very stressed, or as we saw in India and Pakistan, the monsoon, and, you know, really huge systems of that are involved in the climatic system are collapsing or changing so suddenly, affecting millions of people. So Gideon, over to you, as you're in a region which has always had water as a source of life, but also as a source of dispute. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll start waving furiously after 5 minutes, because we really do need to give Jojo her time and also have a little bit of time for questions as well.
So thank you so much for this great honor to be on such a distinguished panel. So my journey actually starts as a law student at American University in DC. I'm doing a master's in international environmental law at the time when the peace negotiations between Israel and Jordan moved forward, and negotiations between Israel and the PLO for an interim agreement. And I'm worried and concerned that peace between people, which we, of course, were so excited and supportive of, was ignoring environmental concerns. And before leaving Washington, and as the basis of my thesis, I was able to raise some funds with the idea that as Israelis, Palestinians, Jordanians, and Egyptians, we need to be working together to make sure that peace doesn't just result in peace between people, but in sustainability, that we're taking care of the very precarious and scarce, particularly water resources that we have in our region, such as the River Jordan, which through conflict, we managed to turn, we the Abrahamic people, you know, Jews, Christians, and Muslims in our own countries, turned it into little more than a sewage canal, which is what it is today. And that was what led to the creation of EcoPeace 28 years ago. I've been the Israeli co-director ever since. We've always, our model, I think, like the call for co-chairs for the climate COP, we've always had co-chairs, Palestinian, Jordanian, Israeli, formerly also Egyptian, unfortunately not now. But we were all men back in 1994 when the organization was created. Today, we're in fact a majority female, a majority women co-directors. So my Palestinian co-director, Nada and Majdalani, my Jordanian co-director, Yana Abu Taleb, I can tell you that the change that has taken place over these nearly 3 decades to make sure that there is women leadership, that there is a gender understanding of the importance of working on our issues has been instrumental, because the courage that has really helped EcoPeace transform itself has much been led by the gender balance, moving from an all male to a mixed, a far more representative, reflecting our populations and our region, which is at least 51% female. EcoPeace has had to reinvent itself because peace has clearly never broken out. And we quickly understood that the environment is actually an issue of common concern that can help bring peace. And we didn't know it, but we've been instrumental in helping to develop the whole concept of environmental peace building, utilizing that common concern. And sadly, as peace has really become almost a dirty word in our part of the world, where people have lost hope, we've reinvented ourselves again in these last 5-6 years, understanding that the climate crisis brings real urgency. And while peace has really lost any sense of urgency, the climate crisis requires cooperation, requires Israelis and Palestinians and Jordanians to work together. Otherwise, we're going to see a repeat of what happened in Syria, clearly not only taking place because of the climate crisis, but the water scarcity contributing to the uprising. So, in our part of the world, thankfully, all of our governments recognize that the climate crisis is real. While the rest of the world is so fearful, quite rightly, of a 1.5-degree increase in temperatures, here in the Middle East, on the Eastern Mediterranean, the temperature of the Mediterranean was 2% higher this summer than ever recorded. We're already experiencing over a 1.5-degree increase in temperatures, and the opposite of what you've experienced in Pakistan. We've had 15 years of drought in these last 20 years. So the climate crisis is introducing urgency into protracted conflicts. And I think that's the message that I'd like to bring, is that in areas of protracted conflict where people have lost real hope that we'll ever see peace, the climate crisis introduces urgency. That's what Nada, Yana, and myself bring to the table, a far more balanced leadership of women and men, of Palestinians, Jordanians, and Israelis, now working for 30 years almost together to bring this change forward and to utilize the climate crisis not only as a threat multiplier, but perhaps as one of the only opportunities that we have to try to knock the heads of our leadership, of our governments together in a desperate wake-up call that if we don't change policies, if we don't work together to commit to particularly on water scarcity issues, to work together. And we've seen progress, this is my last comment, seeing a deal struck, an agreement between Jordanians and Israelis on a water energy nexus, working together at the moment on a Palestine-Israel deal on creating a water energy nexus, mostly to provide the desperately needed water for Gaza. Thank you very much.
So much, and thank you for doing all that amazing work in probably one of the most difficult geographies, and tirelessly doing that work. And passing over to Jojo, who will have your 6 minutes, I think, before we're kicked out or kicked off. Thank you so much. Thank you all of my panelists.
No, thank you, Fahana. I'm just going to dive straight into my key focus, which is on international criminal law. So the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court addresses the crimes which most threaten the peace, security, and well-being of the world. So genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. And of course, it's clear now that mass damage and destruction of our vital ecosystems through human activity is now constituting exactly such a threat. And although such acts can often be, already can be, a cause, a feature, or a result of conflict, it's also clear that they're not restricted to times of conflict. And they don't necessarily involve direct harm to humans. So they're not actually best addressed by the existing Rome Statute crimes. And at the same time, this damage and destruction, which is now increasingly referred to as ecocide, it doesn't only have devastating consequences for communities and nations already now, but also horrific implications for the future of human civilization as a whole, as well as the wider community of species that we share this planet with. And we have, in effect, therefore, been waging war on nature. So ecocide is also a crime against peace in that sense. And so we can see the strong relevance of including it into the Rome Statute. And this initiative is now being discussed by a growing number of states parties to the statute, at least 25 at last count, and climbing, as well as by the court itself. So I'll just briefly outline some of the effects that we believe that bringing this law into the international list of crimes will have. Firstly, of course, it creates a new preventive rule that applies across many jurisdictions, important as the worst polluters are often transnational corporations. It acts as a strong complement to and a protection for the newly acknowledged human right to a clean and healthy environment. And secondly, and this is really interesting, the adoption process takes a little time. Now, that means that there's a period where the law isn't yet in place, but it can be seen approaching. And this window of time is a strategic window for change, or compliance, if you like. The existence of a consensus legal definition of ecocide, which emerged last year from an independent panel of 12 top lawyers from around the world that was convened by our foundation. That definition provides all sectors with a useful lens through which they can examine their practices, their supply chains. And that is an exercise which stimulates asking the right questions. And this is the first step to provoking development of new and less damaging approaches and to galvanizing positive behavioral change. And it also has the linked effect, of course, of leveling the playing field for those who are already leading in the sustainability arena. And the inclusion of ecocide law as a key driver and influencer of change in the recent pivot point report from the UN Race to Zero initiative is a clear acknowledgement of exactly this. And thirdly, as ecocidal activities often take place in the global south or in poorer communities, while the operative decisions are taken in the wealthy north, this law presents a useful tool for addressing climate and environmental justice as it is aimed at individuals, key decision makers in positions of superior responsibility. Likewise, it supports environmental defenders working to protect ancestral lands and vital planetary ecosystems, because they are commonly treated as criminal disruptors of legitimate business. However, when the business practice itself has the question mark over it, from a framing perspective, the tables are completely turned. Those defenders now become the moral upholders of the law. And last but not least, the recognition of the worst harms as ecocide will help to support the enforcement of the existing body of criminal law and civil regulation around the environment, which, as we know, is incredibly poorly enforced, as was covered a little bit earlier. It will help provide the enabling conditions for the fulfillment of multilateral environmental agreements, which at present are creating frustratingly little by way of action, as there is just nothing strong enough in place to prevent business as usual from continuing in a very poorly enforced regulatory landscape. So we have a very small window of opportunity to change the way the overall game is played. And we don't think there are very many solutions out there with the power to do it, but we do think that ecocide law has the possibility of taking a good shot at that. So I'll leave it there so we've got a bit of room for questions.
Oh, thank you, because you had actually a minute and a half left. So that's really, really helpful. And I have to say, on a personal level, as part of my journey, I got really frustrated after COP24, and which was in Poland, by the way, one of the many COPs that we've had in a coal-dependent rich country. And I see that also as part of a pattern that we're having increased numbers of COP only in countries that can really afford it, and only in countries where there's such a significant say and a sway. So this is one of the things we also have to challenge at the same time as challenging gender injustice is simply economic injustice that allows, privilege and access, and for smaller countries to not host them, or most vulnerable countries to not host them. So thank you, Jojo. And my personal journey, as I was saying, was at the end of COP24 to have joined Extinction Rebellion as part of my own vow to get laws moving, including the law of ecocide. So you've made an incredible, incredible difference. And I hope and I pray Polly is watching and supporting us from wherever she is. So thank you for your work. So we do have, thank you to our lovely, wonderful organizers. There's about 55 of you. So if you have questions, please put them in the chat. And we have time for questions. I've got lots of questions as well, but if you please put up your hand, please, the floor is yours really to ask each other questions, to have this as a little bit of more of an interactive session. And while we let the audience just do that, please can you, well, our fellow participants really, oh yeah, that's your timer, you see, Jojo. So you did really well. So if you wanted to come back, that would be
going to talk really fast.
I think, look, one thing I would sort of say is, what is your ask? For me, my question is, what is your ask of each other here, not just as a panelist of the 55 people? What is the one takeaway that you want everyone to go away with today? So maybe I'll start with you, Jojo, at the end, and see who else is itching at the, itching to take the floor.
Yeah, I'm really happy to take that. And absolutely, it's about, I mean, for us, it's about conversation. It's about, getting the word out around the possibility of an ecocide law. And what started off as an accidental strategy has actually ended up as a very deliberate approach that we take, which is that we don't just focus on politics and law. We actually talk to everybody about this, because what we realize is that the broader the conversation is, the more it floats to the top. And I say that in the words of Inga Anderson of UNEP, who basically said she'd watched this word ecocide kind of float to the top, and now it's, popping up at the UN level in many, many different arenas. So, we all have networks, let's use them. And of course, do visit the website. There's a huge Act Now menu for everyone and all different walks of life that could potentially be taken up. There's always something that can be done. But certainly, the more the word is used, the more the politicians are coming to us saying, oh, tell us about this. What's happening?
Brilliant. I think you have sort of answered the question, what level of support are you anticipating for creating a crime of ecocide? So maybe that's more specific about creating the crime at the International Criminal Court.
We're already beginning to bring together and sort of facilitate the coming together of a small group of cross-regional group of states that are interested in moving this forward. And actually, we had our first head of state in the UN General Assembly just in September recently, actually calling on the states in the UN to get behind the group that are proposing to do this. So yeah, it's
excellent.
It's really moving.
It really is. I mean, it's like only 3 or 4 years old in the public domain. It took a lot longer, obviously, to conceptualize and have it at that point. And it really only did that because social movements took it forward, which is also a fantastic example that, people use law. It's not just NGOs that create solutions. Ordinary people create momentum and change and decide how they want to take things forward. I think I saw Georgia's hand up first, and then Gideon's. So over to you, Georgia.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I do have an ask, which is about protest and about maintaining rights for protest and being vigilant, because I rely for my legal action on our governments following things like the Aarhus Convention, but recently those have been called into question by the government. And actually we have had bills here to limit our right to protest, to limit our ability to speak out, and also to limit our ability to take these kind of legal actions that we do rely on to shift the dial. And I think it is so important that we promote, share, and sort of normalize and make protest an aspirational thing rather than something that is other than me, and something dirty and niche. But actually we all engage with, applaud, support, and amplify protest because it is so important, I think, particularly in the culture we find ourselves in with media and social media, that we really are vigilant about our rights and that we support those people's rights to protest, no matter what their cause is. The right to protest is so important and it must be upheld.
Thank you for that. And Gideon, and then Malini.
Actually, Melanie was before me in putting up. Melanie, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Gidan. Okay, so I want to come back to the point that I had made, which was really about, it's fantastic that we have laws in place. And Jojo, you and I have had this conversation a few times. You're looking for ecocide to create new legislation at the macro level, and you hope that it will then be applied at the national level. My point is this: we have amazing laws in the world. De jure, we are fantastic. De facto, we suck. Why do we suck? Because at the same time as we acknowledge the wonderfulness of our legal frameworks, and I as an Indian can tell you, nothing can surpass the wonderfulness of the Constitution of India in terms of the rights that it grants us. We can't exercise those rights because our legal institutions are completely threadbare. And our access to justice is next to zero. So other than these really well-funded organizations like Klein Earth, other than organizations like the Access to Justice Foundation in the UK, which make it possible, please remember, there are 14 million people in the United Kingdom who live in poverty. 2/3 of the UK population does not know how to access legal advice. So for these people, what do they do if they want to become a Georgia? It's not about going in crowdfunding. We need the investment in our legal institutions. In the United Kingdom, the mother of parliaments, the mother of rule of law in the world, we have a court system which has collapsed. That's the reality. So unless there is an equal enthusiasm for doing the dirty work of making sure that we have legal aid now in the UK is £950 million less than it was in 2010. If we want to do the right thing, it can't be done by Klein Earth bankrolling high-profile cases around the world and opening up offices in Beijing. You need to make sure that you are empowering people to exercise their laws and investing in their institutions in their country. Sorry, my daughter's just come home.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's not about just the cases. It's about the very conditions for citizens to have access to justice. Those are being dismantled, the right to protest, the right to free speech, you know, from journalism to human rights to legal aid. Those have been eroded so much, and the right to protest has almost gone. So thank you for highlighting that. And I too agree with you that sometimes one of the reasons I'm working in foundations is, you know, there was a bottlenecks created and darlings created, as we know happen in the funding world, and actually it's time to decentralize and shift resources in a more distributed system and a more even system to allow people to take action where they want to and how they want to. Gideon, over to you. And I think for the final words, because we do have to wrap up a little bit before the next panel, and I have to book some hotel rooms for people whose rooms just got cancelled in Sharm. So thank you.
So I would like to, you know, sort of highlight the importance of linking, of how can we really institutionally advance the climate crisis and peace building. And one of the problems of the whole UN process is that, you know, absolutely rightly, the climate crisis is global, but it's each country that's reporting on a national level. But the climate crisis doesn't just hit one country. The climate crisis hits a region in a particular way. The UN process needs to help advance a regional response that is you know, not looking at every country reporting on its own, almost ignoring the fact that it's interdependent with its neighbors. If we can institutionalize also a regional response to the climate crisis with each region. So look at the example of Europe with its, you know, European Green Deal. That's really what inspired Ecopeace in calling for a green-blue deal for the Middle East, because that's the only way that we're going to survive the climate crisis. We need, of course, this global effort, but equally we need the regional approach. And by taking the regional approach, that's the linkage of meeting the climate crisis, but also helping build trust, helping build peace in our troubled parts across this planet.
Thank you so much, Gideon. Thank you. And in fact, the very first thing and very first march I personally actively joined was the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament back in the 70s. And, you know, we have got to go back to that now, because now we're seeing, you know, it was not a peaceful world. We kidded ourselves. We pretended something and pretended to imagine that we were living in a peaceful world when we were in fact not. So the more new peace builders there are, the better. I think I would like to end the panel here by saying a huge thank you to these amazing people, with apologies, I know, from another panelist, Maya, who couldn't be with us, and to say a huge thank you to the She Changes climate team. I'm sorry I didn't get my background as I should have in the downloaded and installed for a virtual Zoom background, but there's just a long way to go in fighting systemic injustices. And what is magical and amazing and keeps me going every day is that our movements are now really, really integrating, becoming more intersectional, becoming more ferocious, and being more joined up in their asks. Of course, it's still uneven. Of course, there's a long way to go, but I think I've never seen so much energy joined up and directed against the right targets at the right time. And no matter, you know, what the diversity of tactics and strategies and forums, you know, we are there. We are all there together. So I hope to see many of you in COP. And for those of you who are not coming to COP, good decision, and carry on supporting us and amplifying and linking up all the sources of injustice, but especially gender injustice, because if that one doesn't go, you know, heaven help us. We've been doing this for hundreds of years. We've really got to tackle and get parity, get equality, get also equality on the terms that really matter to ordinary people and those without power. So that's what motivates and animates me. And finally, I just did a little tiny blurb of, sorry, chairman's, you know, privilege, chairperson's privilege. So I'm going to, we've set up something called Culture COP. And the idea is really to create very different sorts of spaces, to create trust, to create love, to create understanding, to create long-lasting change, and to use arts, culture, and heritage as tools, as places where we can imagine and co-create our different world together. And we'll also be doing a pilgrimage to Mount Sinai, where the three great religions of the world, the moral codes of our world was sent down, you know, on that mountain. And that's where I think we should go and invent the new moral codes that we want to live by and birth them into being. So I hope some of you can join us for that, but we'll also report online and back to you. So back to you, Elise, and back to the She Changes climate team. And yeah, thank you so much for joining. It's amazing that 64 people have come back. So thank you. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
I don't know, do we stay on? Do we carry on chatting? What would you like us to do? If anyone else wants to speak.
Hi, Farhana. We're just going to play the trailer for the film while we spotlight the next batch of speakers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a brilliant session. You were amazing, and everyone who spoke was just incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Speak soon. Bye, Judy. Bye, everyone. Bye, Bianca.
Huge thanks. Fantastic moderation and speaking. Thank you.
Hello, I have no sound.
Oh, yep, there we go. Can everyone hear now?
Yes.
Great. Good to see everybody arriving. Welcome, everybody. We just caught the end of the Law and Peace panel. I also caught the beginning of it, and we'll be going back to listen to that. So welcome, everybody who's arriving, who's just got a cup of coffee in between the panels, who's been here all day, who might be arriving for the first time because of time zones. Thank you for joining this panel. This is the Local Solutions, Including City, Power of the People panel. I'm Erica Neve, and I will be your moderator for the panel. Just checking, can everybody hear now? I've just got a few messages coming up. Great, brilliant. So before we start, because it's been a jam-packed day and it's now 4 o'clock in the UK, before I introduce the panelists formally and the theme properly, well, as we're all arriving from all over the world, with that in mind, I'd really love to give a minute or two just to bring us into this session together, to arrive together as panelists, as a moderator, and as all the participants and attendees today. So I'm going to give us a couple of minutes to ground ourselves. I will also read a very short poem, but perhaps just before that, let's take a pause. We can just notice where we are in our space behind our screens. Maybe see where your feet are on the ground. Perhaps rest your hands on your lap if you're seated. And take a deep breath in through your nose and then out through your mouth. And we'll do this just a couple more times. Feels good, doesn't it? So let's move into the next 45 minutes together, beginning with a short poem. The short poem is called The Real Work, and it's by Wendell Berry. And if you haven't come to him before, he was born in 1934. He's a poet, a farmer, and an environmental activist. Original language was English for this poem. It's maybe that when we no longer know what to do, we have come to our real work. And when we no longer know which way to go, we have come to our real journey. The mind that is not baffled is not employed. The impeded stream is the one that sings. This poem sings to me, and why I chose it is it's those questions that really awaken my soul and help me form new narratives with others, keep me on my journey towards reconciling people, planet, nature, climate. And I hope it left something with you. We'll share the poem in the chat later. So with no further ado, let's introduce the panel and the themes. In this panel, we'll hear from women leading change, about initiatives, including women-led initiatives, about leading systemic change, about what happens when people have the confidence, the competence, they understand why, and above all else, they have hope, when we move through allyship into solidarity, into action. To that reconciling, as I said earlier, to people, nature, planet, the climate. This is about movement and communities, wherever they are. So welcome to the Local Solutions, Including Cities and Power to the People panel. What to expect from this panel? We've got 6 amazing women on this panel who will share their 2030 vision, but what's happening now. And at the very end, as you've seen on other panels, their recommendations to be taken forward to COP27. So I'm going to introduce the panel and then give them their space to share their visions. So first of all, we have Ursula. Hello and welcome.
Hi.
Ursula is an internationally recognized opinion leader in sustainable fashion. She's a mentor, curator, and author. Her multi-award-winning brand, From Somewhere, was pioneering in the field of upcycling. And in 2013, she co-founded Fashion Revolution, now the world's largest fashion activism movement, with teams in over 80 countries. And in 2021, she published her first book, Loved Clothes Last. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Moving on to Lorna. Lorna Gold. Hello, Lorna. Lorna Gold is the Director of Movement at Faith Invest and the Board President at Loud at Sea Movement, the global Catholic environmental network. She is a contributor in The Letter, a major new documentary featuring Pope Francis and environmental activists. She is also an author of Climate Generation, a heartfelt personal account of her own struggle as a mother waking up to the climate emergency. Welcome, Lorna. And Judy. Hello, Judy. Judy Ling Wong, CBE, is a poet, painter, environmentalist, probably best known as the honorary president of the Black Environmental Network. She's recognized internationally as a pioneer in the field of multicultural environmental participation. Welcome. And Sophie. Hello, Sophie, welcome. Sophie Lambin is CEO and founder of Kite Insights, a research, learning, and capacity building organization at the nexus of human and planetary issues. She is also the founder of the Climate School, which provides employees in any job, in any company with the knowledge, motivation, and tools to act on climate in their work. Welcome. And on to Aisha Kareem. Welcome and hello.
Hello.
Hello. Aisha is a doctor from Pakistan and a Malala Fund Girl Fellow. She is a young feminist climate activist whose work is mainly directed towards girls and women's health and their education. Aisha strongly believes that politically aware, healthy young women and girls can play a central role against the climate change. Currently, she is designing a gender-responsive climate disaster response training kit. And Nicola Milson is a seasoned, hello Nicola, is a seasoned sustainability professional who spent over 20 years working inside, outside, and alongside organizations to develop solutions towards businesses that serve both people and the planet. Deeply entrepreneurial, most recently she set up She Leads Change, a leadership program to get more people involved in changing the world from an authentic and net connected place. And not to forget me, although mine will be short and sweet because you're not here to listen to me. I'm Erica Neves, and I work across the areas of reaching people, often the hardest to reach and most disengaged audiences, and building communities and movements, learning and behavioural change solutions, and applying enabling technology. I'm a board trustee at the Eden Project, and Eden is creating a movement that builds relationships between people and the natural world to demonstrate the power of working together for the benefit of all living things. But back to the reason you're here, to hear from our amazing lineup. So let's get going. I'd really love to welcome our first speaker, Judy. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you, Erica. And it's a pleasure to be with you all. My vision is that conceptually, we must work in the context that everything is local and global. Whatever policy is in place at national or international level, the success of implementation is tested at the local level. The core principle for effective participation is that It is those that are affected that should set the agenda and lead. This means that 50% of those involved must be women for those that are affected to be fully represented. In order for us to go forwards in this context, local structures for the participation of women must go into place. I would like to share 2 examples that can be scaled up. The first, in the UK, the Centre for Alternative Technology, in partnership with the Local Government Association, runs a 2-day intensive leadership course for their officers and councillors called Responding to the Climate Emergency. It covers a whole spectrum of knowledge and skills alongside practical actions with modules such as local climate action in practice and the co-benefits of climate change actions. As part of this course, I run a module called Social Justice on the Road to Net Zero. This module includes practical information on the structural elements of the framework that needs to go into place in order to unlock effective participation. It is applicable to bringing forward any disadvantaged or socially excluded group, including women. The 3 main themes are representation, engagement, and provision. I will now highlight these in relationship to women. Representation. Local government needs to strategically set targets within their policy and strategies to include women on decision-making committees, consultations, and working groups. Number 2, engagement. Local government must reach out to identify women that can make a difference. This is not only about established activists and experts, but also about spotting women with potential and empowering them by offering access to information, jobs, and other opportunities, specific training, mentoring, and other experiences that stimulate and unlock their full participation, to take action to protect people and planet at different levels, including taking up the reins of power. Number 3, provision. This theme is about recognizing that there are many things that individuals can do, for example, within their lifestyles and volunteering to protect nature, but there are things that only expert organizations and government can do, such as making laws to prevent environmental damage, the provision of housing and designing the built environment so that it protects people from the inevitable impact of climate change, the creation of green spaces in urban areas, the supply of water, or the integration of sustainability into education. This provision must be negotiated with women working within power structures. The second example, Climate Reframe UK, is an open database of multicultural environmental activists and experts. This is a great model to extend the inclusion of any excluded group, including women. A local database listing women active in different dimensions of climate action would be invaluable. It can be used by local government, organizers of conferences or events, organizations looking for board members or working groups, policy consultations, and so on. Besides established women, it can also include emerging talent. This can open up empowerment of women and maximize their contribution so simply by making them readily visible. Among women themselves, it will also facilitate networking and partnership, thereby strengthening their position. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Judy. I saw themes around structures driving focus and action and unlocking full participation and so much more from your sharing. Thank you. Over to our second speaker, Ursula.
Hello. Well, weirdly enough, I work in fashion, and my vision is that we will be spending hours talking about the clothes that we wear rather than just buy something and throwing it away after a few minutes. I mean, we're all women, we're all here, we're all impactful, but the one thing that we have in common is that every day we wake up, we open our wardrobe and we get dressed. And like us, billions of others. What we wear has a profound impact, not just on people, but on nature as well. So the idea that we are now, so many of us are wearing other people's misery is something that I am radically trying to change. For me, clothes are my chosen skin, and I want to wear people's pride. I want to wear people's toil. I want to wear people's dignity. And so I believe that we all have an opportunity to make big differences just in the way that we wear things. If we were to think, do you think about the people who make your clothes, not just the brand, but the individuals, those hands that touch them before you do? Do you imagine how those people go to bed at night? Can they feed their family? Are they safe? Do you check the labels to see the ingredients that comprise the clothes that we wear? I mean, from pesticides to polyester, we are wearing all sorts of things. They're right next to our skin, and our skin is the second most absorbent organ in our body. And when we care for our clothes, when we wash them, where do those chemicals go? There is a bit of a misinterpretation that wool or cotton, being natural fibers, will just biodegrade. Well, they degrade enough, but what will they carry into the soil with them? So we can speak with the clothes that we wear. We can make space with the clothes that we wear. Right now, every single high street from Milan to Mumbai looks the same. How about we bring forward those young, amazing designers that are actually dealing with the consequences of our overproduction and mass consumption? I'm talking upcyclists in Africa, in Ghana, in Chile, in India. I am talking regenerists, people that are farming the cotton and then weaving it and then wearing it. We have an array of new solutions that are coming right in front of our very eyes, and we keep ignoring them for that cheap top, that quick buy, that fix that doesn't fix anything. It certainly doesn't fix our wardrobe nor our personal problems. So fashion employs billions of people. It is an industry which has designed itself to exploit both people and nature historically. We have an opportunity to change this because we all wear clothes. Fashion Revolution is the movement I co-founded, and we're present in so many countries, over 80 countries. So I would implore all of you to go and find your local representatives and look for solutions in which you can engage, because sometimes changing the world is a series of tiny steps. After all, what is a trend? A trend is somebody doing something amazing and everybody wanting to follow them. So let us be that trend. Let us be the one that lead by creating that different example. I always say, loved clothes last. And the point is that the long road to circularity, which we're all looking for, demands longevity. It demands the respect of your clothing, the respect for the people who made them, understanding what the clothes are made of, and for the fashion industry eventually to be regulated in order for us to have that knowledge and have that information. But in the meantime, wear your clothes consciously. It makes a difference.
Thank you so much. I think the words that jumped out of me from what you shared were respect, and how we have the power to change the industry because we all wear clothes, and changing the industry to an industry that is based on respect. So wonderful words. Thank you so much. So from industry-wide, industry level, Sophie addresses challenges across industries and sectors. Welcome, Sophie.
Thank you, Erica. So at the climate school, our work focuses on the private sector mostly, and on the role of employees in driving climate action in their companies. So my vision for 2030 is a world where every employee in every company has the knowledge or the head, the motivation or the heart, and the tools or the hands to act on climate in their work, and to do so in a way that is just, inclusive, and locally relevant. Integral to achieving this vision is equal access to education, both in general and in climate specifically. This is essential to achieve a just climate transition, as we cannot leave people behind in the green economy. We also need to be as ready for full transformation as possible. Not, as Bianca often says, not tackling the climate crisis with one hand tied behind our back, with all the untapped future innovators of the world, climate negotiators and frontline workers playing their parts and deploying solutions. To achieve this vision, I'd like to break down what I mean by head, heart, and hand, and where I see opportunities and some challenges for women, in particular, in these areas. Understanding the science and facts of climate is important, the head. We also need to help people sort through misinformation and greenwashing. For instance, the term carbon footprint was actually, as many of you know, invented by oil and gas companies and their marketing people to shift responsibility away from themselves into individuals. There's much relearning that we also need to do. And we need to help people draw deeper and more complex connection between climate and its impacts. In our research of 7,000 private sector employees in the world, in US, UK, Europe, Brazil, and India, and Indonesia, we found that people have a much better understanding of the impact of climate on the planet than on people. For instance, more than 80% of respondents correctly answered the statement of the current state of the climate emergency, but less than half of the respondents could correctly answer whether women are more impacted by climate change than men. This might sound disheartening, but I think there is hope. In fact, that a lack of progress on climate change is perhaps not because people don't care, but because people don't know. In fact, in our research, we see that people really do care. 83% of respondents say they are ready and willing to take action on climate in the context of their work. And 70% say that acting on climate change at work was important for their motivation and well-being. Second, the heart, or the motivation. That leads me to talk about the motivation to act. I believe that only by tapping into people's emotional connection with climate and its impact, we will ever be able to achieve real progress unless we manage to help them to make that emotional connection. For instance, when we consider that nations don't shoulder the burden of climate change equally, that the richest and most resilient countries are responsible for the carbon emission that the most vulnerable population have to bear the worst impact of, or that 80% of climate refugees are women, this fact may cause a feeling of guilt, anger, shame. I believe that care, ultimately care, is what will carry us further. Care has enormous ripple effect that guilt or shame do not. The impact of the crisis on women and girls may be the emotional trigger that some people need to access their heart and to find the motivation to act that maybe our heads cannot inspire. It's also important that we educate people to understand that women obviously are not just victims of climate change, but they are so much more leaders, early adopters of the climate movement and adopters of revolutionary solutions. I've been privileged in my career to have an up and close view of the nexus of gender and climate and the ways that women are not just disproportionately impacted, but how they have an outsized positive influence on it. My vision is that knowledge and understanding of gender and climate might become mainstream, that from like today aren't the only place where these conversations are held, but they are increasingly widely understood and acted upon in the private sector. In the context of work, this conception of women and climate is meaningful. For instance, when procurement officers working with women vendors start to reimagine their work together as climate and gender solution, there are so many opportunities for scaling that model across not just their own, but other business as well. And we have seen this happen at the pilot level, but we need to see this done at scale. And lastly, my last point about the hands and the tools to act. Once companies have helped their people understand the climate crisis and the impact on its people, then they need to enable them to do something about it. When it comes to the private sector, the green transformation is going to happen outside the boardroom. Employees who are ready now, they just need the mandate to act. It's up to companies now to let the people do what they do best, innovate and solve problems. We have seen in our research that there is a risk to companies who don't do so. 15%, 15 out of 100 of the respondents in our survey said that they would be willing to leave their job if they were not able to act on climate at work. That's up 5% from our previous survey in 2020. Giving people the tools to act also means recognizing and overcoming barriers. Women, for instance, may feel that a climate learning program at work is hard to balance with job demands and family care. How can companies create the right condition for people to learn? There is also a gender dimension, not just to what we learn, but to how we learn it. And getting this right will have impact way beyond just climate or gender. That's why the green transformation is not just a compliance exercise, but truly an invitation to people to think about their jobs beyond company boundaries and reimagine the ways they can impact local and global communities through their roles. Thank you.
Thank you. What happens when a workforce is given the mandate and the agency and the confidence? Thank you. What's possible? Head, hearts, and hands. I'm now curious to hear from Aisha. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much. Well, my vision for the year 2030 and more importantly to the upcoming years that lead to 2030 is to see equal but more importantly fair representation of different stakeholder groups of the community, especially the marginalized groups in climate negotiations and decision-making spaces. And not only having these participants as in the discussion forums, but also in leadership positions. Well, I genuinely wish to see solutions, suggestions, and influencing of decisions related to climate crisis impacts that concern women, transgender, indigenous people, or other marginalized elements of the community, coming from these people themselves, since the policies and the decisions have the direct impact on the lives of these marginalized people. And I think so far we have quite established this thing that the climate emergency that we're facing today is deeply rooted to some complex social issues and injustices that have been allowed to perpetuate over last years. And gender inequality, especially in the part of the region where I come from, is one of the major causes to this climate emergency. And it is indeed because of this discrimination that women are still not fairly represented, especially when it comes to leadership structures amongst the policymakers. And you can't actually expect your needs to be thought of when there is absolutely no one in the room to advocate for it. And hence, our needs have never been truly part of climate adaptation or resilience talks. And but despite all this, women have come up with brilliant solutions to make sure that they have a plan, they have something to, deal with the impacts of the climate change. Based on my experience and the things that I have seen coming from the developing part of the world, where the economies are failing or there's political unrest and whatnot, initiatives that were started by the community members have been able to reach people who would not have been otherwise reached had it been entirely on the shoulders of the government. And also the outreach of these of such responses is wide and, much importantly, quicker, as these are free of bureaucratic delays. For example, in the recent floods that hit Pakistan, two amazing women came up with a movement called Mahwari Justice, which was basically about spreading awareness related to period poverty. And it's centered around the fact that periods, they don't stop even in the worst of the disasters. And so through their initiative, they were able to reach thousands of flood affected women and provide them with the much needed sanitary napkins and sanitary pads. And I think it is worth mentioning here that you can only expect such initiatives to come from women. Small solutions that are often ignored when we're trying to fix the bigger picture are based on the problems that women face in the actual reality. And what makes them really beautiful is that their impact is much more inclusive and widespread. And this shows that the strength of people-powered solution cannot be underestimated. I genuinely believe that climate movement would not have scaled up at its present status if it wasn't for the noise that the young people made, and especially young girls and women who are at the front lines of these issues and are still showing up to solve the crisis that they are facing. And they're not shying away to discuss hard problems. And I think without the efforts and local action of civil society members, things would have been even worse than they are now. And I feel that to avoid the ecological collapse that we're headed into, we need to mobilize communities and its people. And lastly, I would like to add that leaders really need to recognize that we cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goal agenda for the year 2030 if people who are the most crucial stakeholders in climate emergency are involved in climate action at all levels, and particularly leadership levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And hearing about those initiatives led by women reaching harder to reach audiences, and the audiences that governments would not reach or see, not only reaching them, but quickly, and meeting needs that wouldn't be met ordinarily. So thank you so much. Now we come to Lorna to hear about movement and community build. No, we don't, because we stopped our order at the last minute. So we actually come to Nicola. How are you?
Thank you.
Welcome to the stage.
And actually, so much of what I want to speak about is Ayesha is a role model for. So it's wonderful to come after you. I want to speak about the fact that we need new leadership to tackle the problems we face, that we can't rely on single individuals anymore, particularly individuals that look fairly similar, to steer large ships in the direction of change. We need the diversity and energy of each of us taking agency to lead in our own ways. We need an upspring and uprising of local ideas and initiatives, and we need each of us to be able to respond to uncertainty and rapid change as leaders in our own right. So for me, the vision is that each of us is a leader. Each of us can step up, speak out, create impactful change in our own unique and meaningful way. So if you think we need a different world in whatever way you see it, this is about you, me, all of us taking action to lead from that authentic place and connect with others to lead change. And of course, we've seen people do this in multiple ways. You've heard from the previous speakers, excuse me, how they've modeled that. But there's people who did it on the basis of academic research. We've seen Kate Hoffman setting up grow up farms and aquaculture program to look at different kinds of ways of feeding people.
We've seen people do it on the back of personal passion. Ellen MacArthur, the sailor, the yachtsman, appalled at ocean plastic, setting up a huge initiative around circular economy, leveraging her passion for the ocean, her contacts from sailing, to scale an extraordinary response in the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We've seen people respond around personal tragedy. I'm thinking here of Jackie in Kenya, who found herself widowed and experienced appalling violation of human rights and now runs an organization to help others in her situation, reaching out to the global audience to scale. We've seen it for dedication to profession. And here I'm thinking of Josie, who set up the Climate Coaches Alliance, which many of you may be part of, to really challenge an entire type of career to think differently and act differently with climate. So there's many different ways to do that. Those are all as entrepreneurs. But of course, many people work inside large organizations. And there's an opportunity to lead inside organizations to really do things differently as an intrapreneur. And here an example is AB InBev and Evergreen, and starting to think about the byproducts of beer and what could be done with them. So really what I want to speak about is, how do we each find our own leadership? How do we find our resources, our contacts and our voice to speak up, step up? But of course, there's a second part to this vision. And the second part is to create fertile ground for each person to lead. For us as women who are perhaps a little bit older, to offer that hand up. For people who can have got access to resources, for example, procurement, to create a permeability for other people to get involved, to support entrepreneurs, to reward intrapreneurs. The vision, therefore, is twofold, each of us leading in our own authentic way and having a world that supports that in every which way. And for COP, I think it's simple. Let's find funding to support visibility of women-owned solutions. We're creating visibility of women who are leading in this area. But what about all the entrepreneurs and the intrapreneurs out there doing extraordinary things? Can we showcase them? Can we accelerate them? Can we connect them? That would be an extraordinary thing for COP to do.
Thank you. Showcasing the intrapreneurs and the entrepreneurs and lifting women in those communities up. Thank you so much. So now I get back to our final speaker, Lorna. Thank you very much, Lorna. Take the stage.
Thanks, Erica, and thanks to all the panelists for these wonderful contributions. I feel almost like there's nothing left to say, having listened to all these amazing contributions. In thinking about my vision for 2030 and listening to that beautiful poem that you read, Erica, at the start, I was actually taken back to the extraordinary journey I went on last year when we were making the feature documentary film, The Letter, A Message for Our Earth. It was a life-changing experience for me that I shared with other protagonists, environmental activists, on a journey which took us to meet Pope Francis in Rome and then to journey on to Assisi, to the birthplace of Saint Francis. The story of this film is almost like an allegory of us as a human species as we're trying to come to terms and to move forward in tackling the ecological crisis. The protagonists in the film are amongst those most affected by climate change. An Amazonian chief who faces daily death threats because of his activism, a young climate refugee from Senegal, marine biologists who found themselves documenting the death of the coral reefs, and a young Indian climate activist who fears for her future. Each of these people in the film responds to an invitation from Pope Francis to enter into dialogue with him and with each other on the state of the planet. And the film tells the story of their journey, our journey. During the production of the film, we met with the Pope, And we had the most extraordinary dialogue in which many powerful things were said. Many of you may know that Pope Francis in 2015 wrote his own letter, Laudato Si, which then has inspired this film. But one thing really struck with me, and I think it resonates with what we've been saying today. He said that unity right now means saving Mother Earth, saving biodiversity, saving each other, and saving our children. His words struck me deeply, a call to unity, a call to heal divisions. And chatting this over with this extraordinary group of people afterwards, we realised that each of us, to a certain extent, has been fighting climate change in our own bubble. The scientists talking mainly to the scientists, the young climate activists mainly talking to young climate activists. So, but there's a great need now for us to work intersectionally, to work across borders, across divisions. The encounter in the film led us as a small group of people to start to look at each other differently and to start to recognise the need to step into each other's shoes. When we did that, we opened ourselves up with compassion and with great care to the hurt and the pain that the climate crisis is already causing in the lives of others. Hurt that, frankly, is still largely hidden from the lives that most of us are leading in the global north. In our journey together, we realised that our ability to feel that pain and not to look away, not to run away from it, is an essential part of the healing process that will enable us to move forward. We realised we can only find the strength to do what needs to be done if we are, at least in part, allow our hearts to be broken by where we have come to as a humanity, as a society. And to do that, to find that emotional connection, we need to know the people. We need to know the faces, the names of the people who are directly affected by our collective failure to act. For me, the acceptance of this vulnerability is an essential step in opening our hearts to the profound change that we all need now. It's about recognising the profound injustice and recovering and restoring our shared humanity in harmony with each other and the earth. It becomes the wellspring from which a sense of renewed purpose, of shared hope, and every other action we need to take can emerge. And that would be my vision for 2030, that we find that shared purpose, each of us as leaders. Now, above all, what is needed to face the challenges of the ecological crisis that it will bring, we need collaboration and coordination across all sectors, and in a new realisation of where we are right now, with deep compassion in this quest for a deeper dialogue. We're listening to those voices of those who are routinely ignored becomes essential and is key to the path to moving forward. And for us in Laudato Si movement, of which I'm the board president, and with the Faith Invest team, we're committed over the coming year to make the dialogues that this film has sparked happen in many thousands of towns and cities and communities, harnessing the world of faith, the parishes, the temples, the synagogues, to convene dialogues that reach across and give names and faces to those affected by the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna. Call for unity, shared humanity and harmony. Well, we've had a whirlwind of talks, heard visions for 2030, listened to some of the current amazing work happening across the world, globally and at a local level, towards those visions, those collective visions of us all around reconciling people, planet, nature, climate, and threads that connect everybody that's spoken today, whether in this panel or all of the other panels, and these awesome women-led or women-helped initiatives. Our last part of the panel, though, before we go on for a break, is to really think about that call to action for the leaders at COP. What is it that this panel wants to leave with them as their recommendation, their call to action? And this is how we'll close this panel, with this, which we will record at She Changes Climate and give to those leaders. So let's start again in the order that we had. And I'd love you to give your recommendation to the COP27 leaders, starting with Ursula. Oh, I think you might be on mute.
First of all, I would like to say, why isn't fashion included in these important conversations? This continues to reiterate the point that fashion is frivolous. It is not. It is a deadly serious industry. So what I really want to see by 2030 is a regulated industry, an industry where transparency is mandatory, and where supply chain workers are paid a dignified living wage and are allowed to unionize and organize. The truth is that for us citizens, it is a wonderful opportunity to make a difference with our clothes. But when it comes to brands and governments, it is a moral obligation to redress the social and environmental impact of this industry.
You're on mute.
Okay, and on to number 2. I think it was Judy, you are next.
My recommendation is that we should strategically put in local frameworks to ensure that there will be 50% of women represented within decision-making structures locally. This is because local structures lead to the character of global structures.
Thank you. And on to Sophie.
So mine is simple. I would propose that blue badge at COP are awarded on the basis of their holders having each completed a climate training course, tapping into their head, their hearts and their hands, and having had at least one conversation with a female climate activist from any corner of the world.
Thank you. Aisha.
Well, like Ursula mentioned, that she thinks that fashion should be part of these talks, and I personally believe that healthcare needs to be the part of these conversations as well. And because climate change has a very direct impact on the health of people, and one core recommendation that I have for the world leaders is to provide separate funds for local feminist organizations, because these have actually proven to be the real change makers in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicola.
Let's create pathways for women entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, for their solutions to be scaled and to be used. Let's build climate innovation accelerators. Let's investigate how we make sure that we have diversity of women in that group. And let's work in, out, and across organizations to ensure that we can lead change.
Thank you. And Lorna.
To take time to meet with and to listen to those on the front lines of climate injustice, those who are most impacted, and to do that at COP and not to wait, and to allow their experiences to shape the bold decisions that now need to be taken, amongst which to sign up and to agree to a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and to allow adequate funding for loss and damage.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. Wow, what a set of recommendations combined with all of the others we've heard today. A robust call to action for those leaders at COP27. Just want to leave with saying thank you so much for all of you, for the work that you're doing, for what you've shared with us today and spending this time with us on this panel. Thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure to moderate you all. Please do add any other questions that you've got in the chat. We will come to these if you've got them, and we will respond to them. We've got a break now that we can respond to, things like that. Thank you again, panel. It's been so lovely having you, and thanks to She Changes Climate for putting this event on. I know that everybody has a break now, but there's a fantastic panel coming up after the break, which is Planetary House Dialogue with some awesome panel members as well. Back over to you, She Changes Climate.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Super panel, everybody. Great to see you. What a wonderful opportunity to get everyone together. Thank you.
It was great.
Lots of takeaways. We'll have to I personally will have to re-listen to the session because I couldn't keep up, quite frankly. I was furiously taking notes, but I have to re-listen again. Thank you to really get every single word down to the T. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Thank you so much.
I decided to introduce gender in 2001. And it was because I was utterly frustrated and voicing on behalf of so many women in the UN meetings in Marrakesh the huge frustration about being excluded from decision making and it being excluded from major positions of power, major offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made. I'm a first-year PhD student at Cambridge University, looking at the application of AI to climate change issues. Specifically, I'm using acoustics, machine learning, and Indigenous knowledge in regards to forest conservation. Women's experiences with climate change are so different because women usually uphold the community and they give care to the community. So if that community is harmed by drought, by hurricanes, by flooding, they are the ones at the forefront, piecing the logistics together and supporting the whole community from the effects of climate change.
We have to include women in decision making because they have the expertise on the ground. They know exactly how it affects them and the community, and they can bring the solution and another perspective. Friendship is an NGO from Bangladesh that Runa funded 20 years ago. I can see the direct impact it has on the most vulnerable in education, in health, in climate adaptation, in gender equality. It's amazing when you see that millions of people are impacted by the work she does.
So Friendship has been working with the most vulnerable climate impacted migrants or IDPs. Bangladesh is in the forefront of climate impact. And the people that we have been working with are those migratory communities. We have been working for healthcare because that's what you need to address when people are suffering. Climate action, so that, with agriculture, with indigenous knowledge, so that as they migrate, they can stand back on their feet again. This was the most important thing to give to them. It was not a choice that we work with women, but when a cyclone strikes, when floods come in, it is those, the old, the women and children who are the left behind. Women are so often portrayed as victims. They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
If we open up the definition of what it means to be a leader, we can get rid of this victim label that gets put onto people and actually see that those people are also leaders.
When I look at the forest protection movement, when I look at community organizations, when I look at amazing projects that are helping protect forests, the vast majority are led by women. Let's start with having at least 50% of all negotiations, climate negotiating teams be women, and that at least a portion of those women are indigenous.
Alipunja. Mi nombre es Verónica Imunda. Soy quichua de Ecuador. Represento a la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. El ser mujer es muy complicado desde cada una de las cosmovisión de las nacionalidades. Para que una mujer esté al frente necesita luchar primeramente con su propia cosmovisión, porque en cada cultura las mujeres siempre hemos estado no visibles. Prácticamente desde las mujeres que han luchado desde diferentes espacios, es muy importante la inclusión, porque vemos mujeres lideresas desde algunas nacionalidades que han destacado, y sobre todo ahora tenemos también mujeres en espacios grandes como parlamentarias en mi país, Miriam Cisneros. Entonces nosotros solo estamos siguiendo ese sueño de las mujeres, como jóvenes, como mujeres, decir que no vamos a dejar así sola nuestra Pachamama. Vamos a seguir desde cualquier rincón de cuenca sagrada, vamos a estar acá como mujeres de lucha. Para mí es muy triste porque estamos tocando puertas ahora, pero puertas para salvar la misma humanidad. Y es muy triste porque el cambio climático nos afecta mucho a nosotros. No solo a nosotros, al mundo entero está afectando.
If you look at the theme of biodiversity, for example, if you look at just where are all the species on planet Earth, what we find is that 80% of all of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous territories. And that half of the world's intact forests are on indigenous lands as well. And then so you ask, well, why is that? It's no coincidence. For example, I'm in a forest walking with an indigenous person, woman or man. Maybe that person is in their 40s. They know more than 500 species of plants, how to use it, where they grow, what it's good for, when they can hunt certain animals, when they can't, the patterns of the rain, the patterns of the weather. They are scientists.
One of the biggest themes in my research is redefining this distinction of what science is and what expertise is. And often, even when we're trying to be positive and say, you know, let's include local people, let's include different cultures, let's include traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, there's still an othering of that knowledge being separate to the science. Whereas what I'm trying to get across is that indigenous knowledge is science. It's a process. Science is a process. Expertise is a process. It's a knowing. It's hypothesizing. It's creating solutions. And so they're not separate things. They're one and the same. Effective decision making is really having an understanding of who has expertise, and expertise not being seen as something that is institutionalized, you know, whether that's with the university or with a political party, but expertise through lived experience, expertise through understanding, through tradition, through culture.
Effective decision making for me means that, first of all, the people who are affected by a decision take part in making that decision. So nothing about us without us is a phrase that was coined by the disability movement activists, and it applies to everything. That's a mantra that I, start off as a lawyer thinking, well, who needs to make this decision? But if you don't have the right people, if others are in charge, in power, terms, making decisions really for others without consulting, without acknowledging, without involving them, and without their say-so. Those are generally poor decisions. The latest statistics from the World Economic Forum are saying that actually it will be 136 years before we get to gender parity. It's actually got worse as a result of COVID, because the figure was 100 years and it's now 36 years more. We have to become even more savvy in terms of making sure that our political leaders understand the need for gender equality and act on it.
When more women are elected to Parliament, stronger environmental bills are passed and they're enforced more strongly, more strictly. There is some clear correlation there, and without it, we're not going to make the critical changes and implement the critical solutions that we need to solve the climate crisis. I think the more we just see women owning what it is that they do, that's what changes the conversation, rather than these platitudes of people discussing, oh, so we're going to talk about female representation in academia or female representation in politics. I think having key women there who are ready to set an example, be role models and open the door for others as they come through, that's what's motivating.
I would say focus on the 5 Fs. So food, fashion, finance, fuel, and friendships and community. So actually, if you look at all aspects of climate are covered in those categories, and we can relate to them a bit more than if we just talk about climate change in terms of the energy sector or the transport sector or the agriculture sector. Those are quite technical ways of looking at how climate impacts our lives every day. Women are completely at the forefront of climate solutions in everyday life. Our life is dominated by food, by finance, and finally fashion, which is almost always seen as a gendered issue affecting women disproportionately. A huge sector in terms of its global emissions, huge supply chains, from cotton to leather to disposable fashion, which is now being shipped off, mainly going to landfill. Most of our clothes end up in landfill after a handful of uses.
Fashion is very much about all of us. The majority, I think, the great majority of the population wears clothes. And this is an industry with huge ramifications, both socially and environmentally. This is an industry that is primarily bought by women. It is an industry that starts from female hand. When we look at its history, it's an industry that's been hijacked from us and turned from industriousness and dignity into growth for growth's sake and exploitation of us first. That we believe in a fashion industry that restores and conserves the environment and values people over profit and growth. So the importance that fashion has in redressing this balance, this imbalance, is vital, particularly for generations to come.
Women can also be solutions in these sectors. They can drive the demand, and as they take their positions, as designers, as titans of industry, as women in finance, they can become more conscious and instill change in their own sectors that they know from their own familiar life, from their lived experiences, matter a lot.
I don't think the connections have been made as strongly as they need to be in the minds of everyone that operates in the finance sector, that gender equality is really good for planetary health. The more we push gender equality in finance, the more we're going to get the kind of rapid acceleration of attention to ecological challenges and finance really doing its bit to restore planetary security. The way we're running things today just isn't sustainable. We really cannot fix those things without fixing finance. And part of the answer to that is actually having gender-balanced decision-making at every layer and in every part of the finance community. This isn't a fight that can only be fought by women. It absolutely needs to be men and women coming together, both to ensure we have gender-balanced leadership across the world in all the key settings, but particularly in the settings that matter for the climate.
In a word, it's JEDI, justice, equality, diversity and inclusion, are the solutions to climate by acting on inequalities, by protecting the vulnerable, by protecting the planet, as well as communities who are currently not participating and not being heard. That's how you solve the climate crisis, which is basically a crisis of governance and of deficits in protecting and supporting the full range of people on the planet.
At COP26, we saw over 100 Amazonian indigenous leaders were there, and there were people from all over the world who were indigenous. The oil industry had over 500 lobbyists there. A lot of the indigenous women didn't actually have access to come inside the summit. They were in the streets, they were in the forums, outside. There were commitments made to indigenous people at COP. Several billions were pledged to support indigenous peoples. We haven't seen that money yet, and so we're going to be looking for that and holding those who made those commitments to task for delivering on those commitments. We're basically a few years, at most 10, but as little as 3 years away from what scientists call a tipping point of no return, where the forest can no longer recirculate enough rain to be a rainforest and starts to become a savanna. After that threshold is crossed, over the next 50 to 70 years, we could see the loss of the majority of the Amazon rainforest. People aren't realizing that where we are, we're at the edge of the cliff. Once we go off the cliff, we cannot get back on the cliff. We're there now. We're basically at tipping point. So our actions need to commensurate with the scale of the problems we're facing.
Join a movement, pester politicians, demand accountability and action, because it's a huge systemic issue.
Of course, some people have more responsibility than others. Governments have a huge amount of responsibility. Major corporations and the wealthy have huge responsibility, as well as the media. We all share in this responsibility, but there are some of us who can do more than others.
What will happen if we don't achieve gender equality? You just have such a diminishing of the talents of everyone, and it is, at the end of the day, an abuse of human rights to not allow everyone to flourish to their full capacities based on gender differences.
We need to acknowledge that women absolutely have a vital role to play in leadership roles relating to the climate crisis.
When it is to be seated at the table of negotiation, when it really matters, well, they're still not there.
If you exclude or diminish or don't recognise the contribution of half of the planet, you are not going to get the best solutions. You're not going to get them taken up at speed. You're not going to get them implemented fast enough.
Not all solutions are going to need the same people. And by having this sort of fluidity, we're much more able to make quicker change and actually more impactful change.
We see the solutions, we know what needs to be done. We need the political will, we need the capital, and we need the urgency to know we're at the edge of the cliff. I still have hope that we will wake up and see that, because the alternative is unthinkable.
Hello, my name is Osprey Oriole Lake, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, We Can. So at COP27, there will be many grassroots, frontline, and Indigenous women gathered from all over the world to strategize and accelerate our collective efforts to halt the worst impacts of the climate crisis and to stop extractivism and to protect our lands, forests, water, and our communities. And at the same time, we don't forget the voices of women and feminist leaders who won't be at the COP. And we remember them there and hope to represent our collective voices together. We know that solutions exist that can mitigate the worst impacts of the climate crisis, and that women, feminist, and gender diverse leaders are truly at the forefront of these movements. As just one example, studies show that just a 1-unit increase in a country's score on the Women's Political Empowerment Index is associated with an 11.51 decrease in the country's carbon emissions. And this is just one of many, many stats I could share with you about why women's leadership is key to sustainability solutions. Whether it's on the front lines of resistance to fossil fuels, protecting and replanting forests, creating food sovereignty networks, or advocating for bold and transformative climate policies at international forums, women truly are leading the way. And that's why at We Can, we are uplifting women and community-led solutions, strategies, policies, and frameworks. I don't think I need to tell any of you this any more than you know, but it is Code Red for humanity. And we are drawing a red line to say no more sacrifice people and no more sacrifice zones. We need a climate justice framework. This is a time to unite together and to build a healthy and just future we know is possible for each other and our Earth. And on every continent, women land defenders are rising. In some cases, literally putting their bodies and lives on the line to protect Mother Earth, our communities, and all that we hold dear. And I think it's important to highlight that there's a historical connection to the violence against women and violence against Mother Earth that we can't afford to ignore in this patriarchal context historically, and it's something that has to be addressed and healed. So I ask you to join me in standing in solidarity with our feminist movements around the world and women everywhere rising as caretakers and as protectors and defenders of our precious planet and communities. Nature has made it crystal clear that we can't buy or negotiate our way out of the multiple crises we face. So it's critical to radically imagine a world that we know is possible and create and fight for that future. And importantly, the pressure and insight of global people's movements are central to pushing forward transformative leadership right now, because we don't yet have the politics in place to tackle all of these interlinking. So we as well as financial institutions at COP27 and beyond to steadfastly commit to keep global warming well below 1.5 degrees through policies that prioritize social, racial, and economic justice for all. Our call to action for gender justice, racial justice, upholding Indigenous rights and rights of nature, calling for a just transition, and immediately keeping fossil fuels in the ground is an ongoing agenda for people and planet. It's an urgent call for our very survival. So to put this in context, 60 of the largest banks in the world have put $4.6 trillion into fossil fuel financing since the adoption of the Paris Climate Agreement. And a report by the UN Environment Programme found that governments still plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 than what would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. We just cannot continue these disastrous numbers. And despite the increasing acknowledgement that the impacts of climate change vary depending on gender and the crucial role of women at the center of climate solutions, meaningful discussion of gender marginalization is still lacking in most national climate change policies. And it should be noted that a UN report found that 74% of speaking time at the UN climate negotiations is taken up by men. So WeCan has just released a report on the serious lack of gender integrated climate policy by the G20. We released it on October 27th, and we are highlighting in this report that since the G20 countries are actually meeting during the second week of the COP, that we wanted to really highlight what this lack is and to share that knowledge with the media and the public, and also to use it as leverage for the G20 countries to do much better. We also want to uplift the critical important demands released by the African Feminist Task Force for COP27 that can be found on the Women and Gender Constituency website. We also wanted to take note that WeCan has recently released a second report addressing financial institutions, because we know we have to deal with both governments and the financial sector at the same time, because they play into each other and they are also enabling one another. So we've released a report called The Gendered and Racial Impacts of the Fossil Fuel Industry and Complicit Financial Institutions. And this is over a 100-page report that spotlights the intersections of gender, race, and the fossil fuel industry, and addresses the disproportionate gender and race-specific health and safety effects, as well as human and indigenous rights issues of fossil fuel extraction and infrastructure. Lastly, we cannot move forward without addressing climate finance at this COP, and in fact, every day. This is key to both avoiding and adapting to the worst outcomes of the climate crisis. We must have a way for developed countries to provide compensation for historical emissions and a legacy of injustices between the global north and south. There needs to be finance to address loss and damage on top of climate finance commitments for mitigation and adaptation. Most developed countries have fallen woefully short on the $100 billion that's been promised. And even $100 billion is not nearly enough. Research estimates an increase of at least 590% in annual climate finance is required to avoid the most dangerous impacts of climate disruption. So we really need to have this COP address the issue of climate finance. We're calling for these extreme inequities to be addressed at COP27 right here, right now, this year. Women are rising, we're not waiting, and we know that we can act now and we must act now. So thank you all for participating in this summit. Thank you to She Changes Climate, and to everyone around the world who is working so hard to change our trajectory. And I wanted to close by sharing a really inspiring project from WeCan that is taking place in the Democratic Republic of Congo with amazing women leaders who are protecting forests and also reforesting damaged land, because in fact we are really in the homelands of the African continent. We wanted to really uplift this particular project. Thank you.
When I come back here after 25 years, I was shocked. When I was a little girl, the forest was here. And when I was here, I see no more trees. Idea was how again people can bring life back.
As the climate crisis increases, scientists are telling us that one of the most important things that we can do is to protect forests and biodiversity. The Congo Basin is one of the largest and most important forests of the world, only second to the Amazon in terms of size. And there we are reforesting damaged lands that due to extractive industries, agricultural business, have been completely turned into deserts.
We have now 500 women. They are planting those trees. And when you planting trees, you are owner of those trees and you are owner on the land. That is not usual on our culture, women to have some propriety, some ownership. That gives us really confidence.
75% of the trees are going to rewilding the forest. Some of them now are 20 feet tall, and we're quickly seeing the forest begin to regenerate, and 25% are for human use so that we can ensure that we're protecting the 1.6 million acres of old-growth forest. This is where their food comes from, where their medicines come from, where the things they need for their homes come from, their pharmacy.
Akamaro ko kubitera icyo bimarira n'icyo mbitegeyemo cyane ni ukugira ngo tuzongere tubone imvura muri iki gihugu cyacu ibiti byarashize. Turifuza yuko ibino biti za weekend zokomeza tukongera tukagarura amashamba.
Women, they are now protecting environment with trees. Women of Itombwe forest, natural forest from DRC, we are trying to protect our environment.
We're now protecting 1.6 million acres of old-growth forest over the years as we reforest in the Congo Basin.
Kuko byamariye njewe ku giti cyanje bimpesha ihewa nziza muri iki gihugu cyacu.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a real need to develop more food sovereignty and food security. So now not only in the nurseries that we have are we planting sapling trees, but also lots of food for the local communities.
Vegetables we did really help so much. People to have vegetables to fight with malnutrition.
And the women are just so proud to not only be planting trees and healing their damaged homelands, but also protecting this old-growth forest for all of us, for doing their part in mitigating the climate crisis. So for all of these things, it's a very comprehensive project that's lifting up women, lifting up indigenous peoples and their traditional ways of life, protecting old-growth forest and reforesting damaged lands.
All of these forests will become soon big one, and we want to really to have again bring new oxygen. Winds will be stopping winds, and it's really very, very, very important. Trees, they are life.
I decided to introduce gender in 2001. And it was because I was utterly frustrated and voicing on behalf of so many women in the UN meetings in Marrakesh the huge frustration about being excluded from decision making and it being excluded from major positions of power, major offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made. first-year PhD student at Cambridge University, looking at the application of AI to climate change issues. Specifically, I'm using acoustics, machine learning, and Indigenous knowledge in regards to forest conservation. Women's experiences with climate change are so different because women usually uphold the community and they give care to the community. So if the community is harmed by drought, by hurricanes, by flooding, they are the ones at the forefront piecing the logistics together and supporting the whole community from the effects of climate change.
We have to include women in decision making because they have the expertise on the ground. They know exactly how it affects them and the community, and they can bring the solution and another perspective. Friendship is an NGO from Bangladesh that Runa funded 20 years ago. I can see the direct impact it has on the most vulnerable in education, in health, in climate adaptation, in gender equality. It's amazing when you see that millions of people are impacted by the work she does.
So Friendship has been working with the most vulnerable climate impacted migrants or IDPs. Bangladesh is in the forefront of climate impact, and the people that we have been working with are those migratory communities. We have been working for healthcare because that's what you need to address when people are suffering. Climate action, so that, with agriculture, with indigenous knowledge, so that as they migrate, they can stand back on their feet again. This was the most important thing to give to them. It was not a choice that we work with women, but when a cyclone strikes, when floods come in, it is the old, the women and children who are the left behind. Women are so often portrayed as victims. They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
If we open up the definition of what it means to be a leader, we can get rid of this victim label that gets put onto people and actually see that those people are also leaders.
When I look at the forest protection movement, when I look at community organizations, when I look at amazing projects that are helping protect forests, the vast majority are led by women. Let's start with having at least 50% of all climate negotiating teams be women, and that at least a portion of those women are indigenous.
Alipunja. Mi nombre es Verónica Imunda, soy quichua de Ecuador, represento a la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. El ser mujer es muy complicado desde cada una de las cosmovisión de las nacionalidades. Para que una mujer esté al frente necesita luchar primeramente con su propia cosmovisión, porque en cada cultura las mujeres siempre hemos estado no visibles. Prácticamente desde las mujeres que han luchado desde diferentes espacios, es muy importante la inclusión, porque vemos mujeres lideresas desde algunas nacionalidades que han destacado, y sobre todo ahora tenemos también mujeres en espacios grandes como parlamentarias en mi país, Miriam Cisneros. Entonces nosotros solo estamos siguiendo ese sueño de las mujeres, como jóvenes, como mujeres, decir que no vamos a dejar así sola nuestra Pachamama. Vamos a seguir desde cualquier rincón de cuenca sagrada, vamos a estar acá como mujeres de lucha. Para mí es muy triste porque estamos tocando puertas ahora, pero puertas para salvar la misma humanidad. Y es muy triste porque el cambio climático nos afecta mucho a nosotros. No solo a nosotros, al mundo entero está afectando.
If you look at the theme of biodiversity, for example, if you look at just where are all the species on planet Earth, what we find is that 80% of all of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous territories. And that half of the world's intact forests are on indigenous lands as well. And then so you ask, well, why is that? It's no coincidence. For example, I'm in a forest walking with an indigenous person, woman or man. Maybe that person is in their 40s. They know more than 500 species of plants, how to use it, where they grow, what it's good for, when they can hunt certain animals, when they can't, the patterns of the rain, the patterns of the weather. They are scientists.
One of the biggest themes in my research is redefining this distinction of what science is and what expertise is. And often, even when we're trying to be positive and say, you know, let's include local people, let's include different cultures, let's include traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, there's still an othering of that knowledge being separate to the science. Whereas what I'm trying to get across is that indigenous knowledge is science. It's a process. Science is a process. Expertise is a process. It's a knowing. It's hypothesizing. It's creating solutions. And so they're not separate things. They're one and the same. Effective decision making is really having an understanding of who has expertise, and expertise not being seen as something that is institutionalized, you know, whether that's with the university or with a political party, but expertise through lived experience, expertise through understanding, through tradition, through culture.
Effective decision making for me means that, first of all, the people who are affected by a decision take part in making that decision. So nothing about us without us is a phrase that was coined by the disability movement activists, and it applies to everything. That's a mantra that I, you know, start off as a lawyer thinking, well, who needs to make this decision? But if you don't have the right people, if others are in charge, in power terms, making decisions really for others without consulting, without acknowledging, without involving them, and without their say-so, those are generally poor decisions. The latest statistics from the World Economic Forum are saying that actually it will be 136 years before we get to gender parity. It's actually got worse as a result of COVID, because the figure was 100 years and it's now, you know, 36 years more. We have to become even more savvy in terms of making sure that our political leaders understand the need for gender equality and act on it.
When more women are elected to Parliament, stronger environmental bills are passed and they're enforced more strongly, more strictly. There is some clear correlation there, and without it, we're not going to make the critical changes and implement the critical solutions that we need to solve the climate crisis. I think the more we just see women owning what it is that they do, that's what changes the conversation, rather than these platitudes of people discussing, oh, so we're going to talk about female representation in academia or female representation in politics. I think having key women there who are ready to set an example, be role models and open the
fashion, finance, fuel, and friendships and community. So actually, if you look at all aspects of climate are covered in those categories, and we can relate to them a bit more than if we just talk about climate change in terms of the energy sector or the transport sector or the agriculture sector. Those are quite technical ways of looking at how climate impacts our lives every day. Women are completely at the forefront of climate solutions in everyday life, you know, are dominated by food, by finance, and finally fashion, which is, you know, almost always seen as a gendered, you know, issue affecting women, just because a huge sector in terms of its global emissions, huge supply chains, from cotton to leather to disposable fashion, which is now being shipped off, mainly going to Manhattan.
Fashion is very much about all of us. The majority, I think the great majority of the population wears clothes. And this is an industry with huge ramifications, both socially and environmentally. This is an industry that is primarily bought by women. It is an industry that starts from female hand. when we look at its history, it's an industry that's been hijacked from us and turned from industriousness and dignity into growth for growth's sake and exploitation of us first. That we believe in a fashion industry that restores and conserves the environment and values people over profit and growth. So the importance that fashion has in redressing this balance, this imbalance, is vital, particularly for generations to come.
Women can also be solutions in these sectors. They can drive the demand, and as they take their positions, as designers, as titans of industry, as women in finance, they can become more conscious and instill change in their own sectors. Their own familiar life and their lived experiences matter a lot.
I don't think the connections have been made as strongly as they need to be in the minds of everyone that operates in the finance sector, that gender equality is really good for planetary health. The more we push gender equality in finance, the more we're going to get the kind of rapid acceleration of attention to ecological challenges and finance really doing its bit to restore planetary security. The way we're running things today just isn't sustainable. We really cannot fix those things without fixing finance. And part of the answer to that is actually having gender-balanced decision-making at every layer and in every part of the finance community. This isn't a fight that can only be fought by women. It absolutely needs to be men and women coming together, both to ensure we have gender-balanced leadership across the world in all the key settings, but particularly in the settings that matter for the climate.
In a word, it's JEDI, justice, equality, diversity and inclusion, are the solutions to climate by acting on inequalities, by protecting the vulnerable, by protecting the planet, as well as communities who are currently not participating and not being heard. That's how you solve the climate crisis, which is basically a crisis of governance and of deficits in protecting and supporting the full range of people on the planet.
At COP26, we saw over 100 Amazonian indigenous leaders were there, and there were people from all over the world who were indigenous. The oil industry had over 500 lobbyists there. A lot of the indigenous women didn't actually have access to come inside the summit. They were in the streets, they were in the forums, outside. There were commitments made to indigenous people at COP. Several billions were pledged to support indigenous peoples. We haven't seen that money yet, and so we're going to be looking for that and holding those who made those commitments to task for delivering on those commitments. We're basically a few years, at most 10, but as little as 3 years away from what scientists call a tipping point of no return, where the forest can no longer recirculate enough rain to be a rainforest and starts to become a savanna. After that threshold is crossed, over the next 50 to 70 years, we could see the loss of the majority of the Amazon rainforest. People aren't realizing that where we are, we're at the edge of the cliff. Once we go off the cliff, we cannot get back on the cliff. We're there now. We're basically at tipping point. So our actions need to commensurate with the scale of the problems we're facing.
Join a movement, pester politicians, demand accountability and action, because it's a huge systemic issue.
Of course, some people have more responsibility than others. Governments have a huge amount of responsibility. Major corporations and the wealthy have huge responsibility, as well as the media. We all share in this responsibility, but there are some of us who can do more than others.
What will happen if we don't achieve gender equality? You just have such a diminishing of the talents of everyone, and it is, at the end of the day, an abuse of human rights to not allow everyone to flourish to their full capacities based on gender differences.
We need to acknowledge that women absolutely have a vital role to play in leadership roles relating to the climate crisis.
When it is to be seated at the table of negotiation, when it really matters, well, they're still not there.
If you exclude or diminish or don't recognise the contribution of half of the planet, you are not going to get the best solutions. You're not going to get them taken up at speed. You're not going to get them implemented fast enough.
not all solutions are going to need the same people. And by having this sort of fluidity, we're much more able to make quicker change and actually more impactful change.
We see the solutions, we know what needs to be done. We need the political will, we need the capital, and we need the urgency to know we're at the edge of the cliff. You know, I still have hope that we will wake up and see that, because the alternative is unthinkable.
I decided to introduce gender in 2001. And it was because I was utterly frustrated and voicing on behalf of so many women in the UN meetings in Marrakesh the huge frustration about being excluded from decision-making and it being excluded from major positions of power, major offices and roles that were being elected.
I think people are just really comfortable with the status quo. My attitude is, why not me? Like, we need more people who feel like that, otherwise no change is going to be made. I'm a first-year PhD student at Cambridge University looking at the application of AI to climate change issues. Specifically, I'm using acoustics, machine learning, and Indigenous knowledge in regards to forest conservation. Women's experiences with climate change are so different because women usually uphold the community and they give care to the community. So if that community is harmed by drought, by hurricanes, by flooding, they are the ones at the forefront, piecing the logistics together and supporting the whole community from the effects of climate change.
We have to include women in decision-making because they have the expertise on the ground, they know exactly how it affects them and the community, and they can bring the solution and another perspective. Friendship is an NGO from Bangladesh that Runa funded 20 years ago. I can see the direct impact it has on the most vulnerable in education, in health, in climate adaptation, in gender equality. It's amazing when you see that millions of people are impacted by the work she does.
So Friendship has been working with the most vulnerable climate impacted migrants or IDPs. Bangladesh is in the forefront of climate impact. And the people that we have been working with are those migratory communities. We have been working for healthcare because that's what you need to address when people are suffering. Climate action, so that, you know, with agriculture, with indigenous knowledge, so that as they migrate, they can stand back on their feet again. This was the most important thing to give to them. It was not a choice that we work with women, but you know, when a cyclone strikes, when floods come in, it is those, the old, the women and children who are the left behind. Women are so often portrayed as victims. They needed not quicksand, but a platform on which to stand.
If we open up the definition of what it means to be a leader, we can get rid of this victim label that gets put onto people and actually see that those people are also leaders.
When I look at the forest protection movement, when I look at community organizations, when I look at amazing projects that are helping protect forests, the vast majority are led by women. Let's start with having at least 50% of all negotiations, climate negotiating teams be women, and that at least a portion of those women are indigenous.
Alipunya. Mi nombre es Verónica Imunda. Soy quichua de Ecuador. represento a la Confederación de Nacionalidades Indígenas de la Amazonía Ecuatoriana. El ser mujer es muy complicado desde cada una de las cosmovisión de las nacionalidades. Para que una mujer esté al frente necesita luchar primeramente con su propia cosmovisión, porque en cada cultura las mujeres siempre hemos estado no visibles. Prácticamente desde las mujeres que han luchado desde diferentes espacios, es muy importante la inclusión, porque vemos mujeres lideresas desde algunas nacionalidades que han destacado, y sobre todo ahora tenemos también mujeres en espacios grandes como parlamentarias en mi país, Miriam Cisneros. Entonces nosotros solo estamos siguiendo ese sueño de las mujeres, como jóvenes, como mujeres, decir que no vamos a dejar así sola nuestra Pachamama. Vamos a seguir desde cualquier rincón de Cuenca Sagrada, vamos a estar acá como mujeres de lucha. Para mí es muy triste porque estamos tocando puertas ahora, pero puertas para salvar la misma humanidad. Y es muy triste porque el cambio climático nos afecta mucho a nosotros. No solo a nosotros, al mundo entero está afectando.
If you look at the theme of biodiversity, for example, if you look at just where are all the species on planet Earth, what we find is that 80% of all of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous territories. And that half of the world's intact forests are on indigenous lands as well. And then so you ask, well, why is that? It's no coincidence. For example, I'm in a forest walking with an indigenous person, woman or man. Maybe that person is in their 40s. They know more than 500 species of plants, how to use it, where they grow, what it's good for, when they can hunt certain animals, when they can't, the patterns of the rain, the patterns of the weather. They are scientists.
One of the biggest themes in my research is redefining this distinction of what science is and what expertise is. And often, even when we're trying to be positive and say, you know, let's include local people, let's include different cultures, let's include traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge, there's still an othering of that knowledge being separate to the science. Whereas what I'm trying to get across is that indigenous knowledge is science. It's a process. Science is a process. Expertise is a process. It's a knowing. It's hypothesizing. It's creating solutions. And so they're not separate things. They're one and the same. Effective decision making is really having an understanding of who has expertise, and expertise not being seen as something that is institutionalized, you know, whether that's with the university or with a political party, but expertise through lived experience, expertise through understanding, through tradition, through culture.
Effective decision making for me means that, first of all, the people who are affected by a decision take part in making that decision. So nothing about us without us is a phrase that was coined by the disability movement activists, and it applies to everything. That's a mantra that I, start off as a lawyer thinking, well, who needs to make this decision? But if you don't have the right people, if others are in charge, in power terms, making decisions really for others without consulting, without acknowledging, without involving them, and without their say-so, those are generally poor decisions. The latest statistics from the World Economic Forum are saying that actually it will be 136 years before we get to gender parity. It's actually got worse as a result of COVID, because the figure was 100 years and it's now 36 years more. We have to become even more savvy in terms of making sure that our political leaders understand the need for gender equality and act on it.
When more women are elected to Parliament, stronger environmental bills are passed and they're enforced more strongly, more strictly. There is some clear correlation there, and without it, we're not going to make the critical changes and implement the critical solutions that we need to solve the climate crisis. I think the more we just see women owning what it is that they do, that's what changes the conversation, rather than these platitudes of people discussing, oh, so we're going to talk about female representation in academia or female representation in politics. I think having key women there who are ready to set an example, be role models and open the door for others as they come through, that's what's motivating.
I would say focus on the 5 Fs. So food, fashion, finance, fuel, and friendships and community. So actually, if you look at all aspects of climate are covered in those categories, and we can relate to them a bit more than if we just talk about climate change in terms of the energy sector or the transport sector or the agriculture sector. Those are quite technical ways of looking at how climate impacts our lives every day. Women are completely at the forefront of climate solutions in everyday life. You know, our life is dominated by food, by finance, and finally fashion, which is, you know, almost always seen as a gendered, you know, issue affecting women disproportionately. A huge sector in terms of its global emissions, huge supply chains, from cotton to leather to disposable fashion, which is now, you know, being shipped off, mainly going to landfill. You know, most of our clothes end up in landfill after a handful of uses.
Fashion is very much about all of us. The majority, I think, the great majority of the population wears clothes. And this is an industry with huge ramifications, both socially and environmentally. This is an industry that is primarily bought by women. It is an industry that starts from female hand. When we look at its history, it's an industry that's been hijacked from us and turned from industriousness and dignity into growth for growth's sake and exploitation of us first. That we believe in a fashion industry that restores and conserves the environment and values people over profit and growth. So the importance that fashion has in redressing this balance, this imbalance, is vital, particularly for generations to come.
Women can also be solutions in these sectors. They can drive the demand, and as they take their positions, you know, as designers, as titans of industry, as women in finance, they can become more conscious and instill change in their own sectors that they know from their own familiar life, from their lived experiences, matter a lot.
I don't think the connections have been made as strongly as they need to be in the minds of, you know, everyone that operates in the finance sector, that gender equality is really good for planetary health. The more we push gender equality in finance, the more we're going to get the kind of rapid acceleration of attention to ecological challenges and finance really doing its bit to restore planetary security. The way we're running things today just isn't sustainable. We really cannot fix those things without fixing finance. And part of the answer to that is actually having gender-balanced decision-making at every layer and in every part of the finance community. You know, this isn't a fight that can only be fought by women. It absolutely needs to be men and women coming together, both to ensure we have gender-balanced leadership across the world in all the key settings, but particularly in the settings that matter for the climate.
In a word, it's JEDI, justice, equality, diversity and inclusion, are the solutions to climate by acting on inequalities, by protecting the vulnerable, by protecting the planet, as well as communities who are currently not, you know, participating and not being heard. That's how you solve the climate crisis, which is basically a crisis of governance and of deficits in protecting and supporting the full range of people on the planet.
At COP26, we saw over 100 Amazonian indigenous leaders were there, and there were people from all over the world who were indigenous. The oil industry had over 500 lobbyists there. A lot of the indigenous women didn't actually have access to come inside the summit. They were in the streets, they were in the forums, outside. There were commitments made to indigenous people at COP. Several billions were pledged to support indigenous peoples. We haven't seen that money yet, and so we're going to be looking for that and holding those who made those commitments to task for delivering on those commitments. We're basically a few years, at most 10, but as little as 3 years away from what scientists call a tipping point of no return, where the forest can no longer recirculate enough rain to be a rainforest and starts to become a savanna. After that threshold is crossed, over the next 50 to 70 years, we could see the loss of the majority of the Amazon rainforest. People aren't realizing that where we are, we're at the edge of the cliff. Once we go off the cliff, we cannot get back on the cliff. We're there now. We're basically at tipping point. So our actions need to commensurate with the scale of the problems we're facing.
Join a movement, pester politicians, demand accountability and action, because it's a huge systemic issue.
Of course, some people have more responsibility than others. Governments have a huge amount of responsibility. Major corporations and the wealthy have huge responsibility, as well as the media. We all share in this responsibility, but there are some of us who can do more than others.
What will happen if we don't achieve gender equality? You just have such a mixing of the talents of everyone, and it is, at the end of the day, an abuse of human rights to not allow everyone to flourish to their full capacities based on gender differences.
We need to acknowledge that women absolutely have a vital role to play in leadership roles relating to the climate crisis.
When it is to be seated at the table of negotiation, when it really matters, well, they're still not there.
If you exclude or diminish or don't recognise the contribution of half of the planet, you are not going to get the best solutions. You're not going to get them taken up at speed. You're not going to get them implemented fast enough.
Not all solutions are going to need the same people. And by having this sort of fluidity, we're much more able to make quicker change and actually more impactful change.
We see the solutions, we know what needs to be done. We need the political will, we need the capital, and we need the urgency to know we're at the edge of the cliff. I still have hope that we will wake up and see that, because the alternative is unthinkable.
Checking Elise, this is Dario. Shall I start the session on planetary?
Yes, you are welcome, Dario.
Perfect. Good evening and good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are located in the world. Thank you very much for staying with us for this exciting session that we have right now in front of us about planetary health. And before I introduce the panelists, we have 45 minutes, which will be distributed among first a conversation with the panelists. They're going to speak 5 minutes each. And then we'll go into a dialogue with those in the audience, in the virtual audience. I will be taking notes just to get the main recommendations coming out of the panel so that we can bring them and present them to the COP discussions this week. Before we start, I want to give you a bit of an introduction about why this session about planetary health. First of all, as I said, my name is Dario Soto. I am the chair of the Global Commons Alliance, GCA. GCA believes at its mission on the triumph of the global commons. Those are water, oceans, lands, biodiversity, and climate. Now, we also know that human well-being and the global economy depend entirely on a stable, healthy, and resilient planet with 2 permanent ice caps, clean flowing rivers, reliable water, and a diverse abundance of life. These are interconnected systems, and the global commons are vital to our civilization, but they are also in crisis. Thanks to the work of many female scientists, researchers, activists, and more, we know that to restore the global commons and maintain planetary health, there's actions that we can take. And that's precisely the purpose of this session today, because now is the moment for action. Now before we go into COP, this is the context in which we're going to have this conversation today. So it is a pleasure for me to introduce our panelists. First, Professor Johan Rockstone, the Joint Director from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Also with us is Nicole De Paula, a founder of the Women's Leader for Planetary Health. Quite convenient, the name for our session, Nicole. And Professor Gail Whiteman, the director of the Penland Center for Sustainable Development. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, I got your title wrong, Nicole. Gail, can you please come and correct me then?
Yeah. Thanks, Dario. Hello, everybody. I'm a professor of sustainability at the University of Exeter and also executive director of Arctic Base Camp, which is a science communication platform.
I'm deeply sorry.
Not a problem. I used to be director of Pentland Center, so someone's given you an old bio. Probably.
Well, good that you're here and we can proceed. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to ask the three of you to give us a 5-minute introduction about the status of planetary health, the role of women, the role of science, and how do you see this conversation going forward, and what can we expect in COP27 now in Egypt. So I'll start with Nicole, I'll then go with Gail, and I'll finish with Professor Rockstrom. So Nicole, 5 minutes.
Great. So good evening from Rome, where I'm speaking today. Very pleased and congratulations to everyone. It is a deeply committed group Friday evening and talking about such an important topic, but I think it shows our commitment. So we know, I think we are running out of acronyms to describe so many multiple crises that we see and how much they are, at least we're realizing they are deeply interconnected, right? We can talk about the crisis of food, fuel, finance, the triple planetary health crisis, the climate, biodiversity, pollution. But we are here because we know that the change is not only possible, but it's really urgent. And most of the times, the solutions that I think we're advocating here, they not necessarily require fancy technology or innovation. And the summit, congratulations to She Changed Climate. I'm very pleased to be here. As the summit is really trying to show that by investing in gender equality, everyone wins. And women, one thing that I really like to highlight, we have a tendency to really place women in this position of victims. But I think the one key idea is that they are really powerful seeds of positive change. From the start, I think one key message that we're going to have here is that when we empower women, we help to promote planetary health, and that's definitely a win-win for all. So our planet is changing very fast. The notion of planetary health really encapsulates not only the climate crisis, that's something that we really need, and no better person to explain that than Professor Rockstrom here. Of course, they're really all these crises are deeply interconnected, the human caused disruptions on Earth systems. So it's really beyond climate. But to safeguard this human health in the Anthropocene is really urgent to understand this growing challenge and act and collaborate and have a more holistic approach. So we need to tap into a collective intelligence. I think we heard parts of it in the film. This means also going beyond the academic walls, right? We need to recognize importance of traditional knowledge, and especially after the pandemic, changing direction is really urgent. And why? Because what we see is not only a recession. I think we are in I like the term that I once read, is a she-session. We are the last panel of the day, but I'm sure you heard many others sharing how women have been disproportionately impacted during the pandemic. And this can be seen in a crisis of health, education, the burden of unpaid care work, gender-based violence. I would like to give one example from my own region, from Brazil. So in Latin America and the Caribbean, women were facing 1 extra hour every day of unpaid work during the lockdowns. Meanwhile, if you compare that to men, this was like they kind of 7 minutes more of additional duty. So, but the sad part in some reports was showing that the retrocession in terms of gender equality in Latin America is about 18 years. So it's truly alarming when you also see numbers, for example, in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report from 2021. It said that after COVID-19, we're going to have to, before it was 99.5 years to close the global gender gap. And now we will need only 135 years, 0.6. I don't know, put in the chat if you do have this time to wait for gender equality. Obviously, that's not something we can tolerate. So we're really virtually connected today because we want to shape this different future, a future that is sustainable and worse for 100% of the people. So I'm really proud to be part of this group, and I think one of the things I've been working, I like to say I'm a fake doctor. My PhD is in in international relations, so I work a lot with people in public health. But you really need to break the silos for planetary health and connecting the dots between fields, people, discipline, institutions. So when I founded the Women Leaders of Planetary Health, really my goal was to demonstrate that these fields of health, environment, and gender, they're deeply interconnected. And one thing that I noticed is these communities were not necessarily talking to each other. And it sounds surprising, but this is something that I can go into maybe during our debate more details. So in fact, the social movements that are so important for real change, they're often fragmented. So by acknowledging these benefits that women bring to the table, I think we can start to close many gaps on sustainability. So unfortunately, humanity learns the hard way. We had to wait the COVID, this pandemic to recognize that we need to connect more the knots. But sustainable development will really happen when women's social, economic, environmental contributions are fully recognized and valued. Needless to say, we're not on track to achieve gender equality by 2030. I think there's a large discussion on SDGs of how much data is missing. Even I think 48% of data for the indicators on the SDGs are actually missing. So we cannot even measure how bad we're doing. So, I think we're all trying to, the main message is also we need to stop being gender blind, and climate policy is, of course, one example. So to conclude, to ensure this change, we need to dismantle the social and cultural barriers withholding women from leadership positions, because a lot of this conversation has to do, as I said, not a technical aspect. There's a lot of the culture that needs to change. Support future change makers in influential sectors like technology, and really disrupt this. I think there's an outdated systemic bias and prejudice that block women from accessing high quality education, financial support, to become actually successful entrepreneurs. So in 3 words, I think how to promote planetary health is really empowerment, partnerships, and action. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you. I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Nicole, and great timing. Gail, from your end, any reflections to continue this conversation started by Nicole?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say hello to everybody. And particularly, I want to say congratulations to She Changes Climate and all the work the team has done, and Elise in particular. I think this is absolutely a critical session. It's late here. I'm in Central Europe time. I've just finished a board meeting. I'm multitasking as always, as probably many of the women and men on this call are doing on a Friday night before COP27. I couldn't agree more, Nicole, that the issue of gender and climate is disproportionately aligned. And at the same time, statistics are one thing, but I want to take just a little bit of a step back and just talk about me personally. I'm a social scientist, and I do think social science, Nicole, is a real doctor. I'm also struggling sometimes to justify that, like many of us in the social sciences. And I'm not an expert on gender. I can only talk to it really from my lived experience and the data that I may look at in terms of global risks. But what I will have to say is that I remember being about 11 years old, and I was quite a shy child. I'm less shy now. And I was in a school auditorium, and I heard at the time one of the gym teacher, he got up and bear with me for this story. It gave it, a celebratory shout out to a donor that had given the school a special amount of new funding. And the new funding was going to go to a boys rugby team, which is fantastic. And I waited and I waited and I waited. I was waiting to see him, what would the girls get? And of course, the girls were not getting anything. And so I put up my skinny little shy arm and I asked, the first time I'd ever spoken in public, room of 800 people, and I was terrified, but I couldn't understand why there was not something going to the girls' team. And I asked my question, voice quivering, and he made fun of me. He said, well, what, can girls play rugby? And I have never been as angry as I think I was at that moment, where I suddenly realized that somehow by my gender, my performance was questioned and I should not be in the room. And if I was, I'd be humiliated. Now, times have changed 45 years later, but at the same time, we can still see that we have to have a session where we actually ask the UNFCCC or the heads of delegation to actually have 50-50 representation. And Johan, you had a tweet, I think out last week, which was a great one, saying that you were so tired of having to explain that the 1.5C number is not a target, is actually a real physical constraint. I could not agree more with that, but I have to add in that I am so goddamn tired of having to explain that women should be in the room and have a 50-50 split. I'm tired. And who else on this call, let's blow up the chat. Who else is goddamn tired of this? Really, I feel emotional. I feel like I have just about had it, that we are still in 2022 having a conversation that we have to justify that we should be getting half of the prize or half of the pie. So all I can say to those on the panel, that I am done with this. Someone else says they're very over it. Me too. Yeah, I'm goddamn tired. And I was going to say I was a lot more tired than just goddamn, but I'll just leave it at that out of the delicate ears that may also be on the call. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Gail. And for also this energizing talk and for getting us to put things in the chat box. I'm moving. Last but not least, of course, Professor Johan Rockström, your reflections, please.
Yeah, thanks. So the only way to top up Gail and Nicole here, which of course is singularly impossible, is to load the dice with some science. And I'm going to prove in the next 4.5 minutes that we actually need to do even more than Gail is suggesting. We have to go beyond 50%. We need more female leadership than just half-half. Why? Well, it's the following. We are no longer in the Anthropocene, dear friends. We are deep into the Anthropocene. We're 70 years into this exponential rise of unsustainable pressures on the Earth system. We are at risk of destabilizing the entire planet. So planetary health is about the stability of the life support systems for all current and future generations. Well, in the early 1970s, a theory was put forward on this whole challenge, the Gaia theory. James Lovelock put it forward, postulating that the Earth system is a complex, self-regulating, biophysical living entity which self-regulates but has tipping points where it can start drifting away in the wrong direction, something that we have to, in the words of philosopher Bruno Latour, care for. We need to care for Earth as a living entity. We need to reconnect to planet Earth. And as we have advanced our knowledge, we come to the conclusion that these are female values, the female values of community, of cooperation, of trust. This is directly in contradiction with the male values of individualism and competitiveness, the rugby team that you were referring to, Gail. So now, when we have to become stewards of the entire planet to avoid crossing tipping points that will commit all future generations to an irreversible slide towards less and less livable conditions, we can no longer have male values in the decision-making seats in the cockpit of the Earth system. We need female values to care for Earth. This, I would argue today, is quite well scientifically verified. In the early 1970s, James Lovelock was ridiculed for his theory. He was questioned by the conventional male scientific disciplines. Today, he is verified. 50 years on to the limits of growth, we've just published the Earth for All report, which verifies the Gaia theory. We have the third scientific update on the planetary boundary science, where we today prove scientifically the Gaia theory. But not only that, we show that 6 of the 9 boundaries are outside of the safe space. We have this urgent transition, and we only have 10 years to bend the curves. We need female leadership. So I'm sorry, Gail, you're wrong. We go past 50%. That's what the world needs. Over to you, Dario.
Love it, Johan.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Johan, for this comment. Before we go with questions, I wanted to ask you two questions that occurred to me. One, by the way, is not mine. It comes from the chat box, and I found it quite interesting. And I'm telling. One is, we're talking here about a binary approach, female and male. No, what about the LGBTI was put in the chart, the queer voices? How do we involve them in this conversation? What role do they play on this? That's question number one. And I have another question for the three of you, which is, following of Professor Roxton. So to increase and to bring these feminine values and leadership, what needs to be done? Is it a matter of policy? Is it a matter of investment? Is it a matter of education? All of the above, none of the above? What needs to be done? So these two questions to start with. And whoever wants to venture, please, by all means. Maybe Nicole?
Just quickly, I mean, there's a lot needs to be done, as we say, more than 50%. And I think on the debate, I'd also love to hear from the audience and how to do this better. But the gender is a social construct, right? So I think you would include what our guests were commenting. And perhaps we remain a bit traditional on the speech because we're so lagging behind, even, let's say, on the basic aspects that it's also, it strikes me that Friday night I have to spend, and I have to. And actually, I even feel a little bit sick, not COVID for the record, but I said, you just do it because it's so important. And so one thing that I remain, that strikes me is also on the issue of budgets, right? When you have everybody, and you see at the COP now, and everybody, we're going to have a gender day, and everybody will say gender is important. Every leader will go there and add in this line on the speech. But I think gender, this women empowerment needs to be beyond this speech lines, and this will change when we have budgets that are also gender sensitive, that we can calculate and put into real policies that would, fund the transformation. And you can see even in the basic case when in the United States, so let's go to, where there is a lot of entrepreneurs. I think female founders, they get about 3% of VC investment. So, and that's the United States. So what is happening in other areas when you have a lot of countries, and we don't need to throw a lot of numbers here, any statistics, because in the end, statistics, they're not a destination, right? And political choices matter. And we're going to have to then make these political choices and change the destination of this statistics. And we're going to need funding, and we're going to need the recognition that, women also driving business is a good thing for the whole society. So that's just, I think, a beginning of the response. Thank you.
And Gail or Johan, any?
I can just two reflections. I mean, one is that I'm a natural scientist. I have my roots in ecology, so it will come as no surprise to anyone that my view is that diversity enriches the outcomes for any resilience building or any positive thriving trajectory. So in my view, human diversity is valuable, and so it's not a coincidence that indigenous people are host to basically the 80% of the remaining biodiversity. It's not a coincidence that the more diversity you have, the more likely you are to have stable societies. But when it comes to how to accelerate gender equity, I mean, it's so popular to say that, well, we need role models. We need the Jacinda Arderners and the Greta Thunbergs and the Angela Merkels, just put them up in the limelight. And of course, this is fantastic and really important, but I think it's far from enough. We have to, it's a structural failure at the very, very basis. I mean, coming back to your story, Gail, I mean, we have to be able to recognize the difference in capabilities and aspirations at very early age, and really, water and support girl power from the very beginning. I mean, it's quite interesting that when it comes to demographics, the only thing we know works to stabilize demographic growth in the world is to ensure that girls get to school and have a good possibility of developing their life in school, and I think we just need a ramp up in investment on at the basics as well.
Thank you, Johan. Gail?
Yeah, thanks, Johan and Nicole. And thanks for those good questions, Dario. I agree with Nicole here that perhaps we were not clear what women or girl meant, and meaning not being as inclusive. So that would be my bad if I didn't make that clear. I couldn't agree more with the idea that diverse voices are essential and are exciting, are challenging, are provocative at times, and are certainly not always a smooth ride. So definitely I would agree with all of those comments. In terms of actually making a difference, I still struggle about like, what are those small tasks, those small things that can be small tipping points in a social movement in terms of changing the power. I do think that things like quotas really make a difference. We see that women on boards have only increased significantly when there has been legislation in place. I think the same thing should be in place in terms of delegations. There should be simply quotas. I know it's an ugly word. I wish it didn't happen, but it just doesn't happen fast enough if we don't have that. I also think there are micro moments, and Marco Lambertini told me this, and I was really impressed with it, where he had said some years ago he simply would not go on a panel if there was not definitely more women on it than 0 or 1. If there was only one woman, he still wouldn't appear. Now, I don't know. I didn't fact check him. I haven't checked all the stuff he had been on before he left WWF International. But that kind of commitment, especially from a male speaker, is a powerful thing. So if we can get our male friends on this call and beyond, or get heads of delegations or of corporate leaders that tend to be still quite male to make those commitments, I do think that starts to make a difference. We need to have teeth in this, both from a social capital perspective, but also I just keep coming back in. It's got to be quotas. I just don't see how things ever move unless we have that.
Thank you so much, Gail. And I want to also not monopolize the conversation. So I want to see if anyone from our audience have any question they would like to bring forward. You can put it on the chat, or you can open your microphone and unopen. Please do notice that because we have more than 40 participants, if you have a question, please kindly, I ask you to keep it short and formulate it as a question, with a question mark at the end, more than a comment. So please go ahead, all our participants. Anyone who would like to come forward with a comment or question, please come forward. I'm sure that Nicola, Johan, and Gail will be delighted to answer. We have a little bit of a shy group.
Well, if I could just say, I love the chat here, the comment here from Anima, who says, another way of reframing this was saying we are overrepresented by 80% men if there are only 20% of women at the table. I mean, I do love that kind of reframing, quite frankly. I think that's a pretty fun way. So nicely said, Amina. And apologies, my dog is destroying something, so I keep running out to do this. So I am multitasking, but still listening.
I think it's Friday night, people are getting shy, but I would like just to comment on this. Gail was saying that Marco Lambertini, but I see also I was today, last day, but I also work at the United Nations Food Systems Coordination Hub, and our director there has the same commitment. So I think a lot of these things that we don't go to panels, that is this old school way of, and I think before there was a lot of this excuses that, oh, we don't find women, it's just that we don't have it. But so this is kind of an old thing, and women have really organized and said, here, we have a list for you. There are many websites out there, and people getting organized to, offer the experts. So I just want to make one comment. If we don't have a question,
go with your comment. I think there's a question from Elise.
Okay, no, please, let's go with the question first.
Okay, so first, Elise, you have a question, and then I will take the one from Clara on the chat. And there's
thank you so much for this really, really inspiring discussion. So my question is, we're going to COP next week with the She Changes Climate delegation, and we're going to meet the COP presidency. What do you think should be the most important ask, the most important action that we should ask the COP presidency to do to address the planetary emergency, and obviously in relation to women empowerment. So this is a question to all of you on the panel.
Yeah, thanks, Elise. I can start. Well, I think the number one comes back and just kind of confirms what has been coming up time and time again, also before our session here in the video, that we know that to have a safe landing on climate, to have any chance on delivering on the Paris Agreement, it won't be enough to phase out coal, oil, and natural gas by cutting emissions by half every decade. We also need to keep carbon stocks and sinks intact in nature. And as has been referenced, and this is correct, that we've transformed half of terrestrial ecosystems into infrastructure, cities, and agriculture, which are today emitting massive volumes of greenhouse gases. 25% of the greenhouse gases comes from managed nature. So we need to keep the remaining intact nature intact. It's a global commons for the entire of humanity. And who are hosting this? Well, it's indigenous communities led by diverse cultures, with women very much in the driving seat. So I would put that forward as number one. Number two is to take a planetary health input. I mean, if you look at the human suffering from the global warming so far, the big numbers are in the health side. It is air pollutants. It is unsustainable food. It is all forms of impacts from floods and droughts and fires and disease patterns. And this hits vulnerable communities first, children and women. And I think that should be put forward as a moral obligation for all the negotiators in Sharm el-Sheikh, that we cannot accept this. And finally, I mean, everyone cares for children and future generations, but no one more than the mothers. And I think this is the point, that everyone needs to understand that just because we don't have a disaster today does not mean that we're not in the midst of a crisis. And the reason why we're in the midst of a crisis, which is because it's in the next 10 years that we determine whether or not we push on the on button to irreversibly cause damage that will impact all children in all future generations. And I think that's to me, it's a human argument, but it comes closer to a gender balanced argument, if we put it that way.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go with some of the questions in the chat, because now the chat is on fire.
If I could just add
go ahead,
Dario, sorry.
Yeah, please.
Elise, of course, you ask the best question in the world. I expect nothing less of you, but very difficult to answer in terms of what one thing should we say. I mean, I think there always has to be at least two. First of all, we do need to halve emissions by 2030, and we do need to increase the NDCs so that we are within a striking distance of 1.5. So I don't think we can never not say those things. They always need to be said. But in terms of gender discussions, I think there's a couple of them, and I certainly think that there should be quotas for countries to have women in the delegation and women speaking. I do think that is important. But I also think that the loss and damage discussions that will hopefully be one of the successes of Sharm el-Sheikh, that is a female discussion. And again, this is not just women, but it is absolutely female-led in terms of the speeches that Mia Mottley gave in COP26, which were electrifying in terms of the already existing impacts on small island states and beyond. But in terms of the impacts on climate, those are disproportionately affecting women and children. So I think the loss and damage discussions are about it's certainly a woman-centered or woman-focused discussion. And I think that needs to be made explicit. It's not. And my concern is that as soon as money comes into the room, like loss and damage or financing, the women go out of the room, and then male control over those loss and damages, those transfer of funds happen. And I don't think that should actually be the case. So I think we have to raise the flag that if Sharm el-Sheikh actually delivers on loss and damage, they better make sure that there's still strong female representation of how those loss and damage funds are actually distributed to those that need it the most.
And funny enough, Gail, that since you're talking about some of this conversation about laws, men take control. The question that I have coming from the chat is, what can men leaders, or what can men in general do to increase women leadership, women representation in these different topics, planetary health, in COP, etc. And the question, of course, it has a component that is addressed to you and to me, to you, Johan, and to me. What have you done personally to increase this women leadership in your own experience? And I can also share mine. But I think in general, I would also be curious to hear from Nicole and Gail. What can men do more to push this conversation forward? But I'll start with Johan. Johan, what have you done personally in your professional and experience?
Well, I can say that I'm extremely privileged, because in my area of work in earth system science, climate science, over the last 10 years plus, it's just remarkable what a significant trend line we're on, that the most talented, most dynamic, most innovative young students, PhD students, postdocs that we recruit at the Potsdam Institute, I mean, you should not quote me here because this is between us and this call, are women. And this is, I would say it's quite significant, actually. So it's a slow variable. I agree with Gail on quotas, but I think on the longer term, we see a transition already, at least in academia. And of course, that's just, it's great. And we produce better science, and that's what we're measured against. And as a head of the Institute, I promote that every day. So that is, I mean, one way of doing it. But I think another part of this is that we are very rapidly moving deeper into interdisciplinary science, transdisciplinary science, more action-oriented research. I think research methods that are more adapted to people and values outside of academia, but also for fitting in. I mean, social scientists, natural scientists from different disciplines, and I think that also helps to get more voices around the table, both male and female.
Thank you. And Nicole and Gail, what can men do more?
I just want to compliment, I think what Johan is saying is true, and all the numbers show that women are getting even more education and overall. But the problem we see is when it's at the top positions, we still don't see this equality. And there are so many examples that could be any area. Here we are on sustainability, but could be in business, medicine. It's kind of all the same story. And it's for a simple reason that, of course, there is an issue of family. When women, they might start at the same level in investment banking, for example, and then family comes, social roles, expectations, and that's when women get out of this positions that can even, equally compete. So we need more support, and actually that's why I keep saying is changing the social expectations, because on more on your questions, and I think it's interesting the case of Iceland. When you say how can we empower women? Well, give more paternity leave to men and force them to take it, because even if you have a notion, they would say, it's not socially acceptable to leave more than, 2 weeks. So these things must be considered. A lot of support, in terms of the family aspects, because that's exactly the moment when women tend to kind of, slow down in their careers. And I can see even, in international organizations, at the highest level, we have 26% of, I don't want to give the name of organizations, but, it's 26% of women at the top. So although the whole team, that they are driving offices, and doing most of the work. So the leadership part, that's why we keep saying we need efforts on the decision-making and leadership positions.
Thank you. Gail?
Yes, I agree very much with what Nicole is saying here, and certainly just to reiterate, Johan, you are a very strong supporter of women in science, and of just you seem to have a relatively gender neutral glasses on when you discuss science and when you're on stage with often many female speakers. So that's certainly to your credit, and you've been like that for the many years that I've known you. I think what can men do? I think I like simple things to begin with, or simple rules. How about they do one thing a day for gender equality? One thing could be a small thing, one thing a day. And how about they do things like they always bring a +1 that's another man to a female-led meeting like this. So always bring a +1 or +10 if you can, so that we don't have a bunch of women and a couple of fantastic guys on the call today. And vice versa, always bring a +1 female or +2 female when you're in something else. So just have simple rules where you just start to mix it up, and you're both powerful men, but I don't just mean it to you, I mean it to really any of men. And I think those sorts of things can make quite a difference.
Thank you, Gail. And I'm going to take advantage of some of the good questions here in the chat. So one is in general, we're having this conversation here, very, very, very active, but have you seen this level of engagement and this kind of conversation happening in other forums? And how can we, and do you expect having this kind of dialogues about gender female leadership or diversity leadership in the course of COP27? Johan?
No, I would say, unfortunately, this conversation we're having now, at least in my work, is one of the richest and most important discussions in this area that I've had for a long time. So, I mean, I should say that every time we recruit a leading senior scientist at the Potsdam Institute, we spend a lot of time on gender and really put that at the kind of highest priority. But I don't feel, I feel that there's a tendency in climate policy, in business, also in science projects, to take things too much for granted, that we're not kind of really taking this challenge seriously, and we're kind of just floating along. So I would say I think it's lacking, I think, unfortunately.
Gail?
Well, I don't think these conversations happen anywhere near enough. I do think there have been transitions. Am I on? Yeah, I'm not on mute. I work at a university where our vice chancellor is female at the University of Exeter. Our executive dean of the business school where I'm on faculty is female. And yet I can still sit in an advisory board meeting, and because there are legacy roles of people that have been a while, it's still largely male in the room. And I think it's not about that's necessarily a bad thing, because I think you can have a lot of feminist discussions with a mixed group. But I do think we are nowhere near where we need to be. And I think it's not, talking is not what's going to change things. I really think it's action. I think it is just standing up and saying, not on, this is not on. And seriously, if every male speaker, every time they spoke, said, it's not on, this is not gender balanced, every single time, that would change things. And not just having it in conversations like this, as useful as this is, given that we're all dialing in on a Friday.
Yes. Nicole?
So many aspects. I think we need to, I see the change at least. What I think the good news is that, before it's really hard to have this conversation, but what I'm really interested in, I think it was a topic of this, the span is the planetary health. I think, Johan, you brought this, on the ask for the climate for too long. I think there was a problem of communication, right? We focused too much on the polar bears there for too long, and it's only energy. Even if you go to big think tanks, you wouldn't see experts in biodiversity or in ocean emotion or, gender, not even, in our dreams. So I think now there's a little bit of a better understanding and recognition. And so the conversation is changing. However, it's still sometimes, we need to fight this tokenization of, it's the same with women or youth, we need to grab these groups and put them because then we are diverse. But there's still a lot of this conversation that I don't think is serious enough. And that's why I really would like to insist on this issue of finance, because if we are not financing, women-led business, if we're not financing movement, social, this is movement building. And we have always this conversation. I don't believe that women are here now with this image of taking care, we are caring. So we have men destroying, and let's be binary for a second, please allow me to, business and the way that large business without any accountability, going to a lot of greenwashing, go to Sharm el-Sheikh to show greenwashing. And then we have this, very difficult movements of women trying to fix the problem. So we need to shift in having accountability of, especially large business, and empower organizations that are trying to make a difference. And of course, improve the communication, because the strategic communication of planetary health is also an issue. We need to connect the dots. And at the beginning, I saw, when I founded the Women Leaders of Planetary Health, was exactly because there was no space. And I think we're the first organization who are really bringing people more in public health, who wanted to talk about climate change, and nobody would take them seriously in their schools. So it's also, changing how we are educating in a interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary way. So a lot of work ahead of us.
Thank you so much. And I'm mindful of time. So dear panelists, we have homework to do. And so the homework we have is that we, as an outcome of this beautiful panel, we have to take 3 to 4 action points to the policymakers, to the people in COP. So I'm going to ask each of you to give me one action point or one recommendation that you have in matters of planetary health and female and diversity, gender participation that we would like to bring to the COP, to those making decisions in COP. So I'll start with Gail.
I think I said that in the response to Elise's question, and I'm going to say I can't give you one. I'm going to give you 2, and it's the Perfect. Same 2. And it's the same 2. I think that we have to have quotas on delegations with women in leadership, and I think we need to make sure that the loss and damage discussion ensures that is firmly supported by women in discussions and distribution of funds. That was it's late now for me, so that was a bit of a ramble, but
no, it was perfect. Thank you so much. Johan?
Yeah, no, I'd like to, commit to something that I've been thinking about and doing partly, but thinking about quite a lot, which is that when you look at the youth movement, the most powerful voices are young female teenagers, and we'd like to engage even more with them, to share the science and to work with them. And I think we started already in Glasgow and we'll continue at Sharm el-Sheikh, and that's a really one of the most inspiring engagements one can have with the youth movement in general, but particularly with the female young voices from the deep of the Amazon all the way to the Nordic part of the planet. So I'll continue working with the youth.
Okay, so youth involvement, in particular female youth. Finally, Nicole, you got the last word.
Difficult one. Of course, something that we didn't in my research is showing that is probably missing. So in the NDCs, we would like to see more actions for this. How much of gender equality there is perceived as an action for climate, and I think we need to track this a little bit better. And one aspect that we see, although the connections are quite seems to be obvious, but we don't see enough on healthy diets, for example. So this connects also with health, nutrition, and women with this crisis we are seeing. They're really I think 11% more likely than men to face food insecurity. So given the geopolitics and all the situation, I would like to see this better connections between, female empowerment, better health for all, and of course, better sustainability in general. So That would be my recommendation. I just wanted to say also hello to everybody, many friends and colleagues, ambassadors here. So it's been fantastic. And I would like to really congratulate also the whole team of She Changes Climate. It's really an honor for me to be here.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to all, first of all the participants for bearing with us throughout the conference. It was very lively. You see the chat, really engaging discussions, and it was really, it resonated a lot what the panelists were discussing with those in the chat box. So thank you, participants, for being engaged. I know probably for you it's later than for some of us, but thank you on a Friday night. And of course, thank you so much to our three wonderful, excellent panelists, Professor Johan Rockstone, Gail Whiteman, or Professor Whiteman as well, and Nicole de Paula. Thank you very much for having joined us, and thank you very much for the organizers for hosting us tonight. With that, we'll take the 4 recommendations that just came from each of you, the panelists, and we'll put them in the final document that will go to the COP policymakers. So thank you so much. I hope you all have a good evening, and for those who are traveling to COP, I hope to see you there in person. Good evening.
Thanks, everybody.
Hi there.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello all, welcome. I'd like to just invite the other panelists of the session to turn their videos on and join us here. And as we get started, I'm going to take a cue from our friends and partners to use the Listening to the Earth opener. And so before I even introduce who I am, just to ground us in this space, that was a beautiful video with a very fast-tempoed song. So to just take a deep breath and find some grounding and sense in being here and being prepared to listen and to receive the wisdom and knowledge that all of us are here to share and grow together, and with those in the audience who I know we can also learn a lot from. So as we just invite the other panelists to turn their videos on, I will read through essentially a poem and an exercise. Feel free to close your eyes, find a comfortable space. And this is created specifically for this COP. So sitting or standing, feel the presence of the earth under your feet. Breathe in. Draw the power and stability of mountains into your feet and legs. Breathe in. Feel the spaciousness of air in the forests of your lungs. Breathe in. Sense the liveliness of the soil in your organs and tissues. Breathe in. Let yourself be tickled by the vibrant biodiversity of your microbiome. Breathe in. Feel the flow of life in the rivers of your arteries, veins, and lymph. Breathe in. Connect to the sunshine of wisdom in your mind's eye. Breathe in. Open your heart to the ocean of love that heals and regenerates. Feeling the sense and connection with our surroundings, wherever you might be, the trees, plants, animals, birds, insects that are sharing your space, and feeling that energy flowing through you and through all of us. Thank you all for that. I'll invite you to open your eyes again and come back. And I know we're still waiting on a few of our panelists, but we'll go ahead and get started. So my name is Cassia Patel. I'm the Director of Programs at Oceanic Global, and so honored to be here as a part of this incredible summit. And today for this session, this hour, excuse me, I know you've been going for a while already, we'll be talking about oceans, islands, and loss and damage, specifically within the greater context of this summit. And I will also kick off with a few opening remarks, and then I'd really love to pass it over to our incredible panelists here to introduce themselves. But to set the scene for our discussion and to share a vision of what we can build, what is our systemic transformation by 2030? What is the vision of that? I figured I would actually just read the quote that I had initially submitted to this group, and hope that this lands. It is past time for feminine leadership to steer the climate movement. This means both creating space to listen to the feminine within each of us, as well as to uplift, recognize, and empower, quite intentionally, all those who identify as she, her. Feminine leadership celebrates collaboration, recognizing each other, learning from our ancestors, and has no place for ego, competition, or extraction. Climate change is merely a symptom of the core issue. At the root, we need to come back into relationship with each other, oftentimes starting with self, and then the full family of life. Honoring the divine feminine will guide us on that journey of healing. That is my vision, and I will be hearing from others on this panel and session. By no means mean to project that. So with that, we will be discussing this vision within the context of ocean and islands and the work that all of us do. And so all of us do touch this work. I'll briefly mention that Oceanic Global is an ocean conservation nonprofit. We focus on behavior change, engaging with grassroots communities, driving sustainable business leadership, working with industries, and driving policy reform in coalition and building connections across the globe. So with that, we'll turn it over to each of our speakers to share a short introduction of what they do, weaving in oceans, loss and damage, and the value of Indigenous peoples, diversity in climate solutions in particular too, within the context of what we all do. So I'll first pass it over, Kahea, to you.
Aloha mai kākou, o ka hea ka uinoa no honuma mai au, makamaku o ke ave o ia ho'i ma ka makupuni o Hawaii nei. Hello everyone, hello Kasia, thank you so much for that beautiful poem to really ground us in the conversation. It's storming here. I'm Kanaka Maoli, or Native Hawaiian, and I'm from a small community called Honolulu on the eastern side of the island of Hawaii. So my ancestors and my family come from the Mokua district of Ka'u on Hawaii Island, and we're experiencing a lot of storm right now. I have a beautiful window right in front of me, and just the rain has been coming down. I got to be out in the rain this morning, so I'm really feeling that connection, so thank you. I am the co-executive director at Women's Earth Alliance, and we are a 16-year global initiative and network on a mission to protect our environment and the climate crisis and ensure a just and thriving world by empowering women's leadership. Since 2006, we've been at the forefront of intersectional feminist climate action, working at the critical nexus of gender, racial, environmental, and economic justice, because we fundamentally believe that one cannot happen without all the others. And through our programming, we serve grassroots women leaders, many of whom are Indigenous women, grassroots leaders like my colleague Tasha, who I'm so honored to be on this panel with today. And the leaders we serve are at the helm of initiatives to address climate change and build community resilience, protect our oceans, forests, and ecosystems, as well as land rights for women and Indigenous communities, ensure water conservation and access, launch sustainable eco enterprises, practice regenerative agriculture, innovate pathways to just transition, and more. And we do this because we recognize that if we are committed to environmental sustainability, if we are continuing to see around the world that women, Indigenous people, and local communities are stewarding the oceans and the land most effectively, then there's no better strategy to achieve sustainability than to work with those communities and amplify their leadership. At the heart of every environmental and climate movement in communities around the world are women at the grassroots, showing up, committed for the long haul. And for them, this work of stewarding our oceans and addressing the climate crisis, it's more than a job. It's for the sake of their families and communities, for the sake of the earth, and for the sake of all the future generations that will inherit it. So thank you so much for having me here today for this really important dialogue.
Thank you for that, Gahea. It was wonderful. And yeah, it's so incredible to have Tasha here as well, who is linked with the Women's Earth Alliance. So pass it over to you, Tasha, for your intro.
Thank you, Kasia, and hi, Gahea. So I would like to say thank you very much for Sea Change Climate to invite me to this panel. So hi everyone, and good evening or good. It's very 3 a.m. here from Bali, Indonesia. So my name is Prawita Tasya Karisa, but you can call me Tasya. I'm the executive director and co-founder of BioRock Indonesia. So BioRock Indonesia is a organization. It's a planet organization, both non-profits and also profits, that we are working for restoring coral reefs and shore protection in Indonesia. The reason why we are doing this is we know that the ocean, the coral reefs is only half in the world, and it's even in Indonesia is more than 2/3 of it are destroyed. So we would like to see in the future that communities and organizations that we are working together and to engage them in a technology called BioRock, using low voltage electricity, that we can work together in restoring coral restoration and also protect the ocean. So we can see that communities and also ocean are thriving in the future. And we are working in 4 programs. We have working on science. We are also involving youth in it's called Scholar Reef, that we give scholarship to youth that work on science and monitoring our coral reefs and also interview local people. And we also have a BioRock garden that actually plant the corals to make it more a coral garden and everybody can enjoy. And also we have the shore protection They're using the same technology to install in an eroded beach, and we hope to keep all the sands together, and we would like to see the beach growing instead of collapsing. And the last is fire experience, where we are inviting all people from around the world coming to our sites and enjoy the experience, while also you are helping with the local community by staying and experiencing with them. So that's all, I think, Kezia. So hopefully we can have more fluid discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha, for that background and for your work. Really incredible and so needed to be focusing on corals. We shared in the prep conversation, but actually I have another part of my life was spent doing coral restoration. So it's really good to reconnect and to see how the work continues and grows and is pollinating around the world too. Kahea, I'll turn back to you and just to ask a bit more about WEA, about Women's Earth Alliance, as the mission is so inherently aligned with this entire She Changes Summit and the call to action with the letter that we're driving towards here as well. And so would love to just hear a bit more from you, how you empower women around the world, what kind of support is needed, and the way that you are creating this mycelial network of empowerment.
Of course, I love that too, the mycelial network. We often think of that, think of our work in that way and use that terminology. So thank you for bringing that up. So at WEA's founding meeting in 2006, 30 women leaders from 26 countries gathered together to create a framework really for transforming the world. The invitation was to come be a part of designing a global initiative that would connect, resource, and catalyze the work of grassroots women fighting to protect our environment. The invitation was to come and create something that didn't yet exist in this space, which is a home for feminist climate leadership. This wasn't going to be about meeting quotas for women's representation or women as target beneficiaries of massive international development schemes. You know, those attempts had been done before, for better or worse. But this in WEA was about meeting an urgent and intersectional resource gap. Founding mothers all observed the same thing, even though their contexts were different. They observed that women environmental leaders were underrepresented in decision-making spaces like COP and others, unrecognized in the larger environmental movement and in media, and under-resourced really in every way compared to their male counterparts. And the worst part was that they were cut off from each other. And they were doing this work without the mentorship or the solidarity of a network. And even then, they were still making things happen. They were strategic, resourceful, and collaborative. And so that's the model that we designed 16 years ago. And it's one that seeks out grassroots women leaders working on the front lines to protect their communities' natural resources, their livelihoods, and health. Then it invests in their long-term leadership through training, funding, and networks of support. And you know, our work is founded upon these deep and long-term partnerships with women leaders like Tasha and their initiatives, because the initiatives, you know, we know they're making a difference in their communities and have what it takes to scale that to a global impact if availed of the technical leadership and advocacy training, the mentorship, the funding, and the support and recognition they would have if all things were equal. And you know, it's arguable, but I believe that the support, the alliance aspect of our work is some of the most critical. It provides frontline women leaders with communities of practice, with a sisterhood, with cross-region pollination of solutions, and with the knowledge that we're not alone. We're not doing this alone. And we see this model and supporting this model of work and supporting feminist leadership as the most critical investment we can make in the world, because we know that when women leaders have the tools, access, resources, and recognition they need, everyone benefits. The ripple effect just spreads. You know, women are empowered, kids are safer, communities are healthier, our natural resources regenerate, local economies prosper, and that's when real change happens. So that's WEA's work.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I was just taking notes there and feeling goosebumps. I align with so much of what you shared, and also going back to what you shared at the beginning, just acknowledging that women already are at the front and center of so much of this work. And so, as you mentioned, a major piece is even just recognition and just calling out and acknowledging women who have been doing this work and who have been in positions of leadership when that hasn't necessarily been acknowledged as something beyond perhaps doing one's duty to family or to community, or fulfilling the archetype of a role that a woman or feminine identifying person fulfills within society. And that can be so constraining as well. And to not have the dignity too of being recognized as a leader for making those sacrifices and doing that work. So that's just something that really came through with what you shared, and love the idea of community of practice. I know that's something we spoke about in our prep conversation too, but just the idea that there are people tackling similar challenges in different contexts around the world. And while every case is unique, there is so much that we can learn from each other. If it's ways to approach government, if it's ways to organize, even if it's the kind of language to use to socialize these initiatives and to get others on board. And yeah, I think I know I mentioned that at the beginning, but I think that's such a major strength of feminine leadership in general, is to rely on each other and not need to be the loudest voice in the room, but to recognize, oh, this work has already started. Okay, let's continue and grow from where that is. Beautiful. Yeah. And on that, I'll pass it, Tasha. I'd love to hear more from your perspective as a WIA recipient, and to hear a little bit more about the work that you're leading, and perhaps also your experience with, engaging with the alliance, the community, that network of WIA. What support was or continues to be most supportive and effective for you as well?
Yeah. So, Kazia, WIA, WIA and I meet at the right time at the moment. So at that time, I was like accepting the position of the BIROC Indonesia. At that time, was still in a country coordinator. At that time, it wasn't an organization yet. So the co-inventor of the technology just appointed me, like, oh my God, what should I do? Like, I don't know how to run at the national level. I mean, I was working on a project base, like in this village on that province. But how I'm going to manage on the national level, I don't know. And that's when I met somebody from WIA Indonesia at that time, invited me to join this opportunity. I said, yes, I would like to join. And that's like an eye-opening for me, that it's really at the top of position. Like at that time I was alone and nobody teach me how to do this. But at WIA I met other sister who actually doing it on the same difficulties like with me, but we have sharing different knowledge, different experience. So we empower each other, because I have these skills, but I don't have that skill. So I extend that skill from other leaders or around Indonesia at the time from WIA. And it's true that I met different levels, from the grassroots to the province, and then to the ministry. So unfortunately, most of the women leaders also experience this. So most of all the leaders from the grassroots, I mean the village leaders, also the policymakers, are all male. So it's really difficult, like hanging out with them, like trying to break the ice, because what they do is like a male conversation. They smoking, they do the male things to make things worse, and we didn't do that. At the time I still remember, I was pregnant and delivering my baby, so I had to nurse her in my every project, and like still I have to talk with the smoking guy. And it was in the village meeting, so it's really difficult to do that. So it's really helpful to receive like a network and also a training from WIA at that time, because there are no one that provide that kind of help that the maybe not just we, but other organizations that focus on women leadership, especially in the top position, is really needed because we cannot do it alone. So that's my point of view.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And that's so vivid also to just visualize, that room full of men smoking and you're just trying to nurse your child and it's just not the environment that feels comfortable. And I think that's that's such a metaphor for more broadly this male dominated culture and how it's not as designed to be inclusive, even when you already are in that position of power. And in this case, you're working at the national level and these are more localized leaders. So in some sense, you have a broader perspective, and yet there's still this dynamic that takes shape, just generational. And but I'm so glad to hear though that the support of other women and just sharing stories, I think can be supportive, as you mentioned, Kahea, that we're not alone. And I know just as people who work in ocean and environmental spaces more broadly, anyone can have that sense that one is working alone or in a silo, because it feels like there is so much to do and to feel pushed back and what's possible. So I think that's particularly true for minority communities, particularly women, and any who identify in that way. I am just wondering if we maybe got one more panelist, but we'll see if they join and hope that they do. So Kahea, I'll pass it back to you. Actually, a question for both of you as we were talking about this too, just from that perspective, what inspires you most about the work that you do? And that can relate to the ocean, that can relate to environmental action, that can relate to empowering women, whatever really gets you out of bed in the morning. But what inspired you from the beginning, if you'd like to share, and what continues to inspire you?
Can I jump in, Tasha? Because what inspires me is almost exactly what you were talking about in what you just shared. I think I'm inspired most in the work that I do and that WIA does, is seeing the powerful change that's possible when we allow women leaders to bring their whole selves to the work. On a very personal note, just by way of example, back in 2020, I was an associate director here at WIA. I'd been here for almost a decade. And I was just about 1 week from heading out on months of parental leave to have my second child. And that's when Melinda Kramer and Amir Diamond, who are our co-founders and who are now my fellow co-directors, called and asked me to join them as a co-director of Women's Earth Alliance. So, at a time in a woman's life where she's often penalized for attending to the work of caring for herself and her family, we celebrated and honored that step I was taking, regardless of the fact that I was about to be away for so long. And not only is that really emblematic of the kind of culture WIA creates and nurtures within our organization, but more importantly, of the kind of world we see as necessary if we're going to achieve gender and climate justice. Women leaders have been standing on the front lines, protecting their families, communities, and the earth, innovating sustainable solutions to social and ecological crises, all while being, all while being mothers and artists and musicians and activists and organizers and healers and teachers and more, and nursing their children. And, too often the systems we live in require us to mold ourselves to fit into a very specific patriarchal and extractive model of leadership. And we've been conditioned to do that. But as we can see by the current state of our societies and our climate, that model of leadership is not working, and that's okay. And I will say, while we mold ourselves into that, I'm so honored to be in spaces with leaders like Tasha, who will be in that kind of environment, who will still be like, I'm still a mom, I'm still gonna nurse my child. This is what's gonna happen, But that kind of leadership that's telling us that that's not the right space, or we shouldn't be doing that, it's not working. And that's okay, because it's not the only, nor is it the most effective leadership model this world has ever seen. There are feminist leadership models. Many Indigenous communities have long utilized matriarchal leadership models. There are models that value power sharing and collaboration and intuition and self and community care. And I'm inspired each day here at WIA because I see us modeling and honoring that kind of leadership in the world. And really brings me so much joy to see the ways that makes room for powerful change.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, love that. Tasha, you're on mute, but would love to hear what inspires you.
I think what inspires me is almost everything about life. I was close with my parents, but with my father the most, and he inspired me that living a life itself is already a gift from the God. So what inspired me every day is like I realized that everybody have a reason for a living, and for the past maybe 2 or 3 decades in my life, each of us have our own path, and sometimes we would like to go outside from what we are doing, but all the paths are put me back to where I am now. So it's almost like the God saying me that this is your path, this is you are going to do with your life. So I'm trying to embrace it, and I would like to make a legacy for my children, for my country, for the earth, because I was watching that how other people doing to restore the ocean, restore the corals, and I just see that I think I can do it, not better, but probably I can contribute more to that. So maybe this is what I'm going to do with my life, and to provide what I can do to the other people and to the environment. So I think celebrating life is what's inspiring the most, Cassia.
I love that so much. Yeah, celebrating life. I mean, that's it, isn't it? Just celebrating life, creating a space that we can all live happily and in healthy ways for future generations. That's really the simplest goal, I think, if I'll agree. And what we're seeking towards is that collective well-being and the continuity of life. Both of you are mothers and sharing those stories here, and that's so rich and potent and beautiful. All right, I'll just tag on because I love that you called out, Kahea. With a lot of the work Oceanic Global does, it's empowering local leaders to take action, whether in a grassroots setting or to engage with businesses in their community and drive change in the tourism sector or hospitality. And what's been most empowering and inspiring for me, that gets me out of bed, is to see the inspiration of all who take on that fire, who take that light and lead their own charge as leaders, and find that strength within themselves. And that, to me, is the most exciting to see through training or sharing tools, all the elements that you've mentioned, through sharing this connected community and being able to lean on each other. That for me has been the most inspiring. And just to also loop back, Tasha, to what you had shared earlier, just about the presence, I think the gender dimension of roles. What's interesting is, being in the nonprofit space, there are quite a few, there's good representation of women in the nonprofit space for the most part, particularly within ocean and environmental efforts. And so it's quite common that around a table, the nonprofit voices are women and the government and private sector voices are men. And that is shifting, and that's starting to shift. And, we're seeing that, but that tends to be the dynamic. And so when people who are positions of decision-making power or monetary financial power versus those who are reliant on those elements, there is that other dimension, which just feels present. To your point earlier, Kahea, about the leadership structures that are in place in dominant cultures. They're not the only ones that exist. And there are so many others where that table can feel truly a roundtable discussion, where power is more decentralized, less hierarchical, and can be more co-created. And we are starting to see how that's manifesting, just even in the way we're choosing to live, to purchase food, to organize, to self-organize. But yeah, I figured it would be worth just calling that out, just from our experience too. And yeah, what we're talking about in some lens when we're saying these gendered leadership structures, and yeah, how that can either feel safe or not, and invite voices to the table or not. And to not have those voices at the table means we will not have the most biodiverse, the most rich sense of ideas. And, as we're seeing also in nature, as we're losing biodiversity, we're losing ecosystem health. And so the two are interrelated. But with that, I would love to to go back to Kahea with some specific questions. I have one more question for each of you, and then we're a group discussion. But just if there was a specific moment or project that you found most rewarding. I know we've been speaking at a higher level, but if you just want to dive in, of course, Tasha is here, but if there's perhaps another one you'd like to bring into the conversation, just a moment you found really rewarding and empowering, that stuck with you.
Absolutely, and I will let Tasha speak about her project because it is so inspiring and special, but she will obviously have the best words for it. But I think the work overall is really fulfilling, and we've built a team where it feels like we're all called to this work because of our passion and dedication to the mission. This isn't a job for the people on our team in the Neuro Global Alliance. This is the way we're able to place ourselves in the world and give of ourselves to really make a difference. But in addition to that, I come to this work from a legal background. So in law school, I specialized in international human rights and federal Indian law. And during that time, a big focus for me as a young Indigenous woman was looking at sexual violence committed against Indigenous women here in the US and the jurisdictional loopholes in our system that sacrifice the safety and lives of Native women and my sisters so callously. So when I joined Women's Earth Alliance and after a few years began seeing in my work these rumblings about the intersection of violence against Native women and extractive industries, I immediately felt pulled to this body of work. Intersectionality is a huge part of our work at WIA, and the recognition that climate justice and environmental justice aren't possible without gender justice, without racial justice, without economic justice, and without a real reckoning with our country's and the world's colonial history. That's central to our theory of change. So when we began asking our Indigenous colleagues and community members about what we were hearing in terms of increased violence being experienced by Indigenous women, in and around sites of resource exploitation, it ended up that, yes, this is something that's real and dangerous and not being talked about in mainstream media. And I knew this was something then that I needed us to mobilize around in whatever way we could. And things have changed. We've started to see this more in mainstream media in the past few years. This initiative took place really around 2013 to 2017. But in the way that we had typically formed partnerships and programs is we reached out and asked our alliance who we should get in touch with to, just to listen at first, who's doing the critical work on the ground, excuse me, and has been talking about this crisis. And eventually I spoke with Native Youth Sexual Health Network, which is an organization based by and for Indigenous youth that works across issues of sexual and reproductive health, rights, and justice. And we connected over what I think with this summit, we're seeing is an ongoing challenge in our movements, and that's the siloing of our issues. Things are slowly changing, but still so often we see gender being addressed, over here, Indigenous rights over here, climate change over here, as if these are not intrinsically linked and dependent upon one another. And that intersectionality is where WIA Emissions Research Initiative and the tools it produced was really born. So the Violence on the Land, Violence in Our Bodies report and toolkit explored the connections between the health and safety of Indigenous lands and the health and safety of Indigenous women, youth, and Two-Spirit. And our initiative team spent 2 years just really deeply listening to the stories of women, youth, and Two-Spirits in impacted communities. And what we learned was that women and young people are severely impacted by climate change inducing industries like extractive oil and gas projects. Many of the communities where these projects are located became sites of chemical manufacturing and waste dumping. And we call them sacrifice zones. We call these homes, these places that were once territories of life, we call them sacrifice zones now. And women in these communities, many of whom are Indigenous women or women of color, hold a cumulative body burden of pollutants that are in their immediate surrounding environment, which can be passed on to the next generation through breast milk. And other impacted communities have seen, large encampments of men who work for the gas and oil industry. And the devastating impacts of this environmental violence ranges from, sexual and domestic violence, increased drug and alcohol use, murders and disappearances, reproductive illnesses and toxic exposure, threats to culture and indigenous lifeways, crime, and more. And so the results of the years spent listening to community and being in community and learning about what they were identifying as the support they needed was this report and toolkit. And so that's what's most rewarding about being a part of this initiative. The toolkit, for example, is full of community-based resources. There's workshop templates, an environmental violence assessment, suggestions for traditional medicines to address violence or trauma that can be made nation-specific, that were gathered from elders and grandmothers and medicine people. And, you know, where the report and toolkit could have taken a very different approach, a very almost standard approach, you know, recommending stricter laws and carceral approaches to violence, for example. That wasn't what the community members we talked with asked for. They asked for indigenous-based resources, and that's what we helped them to gather. And so the report and toolkit are still available for free to anyone and everyone on our website. And it's just one of those projects that really was incredibly special to me and a deep learning experience for me as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing all of that. And Kahea, it seems like you've lived multiple lives in all those projects you mentioned in your journey with your law background and engaging with youth and just across the other elements. And there's a lot of love in the chat for intersectionality, and fully agree with that, and really inspired by the way that you approach that. If you have the capacity to pull that link as we're chatting, that would be incredible. Otherwise, I'm sure we can make sure to circulate that with the organizers following. I'm sure that's something that all might find interesting to share with their communities. And just to double click, if you will, on what you shared about the intersectionality, from our experience too, that has been so accurate, whatever lens you're coming from. If you're recognizing social inequalities or environmental injustices, the two tend to be completely layered. In places where we are not fundamentally respecting humans, we are certainly not respecting the planet. And oftentimes it really even begins with ourselves, finding that sense of self-love and respect and health and well-being, which seems to be clearly lacking in dominant culture as we look at mental health issues and inability to even care for each other and create systems of communities that are truly cohesive. And so really recognize the work that you were doing there, just, you know, looking at the way we treat land and the way that we treat bodies, and specifically women and children within that. So thank you for shining that light and for putting it in the chat so quick. So that's in there. Amazing. Tasha, if you would like to answer the same question, if there was like really a moment that inspired you. The other question that I had, if maybe you want to weave it together, was just also, we've been speaking about these global alliances, you know, being able to lean on each other and not recreate the wheel, learn from each other. And so just curious, beyond WIA, if there have been other global networks, if you're in touch with coral restoration advocates around the world, if that's been a part of your practice or inspiration too.
Yes, thank you, Cassia. So the thing is, and the ugly truth is, we working in a non-profit sector, especially in the conservation, in the coral reefs itself, is I feel like it more on the competition, even though we are working on the same sector. So there are several organizations that are trying to be the best solution for the corals, the best method how to grow corals. But what I think is that everybody have different approach, everybody have different solutions. So I think it would be best if we work together. But again, unfortunately, the atmosphere was not there for the ocean and for the corals, especially for the there are several section or specialized, like someone focus on the research only, someone focus on the technical only, and more on the community only. And each of these specialization sometimes a little bit of stubborn to see only on their point of view, and really hard to put them together on how we actually see over our expertise. So it's really difficult to put them to see on the big goal, on the 50 years ahead. It's really difficult on that level. However, I'm also involved in non head-to-head technology or organization we are also part of the AIS, or Archipelagic and Island States. It's a forum of country where country with the small island states with archipelago, like maybe like Tonga, Maldives, Indonesia. We are discussing together of the solution for the oceans. And I'm part also for the, even though it's not related, but I'm also part of the women future female business leaders. So there are international network that connects us, our business leaders, women business leaders all around the world. I think that's where the atmosphere, I think, is more friendlier, more supportive. That's I'm not sure whether Cassia, you or Kahia feel it or not, but on the nonprofit sector is very fierce for the competition, for the, I don't know, for getting the donors, the donation, while in the profit sector it's more like supportive and everybody is supplying each other needs. So I really wish that it doesn't matter whether it's profit or non-profit, but it's really helpful. It will be really useful if we are providing the same atmosphere of, you know, working together and how we can support each other. But I think it can be started, I don't know, from VIA or from Cassia, you work in Oceanic Global. So can you set up this atmosphere that we are not competing, but instead of working each other? So that's yes, but not actually on the other leaders. Maybe we can set a trend. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for your honesty. Thank you so much for your honesty and for just being real, because something I was talking about earlier this week too. But so yeah, so going back to masculine inspired, lack of inspiration, perhaps, leadership structures and the vision of the world that we live in. The world wants us to be in competition in so many ways, especially nonprofits, to have us competing with a scarcity mindset, a lack mindset coming from lack. There are limited number of resources, there are limited source of funders, there are limited ways that we can be working here. And to your point, and the private sector actually does not feel that sense of lack. I had a long conversation with a friend who's in the investment world, and he was like, well, nature is abundant and so is wealth and finance, and you just have to find ways to leverage this. We're making up the rules of the economy as we go, and there's ways to set our collective values that are different. And so to your point, I think, unfortunately, the reality is that the nonprofit sector is quite cutthroat and competitive, and would welcome any support and partnership in changing that. And I think that does come. And so that's where it's not just physically embodying or identifying as a woman, it's also feminine leadership and recognizing in what ways are we catering to the masculine dominated rules that exist, or how are we truly finding ways to change that, and recognizing change is painful, and transitions can be painful in that way too. And so being ready to face what that might mean on, you know, making that shift, or perhaps losing some opportunities or things along those lines, but ultimately being able to build that future and being able to lean on each other. So thank you for that call to action. And yeah, we are here and ready to build that with you all. And I think a lot of others in the chat are agreeing with that too. And I know, sadly, somehow we're already running out of time here, but I think we've really covered a lot of what we wanted to touch upon regarding barriers, how to overcome some of those barriers, how to create alternative systems, as well as looking at this through an ocean-focused lens. The last question that I have is what you all are optimistic about, and we actually have kept this quite an optimistic conversation, thinking about those solutions and tools. And before opening that up, also, if anyone does have questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat. We will bring you in if we can, and just address those as well. Oh, we have more space than I thought. Great. Perfect. But I do just want to actually address something that we're seeing in the chat too, and just you know, really a focus on looking at temperature increases and emission reductions. And I can speak just from my perspective, this has really been the narrative of the climate COPs. The first climate COP took place the year that I was born, in 1995. And I think we've seen the evolutions that have taken place since then, lack thereof as well. And I think perhaps part of bringing a feminine lens on this is redefining how we consider impact? What do we consider? How can we storytell impact? How can we set these country commitments to be perhaps more practical, more focused on empowering those intersectional alignments rather than these numbers, but could it also be a bit more focused on empowering communities that are in how do we change the way that coastal communities are feeling and preparing, responding to these disasters that are taking place, and considering how we center nature as a solution within that too? Are there ways that that can be influenced and integrated in a way that perhaps is not so masculine, technical, numbers oriented, but could perhaps be a bit more qualitative? That's just a challenge that I would offer to those in the chat sharing those notes, and to us here. And again, that's my perspective. I'll just hold that as mine. I'm not projecting this, but just a question that I have as we think about redefining these systems that have not been effective thus far. But with that, okay, and Tasha, what if there's anything you want to respond to on that, or if you want to share more about what inspires you as well, or what you're optimistic about? That's right.
Sure. I can say that, what you were just saying about the different ways we're tracking impact, that is absolutely something we think about. So one of the aspects of training we offer the women leaders in our alliance is around kind of impact tracking and impact framework. But we're very conscious of wanting to democratize impact as well, letting communities and community leaders define what impact looks like and track those. So one of the things that we see our role is supporting that to happen, and then still being that almost that intermediary where we can then we'll translate our numbers into whatever the system needs in order to bring the funding so we can support women leaders as we work to really shift the way the world tracks impact and thinks about impact and thinks about what is worthy enough to be supported and what solutions have enough evidence behind them, even though these solutions from communities, from women, from Indigenous communities have been the only thing we've seen to be able to sustainably steward this planet. We're constantly trying to find, different sort of contemporary innovations when I often ask myself, why can't we just bridge traditional science and traditional innovation with contemporary resources and contemporary innovation to really scale those solutions, to really bring them to life in communities. But that's going off. I'm sorry, I'm getting off on another tangent. What am I optimistic about?
That was perfect.
Let me return to that. I am optimistic about everything. When we don't find reasons to remain optimistic, to continue doing this work from a place of joy rather than anger or fear. And joy is a big thing. It's one of our core values as an organization. We sing and we celebrate at all of our gatherings. It's, as Tasha well knows, there's often songs and dancing. But if we stay stuck in that sort of, the doom narratives that are flying around these days, then we just help to maintain the status quo. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Too often the idea that it's too late to make a difference also serves as a way to excuse ourselves and those most at fault for the climate crisis. It's like, well, things are so terrible, but there's nothing we can do to change it. So things just keep going, really, business as usual, and you rinse and repeat. But for many women, and particularly, women of color, Indigenous women, and those in the global South who are already on the front lines of climate change and environmental devastation, sitting in that it's too late kind of pessimistic paralysis of the climate crisis it's a privilege, frankly, that they can't afford. Theirs are the communities that are hit hardest by the compounding effects of climate change, environmental violence, racism, and systemic economic disenfranchisement. And, for grassroots women who are often responsible for caring for the families like we've been talking about and stewarding, and building resilience in the face of climate crisis, that's a matter of survival. And it makes me think of this story, in 2021, our co-founder Melinda Kramer was at the University of Nairobi and was able to attend the guest lecture by Dr. Wangari Maathai. And so after that lecture, she had a chance to meet Dr. Mathai, who ended up being on our International Advisory Council for many years. And she was able to thank her for her leadership and ask, you know, what needs to be done? What do we need to do in the world to really make change? And Dr. Mathai said, what we need to do is simple. We just plant seeds of all kinds, and you'll be amazed at how they grow. And I just love that story because that's the attitude I encounter every day with working with grassroots women leaders. And that's what keeps me optimistic. Their optimism, their resilience, their hope, and their conviction really help to continue to instill those in me.
Thank you for that, Kahea. That's amazing. And such a really good point on, you know, a fight that's necessary for someone or optional for another, and how we think about that. I also love what you mentioned about joy. And so just to call in, Adrienne Marie Brown's book on pleasure activism is just one that I found quite potent, and just a reminder in finding joy in this movement to be more sustainable. There was an article I think that came out a few years ago looking at what emotion can spark action, but they were all negative emotions. It was basically grief versus anger. And the result was anger is more likely to light that fire in your belly to drive action, where grief could be paralyzing, to what you were saying, that we've got 10 years left, it's doomsday, and the eco-anxiety that we're seeing, which is now in the dictionary as a term because it's this pandemic that our younger generation is feeling. And so those were the two comparisons. But I was wondering, where is joy? Yeah, where is optimism? Where is hope? Where does that fit in? Because that is what, in many ways, is driving people. Where is love? Yes. Oh, thank you, Kaya. Yeah. But yeah, I had it to wake up and do this every day. And my other, again, personal, but rejection against the ticking time clock is just that that doesn't honor the intergenerational effort this has already been and will continue to be. And this is not something to be solved in many ways, that this will continue to, this is a maintenance, a growing, and every day waking up with and being able to pass the baton when needed and leaning on each other. But still, this is something that every generation will have to recommit themselves to, intentionally creating the community they want to live in. And that's not something that will just suddenly stop in a decade, or won't suddenly stop when we lose a certain number of species or when a certain amount of land is underwater. It's something that we will continue to have to live with ourselves around. And so I think that whole framing around what we're doing and how we speak about climate action can evolve there too. Yeah. Tasha, any thoughts on anything? I think just wide open, but also the question was what makes you optimistic too? But yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm quite optimistic that especially in Indonesia, like actually I'm overwhelmed with the amount of people or organization who would like to support or help how to save corals. Like from the grassroots level, from the village, from the government, from the entrepreneur, like everybody wants to be involved. It just, when Kahel talk about impact, I remember something. Like Dr. Wangari Maathai said that it's easy, just plant a tree. In our terms, like it's easy, just plant a coral. The thing is, it's not that easy in the ocean. Maybe Cassia understand. Before we can transplant a coral, there are like a very huge checklist that we need to consider before we can do the real thing. And the challenge was that like nobody going to fund it. Like everybody wants to do the real action, jump in the ocean, swimming, diving, and plant a coral, but not the checklist, the paperwork, or the discussion earlier. However, I'm optimistic that with that kind of interest of engagement, we can channel each and everybody in the right path, in the right direction. So all of the phases of the projects can be accomplished through their different interests. And I'm optimistic of that, although could not be funded through a grant, people who would like to learn about corals, about ocean is a lot, especially from the youth. And I would like to highlight, because Kezia was asking me what are the projects that I would like, maybe I'm prouding the most, and the highlight of the projects or the programs that we are working with. The programs that I'm proud of is called Scholar Reef. because it's actually answer the question how we are completed the checklist. So we are having the youth working with us, learning about corals, learning about measuring impacts, the baseline and everything. So everybody can be involved without need the big funding, but and people can enjoy, can love the activity. Unfortunately, not much doing that. So even though how many people diving, snorkeling, transporting the corals, if we don't do that, we cannot measure the impact. So I would like to promote this program even more. And actually the program is started when I involved in WIA. So the program actually is born when I joined the WIA program. So that's why I'm proud to serve this to all of the world, that we can involve so many people and involve in this measuring impacts and science movement for the corals itself.
Thank you so
Very
much.
optimistic.
Yeah, it's glowing from you. And welcome, Onofo.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so sorry that you had some trouble joining, but I'm so happy you're with us. We still have some time, so we'll just pass it over to you to just share a bit about who you are, the work that you do, and for all, Onofo is such an incredible leader in this space, empowering other women. So anything you'd like to share about that, we've covered all topics. So anything you'd like to contribute, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Kesia. Malo lele, everyone. So honored and grateful, privileged to be part of these amazing conversations with you all, amazing and powerful women. And actually, in Davao, we have traveled with the internet. So this place, if you see the background, I drove around to find a good internet so I can connect with you all. That's the main issue and problem here. And I usually jump in and hear your conversation, but I can't connect. So I wrote message, that's why they opened me to jump on. Anyway, I am Captain Onofo Funagi Havea. I'm from a little village called Tuanuku on the beautiful island of Babao in the Kingdom of Tonga. Destiny has a way of finding us in a way we never imagined. As a young woman, I work as a weaver and clean ship to support my family. I was paid painfully little, and so I asked for more work. I went to a special school to become a cook. Women in my culture were usually never seen doing this task, but I had just a strong drive and work ethic doing this task. As I knew that's my true person, and what I knew most about and care about was driving boats and sailing. I wanted to break through the class ceiling that's holding women back from their true capabilities. I was the first woman of my culture to become a captain, and I strive for every kind of license. I received my yacht master from New Zealand, ship master from the US, from the Northeast Maritime language. They sail around the Pacific Island and all the way to the US. I'm a pioneer of the whale watching industry in Tonga and own a whale watching company specializing in waka and moana, whale swim. And then that's what I do. And also I established a non-profit organization called Tonga Waiting Society after the long voyage that I did in 2011 and 2012. A non-profit, and it's more like the Tonga Waiting Society is serving as a guardians of the oceans and teaching traditional navigation and sailing as they embrace the Tongan culture, values, and love of the sea. And I'm not done yet. I continue to endeavor to further my craft and love the oceans every day.
Thank you so much, Onofo. Yeah, such an incredible life story and journey and example for so many women. And I wonder if you just want to share as well too. I know many times when we speak, you're at trainings, you're training other women, you've run a crew of all women in the past sailing. If there's anything you want to share, we've been talking a lot about how can we lift up other women, and I think that's something that you live every day.
Well, that's in 2012, that's the history that we made after our long voyage all the way back from the US back to the South Pacific. That's a lot of women, 7 canoe, there is 1 or 2 or 3 women in each canoe. Say they feel like they're not strong enough. The way how they do work on board and everything they want to touch, the boys took over. And they feel like, what's happening here? Are we strong enough? Are we know what we're doing? And that's what started the story of why don't we get together all the women and try to see if we can do the same thing. And came to my mind because I was the only one who know how to do that. And then so that one was sparkling how we can show our strength, our value of something that the capability that we did know, and then we know a lot more, but because we don't showcase it. And in Tahiti, I led all women crew that's including all 17 different nationalities, and we run the whole show. And it's mean the world for all of us, because the feeling that we have, it's much stronger because us women, we have powerful. We make things work. And the way of working, it's different from how boys working, because everything's they listen. We learn to listen. That's one of the things. We learn to listen. We learn to help each other. We learn to work together. Unity is very much in harmony on board when all women are all together. We're sharing experience. We're sharing a lot of things that not everybody has it. And that's the true color of us women. When we are one board, we are in one boat, one home, one oceans, and we sail together toward a sustainable environment. And that's the things that all women, they never forget in their lifetime, something that they show the boys. We can pull the anchor, we can pull the line, we can pull the host to sail. We do navigation. We also training traditional navigation on board, all done by women, steering, everything. So there's a lot of memories that still those women were sharing with us in an awful, it's never forget in our lives. It's a moment that women can step up and show the world. We can do anything. It doesn't matter how hard, it doesn't matter how rough the seas, how hard work to be done, but because
Oh no. Oh, I think we lost Anofa temporarily, but hopefully she comes back in just a moment. But yeah, just for context there too, it was a crew of 17 women, all women crew from 17 nationalities who did sail around the world or across the Pacific, have to confirm, but yeah, really showed that it was possible. And so incredible to have that really powerful remarks from Anofa as we close here. I think we're just a little bit over time, but Kahea and Tasha, if there's any final remarks, I know that we gave a lot of opportunity to talk about inspiration and optimism. Oh no. Well, yeah, I think what's also so real that Onofo shares is just the challenge of connectivity. And that's just something to keep in mind. Oh, yay.
Oh, sorry, but it's okay. So for us women on board, we bring luck. That's one of the most listed women. A man doesn't understand it. We bring luck on board, and wherever company, wherever work you with, but as women, we need acknowledgement. We need acknowledgement because women benefit. Women bring women on the table to be part of the solution. Women are the solutions. I can say that. It doesn't matter because I prove it. Women, us, we think collective whole rather than ourselves. And then we are so powerful on organizations like companies. I'm talking about companies, ship owners. If like where I'm working, if you uplift your ladies, if you uplift women in anywhere you work, even you are in the government, on the ship, on a canoe, or non-profit organization, uplift women. The women move things. Women are stronger. They make things happen in all levels. Include women in decision making.
Yes.
And that's a symbol, but you know, is a lot of us have a different experience in different sides, but we make things happen.
Yeah.
So that's one of the powerful things I always share with men. Work hard. The determination is there. Don't lay back if you fail to do something, because if you fail, that means you want to try again.
Yeah, the tenacity. Thank you so much, Onofo. I know we have to pass it over to the next session is going to start, I think, on the same link maybe, but thank you so much for what you've shared. I think just to summarize briefly, women are able to listen, to collaborate when put in positions that we bring luck. We can be a necessary part of decision making. And there's so much more we're going to be consolidating into the key takeaways that we submit with the letter from all of these sessions. So thank you again, Onofo, Kahea, Tasha, for all the work that you do, and a virtual round of applause from the audience, please, for these amazing leaders. And yeah, look forward to continuing this effort all together.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Cassia.
Thank you, Tasha. An honor to meet
Thank
you,
you all.
Onofo.
That was just wonderful. Thank you so much, Cassia. That was just a beautiful session. I just want to raise a, virtual applause again and a standing ovation for that beautiful, very in-depth, very nuanced panel. Thank you so much. I'm so proud today to welcome everybody to the closing session. My name is Caroline Mayer. I'm the Chief Empowerment Officer at She Changes Climate, and I just want to give a big round of applause to the Changes Climate and all our wonderful panelists for just an amazing day. This has been such a powerful, powerful dialogue. And I think when we see the 50-50 representation, it becomes really dynamic. And that is what we want. So I just wanted to say, good job team, good job ladies, good job men. And I have a confession. I am at the airport right now, so I do not have internet except for on my phone. So my speakerphone is on my phone. So I'm terribly sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you beautiful ladies and gentlemen to introduce yourself. But just very, very briefly, and I want to allow your radiance to shine through because it's a very short closing. So first we will have a blessing from Akila Jaramogi. I'm just going to go straight into it because I want to get all the juice today. This is so beautiful. So Mama Akila, please, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Eriwoya, 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 Ayakbo, Ayato, Ayaje, Ayamo. Omi tutu, ona tutu, ile tutu, ori tutu, tutu laroye, tutu ariku babawa, tutu ariku mama earth, Tutuariku, Eshu. I ask for the blessings. I ask for blessings of Mother Earth. I ask for blessings for all our people. I ask for blessings as we praise Mother Earth. We respect Mother Earth as I call on Eshu to guide our path. I pray for balanced energy for all those decision makers who are making decisions around this climate crisis. I ask for balanced energy. I pray for all the children of this world. Help us all to understand the value of Mother Earth. Help us to understand the value of international, original people. Help us to understand the value of traditional people. Help us to understand the value of indigenous traditional knowledge. I ask for guidance in this time. Let us all bring balance through our action to this earth. Let us all be positive contributors to making a change. We need a change in this time. I call on the blessings of Mother Earth. Help us to care for Mother Earth. Help us so Mother Earth in return will continue to sustain us. I ask for blessings of love and goodness and honesty on this land. I say no to war, no to hunger, no to farming, no to hate, no to injustice, no to ecological injustice. I ask that we appreciate the indigenous peoples, we appreciate the indigenous knowledge so we can continue to live and work in harmony with nature, so we can continue to work and live in balance with Mother Earth. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
Thank you, Mama Kila. Please don't go as yet. Let me ask you to just introduce yourself a little bit. Mama Kila is from my island, Trinidad and Tobago, and she is American, not American, American, and I will leave her to explain. Please go ahead.
Modupe, thank you. I am Akila Taliba Jaramugi. I live in the forest of Wansaman, St. Anne's. I am a forester. I am an environmental activist. I am a mother of 6. I am a sister